Ikatlong araw ng engkwentro dito lang sa ating Phase 2 na SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sticky Frog. Kami na naman ang mga kasama nyo sa unang dalawang series sa araw nga na ito. Nagtawag na kami ng backup kasi kailangan talaga namin ng tulong para sa mga parating na laban no? Grabe nga naman Sticky Frog, what a day 2. Parang tingin mo ba mahihigitan to ng day 3? Parang ang hirap naman.
Ang hirap naman higitan ng day 2, man. Not gonna lie, especially after yung pinaka-last na series natin. It was definitely a whole lot of plot twist. Para mahirap rin patayan ang ating day 1, especially knowing what Attras did. Pero day number 3, man, especially with yung narratives at yung storylines na meron tayo today, pare, feeling ko kayang-kaya pang lagpasan yan, man.
Ay, tama mo pre. Saktong-sakto ipapakita natin sa madla ngayon kung anong bang itsura ng ating bracket after 2 days of trying to pull these two teams sa ating 0-1 and 1-0 bracket. At eto na nga sila ngayon na makikita nyo unang apat na set sa araw nga na to. Yan ang inyong mga matches na makikita ngayong araw, no? So we have Team Stallions laban sa ComebackFriends, FERVID versus Attras. Huy! Grabe nga naman talaga yung second series natin for today. We have Execration versus SGJ, ang pagtatagpo ng dating Pacific laban sa solidong SGJ pa rin sa araw nga na yun. And we have another JY na makakalaban ng MATTJESS. Pero eto, sa Davao naman sila magtatagpo. Grabe nga naman, MATTJESS no? JY Bacolod now, JY Davao. Ang daming stories, Nicky.
Ang daming stories. 2 new regions that are competing. Hindi naman new. All things considered, pare. 2 regions na matagal na naghahanap ng team para i-representa sila, pare. And Davao just so happens to have 3 and Bacolod just so happens to have 1, pare. Pero yun nga yung matchup na we are looking forward to, pare. FERVID versus Attras. I think we cannot ignore yung J-Kim, MZ roster change na nangyari dito sa off-season. And I feel like that's a factor as well. Pero ang daming hindi nakakakita sa ating third na series dito, Salvatore. Execration, made up by mostly formerly Pacific, hindi naman mostly formerly, made up by most Pacific MATTJESS players at the moment. And makakalaban nila ang kanilang old na rivals from back in the day, pare, na itong SGJ.
Pero hindi na ito yung SGJ na may KSA Yo Babe Keller no? Ito na nga pala yung SGJ na meron ng trio na may pinagmamalaki to tout as one of the future players ng ating Crossfire Philippines scene. No? Pero mamaya na natin kwentuhan yung SGJ at Execration, yung reunion ng Pacific at SGJ. Dito muna tayo sa unang dalawang series sa araw nga na to, no? Team Stallions versus ComebackFriends. Ipakita nyo ang ComebackFriends na yung naipanalo nyo kahapon laban sa Alliance. Hindi naman yon, fluke at pang-isahang beses lang. At isang malupit na kwento, no? ComebackFriends, literal na comeback na bumabalik si Tetso at sila Aiden para talunin ang STS. And now we have FERVID and Attras. Parang mala Jimmy Butler na storyline lang to, no, Sticky. No? Ito yung pinagpalit nyo sa akin, no? Parang type of J-Kim. So, ngayon J-Kim, ito na nga yung pagkakataon mo para patunayan na mali ang FERVID at dapat ako na lang ang nilagay nyo nga dyan. No? Or, di ba natin sure na on terms nga bang umalis si J-Kim hanggang ngayon. Nakakahaka pa rin ang ating kwento dito kung paano nga ba napunta si J-Kim pabalik ng Etibac. Kaya FERVID, kung gusto nyo talaga ng patunayan na tama nga na si MZ nga ang missing formula para makapasok kayo ng Paris, oras na para talunin ang Attras at tapusin ang kanilang run ngayon. Kasi tinaman naman pre, after winning against Virtus.Pro, anong ibig sabihin nito sa Attras pag natalo nila ang FERVID, Sneaky?
That means they are gonna be up potentially 2-0 no dito sa Swiss stage, and that is gonna be a very big advantage pag pag-aabot nga kayo dito. That means isang panalo na lang, pasok na ka kayo sa ating next stage, and that is gonna be a goal that both of those teams really want to go for, pare. And that is a series na is gonna be good para sa atin, no? Kasi may manok tayo on either side. You know, we like J-Kim, but we also like si MZ, we also like the other side. Pero babalik tayo dito sa ating series, pare. Stallions versus ComebackFriends. Stallions, I think obvious naman kung sino sila, pare. Best team in the Philippines right now. Still a mystery, no, kung maglalaro nga dito si Revenjo, hindi. But judging from what I'm seeing, kung sino man ang nasa loob dito ng VC, pare, I think KLP might be playing today. So baka nga tama yung sinabi ko dun sa video ko, pare.
Parang ano nga, tama nga talaga si Nostra Sneaky Frog na darating talaga sa point na parang KLP is still on sa proving grounds nga ngayon at baka nga sa Revenge makita pa talaga natin sa Masters. And I do feel like malaking influence nga to, no, na kahit hindi nga naglalaro si Revenge, mararamdaman naman natin yung sudden jump talaga ni KLP sa kanyang macro, no? Kasi nandiyan si Revenge, di ba? So for sure naman, KLP will be most likely putting on aka Revenge Tour kasi nga binangko nyo ako laban nga dito, so wala tayong magagawa dyan. So here is our map dito. Not really surprising. Eagle Eye is one of the most dominating maps na kinuha ng ComebackFriends kahapon. At ganun din naman sa Team Stallions during day number 1. So kanya-kanyang map pick lang talaga yan. Ang intriga ko talaga, saang parte tayo ng lupalop ng mundo, aabot tayo ng New Mexico. Baka sakali lang naman talaga. Pero with Team Stallions and their form right now, pre, bakit nga ba open ang sub-base? Hindi ko alam. Baka dahil nandiyan si Yaba, hindi ko rin alam. No? So sub-base na open sa Team Stallions. Once again, a death wish para dito sa CBF.
Grabe men, yung buti na lang wala yung mukha natin sa facecam ngayon kasi parang ako si Speed na nagpipigil ng tawa ngayon kasi sub-base Eagle Eye, pinalagpas nyo sa Team Stallions. Medyo matapang lang naman galing dito sa Comeback and Friends pare na idider mo ang Team Stallions sa quote-unquote best map nila pare. Pero in my opinion, mas nakakuha na ng distance itong Team Stallions sa Eagle Eye compared nga sa kanilang sub-base. Maybe because yung pick proximity pare dito sa ating group stage. Pero ayun nga, this is a very direct there galing dito sa Comeback and Friends. Sige, babalik kami dito sa Liga, but we are also gonna test out kung malakas pa talaga yung mga setups nyo dito sa map na to. However, a bit of deja vu, no? Tito Salvatore, Stallions have already, at least the core of Stallions has already played against yung core dito ng CBF with the exception of few dito sa Eagle Eye, and it didn't really go out too well para dito sa core ng CBF pare.
Ayoko na alalahanin kung anong scoreline nun. Basta alam ko, in 5 letters, madedescribe na nga natin ng maayos. Durog nga naman talaga ang naging core ng Vanguard nun at the time. So, feeling ko hindi naman gano'n na kabait ang panahon para sabihin na dumating ang panahon na kapag ensayo sila ng maayos at naging matiwasay na ang core nila Tetsu at nila Aiden, no, na, well, tinamo naman kasi yung naging jump ng Team Stallions, no, from placing number 4 to Summer Masters sa 2024 to ngayon, a runner-up sa ating Grand Finals at rank number 2 sa buong Pilipinas. Meanwhile, Tetsu and Aiden, andito pa rin talaga sila. So, it's really hard to tell, no, na dumating talaga sa point na Tetsu and Aiden still that kind of player na aabot talaga sa sub-base at aabot din sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye na meron dalang kargada talaga. So, Team Stallions, wala tayong ibang pwedeng sabihin sa kanila. Alam na natin kung ano ang kalidad ng Team Stallions, CBF. Ngayon pa nga lang, nagsusulat-sulat na nga ako ng mga huling habilin natin kasi why is this 2 maps open talaga? No? Yun ang question natin ngayon, Sneaky. Pero malay mo nga naman talaga, Sneaky. Kakaganto natin, nabati natin, Comeback and Friends will be forcing New Mexico. Wink, wink.
Sana. Pero fingers crossed no na makaabot tayo ng New Mexico. It would be fun to see kung paano nga handle ng CBF ang a map where Stallions has already won up against the best of the best pare. And but still, it's New Mexico pare. It's a very random map at the end of the day. Kaya anything can happen in that one. Napapaisip din ako para dito sa CBF no yung head-to-head matchups nila actually in between yung riflers. The reason why I really wanted itong si Aiden back in the league kasi in terms of mechanics, hindi ko sinasabi na magkapantay sila ngayon pare. In terms of mechanics, feeling ko kaya niyang kalabanan dito si Kano. Which is a very bold statement to say pare. Pero, yung problema lang kay Das is he hasn't had the best platform para ilabas yung ganun na type ng play. Pero, now is his opportunity. Kalaban mo na yung Team Stallions right now. May head-to-head matchup ka up against, the best star player in the Philippines right now pare. Opportunity na to para kay Das na, give himself a bit of a spotlight as well. Kasi, nung naglalaro siya dun sa Pacific, granted, the run wasn't the most ideal, no, para sa standard ng team niya, pare. Pero, he was one of the heavier fraggers back in the day.
Definitely, and can still be felt naman ngayon, no, Sneaky, from that series up against Alliance, 30 bombs sa Black Widow on a losing effort, pero tinaman naman hindi yun naging dahilan para mahinaan na loob dito si Mr. Kukri, na kitang-kita naman still dropping 26 and then 27 on the next map. And it just kind of feels like na ganun nga talaga ang source dito ni Aiden, he's still that motivated to compete at the best, at the very best level. At nandito na nga tayo ngayon sa loob ng sub-base to prove once and for all na tunay nga talaga ang comeback ng mga friends na yan, or will Team Stallions be still STS sa loob nga ng kanilang home court. At alam naman natin, ang kanilang home court advisor na si Coach Tanks, no mercy ang laruan nila.
Alam mo naman din si Coach Tanks, no, pagpasok talaga ng server, walang kaibigan sa loob ng subbase, pare. At speaking of kaibigan, Tetsu, you are dead, my friend, on the A site. Run over by the side of Stallions, Loy. At least na disconnect yung Vents play na gagawin sana dito ng Stallions, which is gonna help them a bit dito sa luwag at sikip. Bit more of a retake chance para dito sa CBF.
Still possible, no? May control pa rin naman dito sila sa CR. No pun intended, no, pre? Look at the 3-stack dito lang sa may missile. Pero kailangan pag-ingatan ng Team Stallions. They're very wide open. Pero it's a challenge, Nikki, para kalabanin ng mga tao sa taas ng CR. Good headshots. And what a nice for Team Stallions as they continue their stride para mag-rush na lang na A site. What a playbook, no? Team Stallions dishing it out already round 1.
And CBF, nagkamali sila ng roll ng dice dun, pare. No, napansin mo, most of the firepower is actually on the B side of the map and trying to actually secure itong second mid para hindi masyado mahirapan ang pag-hold dito sa A site. But then Stallions, alam mo naman yung Stallions, man, sometimes their approach is really direct and sometimes dediretso lang sila sa A site and they are just gonna shoot you in the head. That is the dilemma pag kalaban mo yung Team Stallions. They can pull out the complicated and the simple at the same time and they can do both very well. Isa na namang A-take para dito sa Team Stallions. Nawalan ng ulo si Yaba sa CR pero si Aiden babawi ng isa. Aware about this fence play galing kay Loy who's getting the shot on JJ. 2 versus 3. Teka lang, naging posible pa.
Definitely possible, no, with the man advantage. Pero alam natin paano umiikot ang Team Stallions despite the man disadvantage. Kailangan na nila laruin ng maayos tong missile nga na to. Try to get some good contacts dito lang sa may luwag. Double push setup here for CBF. Pero di sila makalapas kay KLP na naka-EBR. Sticky! Deadly possession para kay KLP. At siya na nga lang ang natitira. Aldrin, you need just one hit sa kahit anumang parte ni KLP. And what a retaliation para sa CBF. Good read sa luwag at Vents para mapigilan ng STS push.
Yeah, probably getting information na low na dito si Aldrin and unfortunately missing the shot in that 1 versus 1. A very nice hold dito sa CR para hindi nila masyadong minadali yung site, no, despite the death of Tetsu on missile. They still found ways para ma-reduce yung numbers dito ng Stallions all the way down to 2. Pero tignan mo naman yung aggression ng CBF. Yung Woods hindi nila pinapabayaan. Ayaw nila makuha ng control. Itong si JJ dito ay hindi nila bibitawan para lalabanan lang nila.
It's the JY Bacolod strat, pre. Kuha kagad dito ng second mid para kalabanin ang gustong pumosh na Yaba with the double kill. And that is very fortunate here for ComebackFriends. Lahat talaga tumatama at umaasinta. Team Stallions for the third time wants to go for A. Pero natututo naman ng CBF kung ano nga ba dapat ang gawin sa susunod na move. Loy now gets Yaba through the smoke. Kailangan pa rin pag-igihan to ng CBF, pre. That is Loy we're talking about. Hindi lang yan basta-basta player na kinuha sa kung saan mang parte ng Cebu. That is Loy who's already proven that he has international experience na kayang pumunteriya ng kahit sino man. And Loy is taking his precious time. Baka sakaling CBF mag-init ang ulo at kumuha na naman ng Woods.
Pero wala nang gumagalaw sa kanila dito. Respeto lang on the last player. On the side of Stallions, really good second mid Woods take galing dito sa CBF. No? And that really goes to show how much learning yung mga wall banks dito, especially in these double doors, can be very valuable, especially knowing kung gaano kadalas magkakross yan for the A site. Loy will get taken down as Woos will take him out. So, yun nga, magandang second mid control para dito sa CBF. Gamit na gamit yung kanilang EBR dun, pare. And yeah, getting 2 wall banks, super ideal para yung Stallions ma-deny na maaga.
Wala na mas poetic pa, no, sa JY Bacolod strat na yun kasi dating field squad si Tetsu tsaka si Wuse, no, to call that play dun lang sa may Woods. Grabe naman yung layering nga naman talaga ng CBF to take care nitong Stallions problem sa A site. At tulad nga rin dan talaga ng mga bata ng Cebu, no, medyo matigasin dito ang Team Stallions, still trying to prime dito ang A site nga na to. Pero with the exception of Yaba na tumingin ng second mid, wala na nga talaga. So Team Stallions on the 4th time. Parang gustong-gusto talaga nila itong luwag nga na to, no, na nakabantay lang si Tetsu sa may boxes, which is very dangerous kasi wala naman siyang position para makapag-trade. Naandyan lang si Tetsu bilang pan-delay. And take a look at the opposite end of the map. Nakalampas na nga ng truck all the way to passage ngayon si Loy. And this is going to be deadly for CBF pag hindi na nga nila nabasa ang possible poison dito ng Team Stallions.
Yeah, Tetsu nag-back na all the way dito sa may side natin na missile. Pero may tulong naman dito ni Aiden galing sa CR. Bit of a crossfire happening dito sa A side. Good shot galing kay Tetsu. Makakuha pa nga ng isa dito kay Loy. 3 versus 3, pantay pa naman ang sitwasyon pero meron pa nakapantay na sa loob ng Woods. KLP gets taken out. Sniper ang kanyang hawak. Not the best gun for CQC pero Kano, JJ. These two players in particular pare has been clutching a lot para dito sa Team Stallions, but with 30 seconds and 3 coming into the site, this might be slightly hard to defend pare.
They did this before. They have to do it again. JJ naman ngayon ang naka-anchor dito lang sa may luwag. Yaba entering with the USP, trying to deny the flash pero wala namang binabato ang Team Stallions. Overthinking CBF. Kano na lang o the 1 HP. Woos! Napakahilaw ng pasok. Wala man lang pantulong para mahirapan si Kano. And that is just major disrespect for CBF. 2 for 2 na nga tayo ang laban ngayon, Sneaky. Team Stallions once again trying to take control ng A-site. Paulit-ulit talaga.
One more A-site take. Why not pare? Wala na nga si Tetsu dito. Lumipat na siya ng CR. At sawa na yata siya mamatay dito sa missile. Kaya mamamatay na lang siya dito sa CR pare. Oh my goodness. Stallions completely own this A-site. CBF wala na lang magagawa kundi manood. Loy from the ramp side, makikita na nga dito si Woods. And ano ba magagawa mo kung ikaw si Aiden dito? Yaba just looking out from the extremities. STS realizing a weakness early dito sa depensa ng CBF and they are exploiting it every single time pare.
Napakahirap talaga i-retake ng A pre kung magagaling ka ng sikip or ng luwag. When Team Stallions has early control ng mga power positions ng A side pre, you best believe na kahit ano pang itaya ng CBF, mahihirapan nga talaga sila. Look at the man disadvantage ng Team Stallions on the last round and even with greater numbers ngayon, talagang hirap ang ComebackFriends. Pero what is this push wala sa ComebackFriends? Kaya din nilang punteriyahin ngayon ang pagkuha ng gate kagad. So hindi na nga nila tatauhan ang Woods mismo, Sneaks. Rekta na lang kagad ng mid. KLP na nga lang ang natitira and he's surrounded by Blue Boys dito lang sa warehouse. ComebackFriends retaliating to score it 3-3.
Yeah, CBF. Oh, alam mo naman pare, pagdating sa Crossfire, sometimes you just have to send it dito sa lahat ng extremities na mapa natin and you just so happen to win every single fight that you come across. And also, I like yung opening move nila dito sa Woods, no? Alam nila magde-delay ng onti itong Stallions due to the HEs na tinatapon nga dito papuntang outer. So, tina-take advantage ngayon ng CBF yung timing dito sa second mid in order to get a better position in Woods. So, very nice map movement galing dito sa CBF. Pero, Stallions, papabagal sila dito pare. Back to gear 1 ang kanilang galawan.
Continuing their pursuit, no, Sneaky, of the written rule dito ng Team Stallions. Pag sa base, rekta tayo kagad ng A. This has been the strat. The past 6 rounds. Nakakapagtaka lang Team Stallions, is this like a VP experimental phase? Ito nga ba talaga ang mensahe sa CBF na wala kayong magagawa, wala kayong adjustment na kailangan gawin, iisipin nyo na lang paano nyo dedepensahan ng A site. And CBF has been sending the same people, Sneaky, you know. At nandun nga ba talaga ang sistema? Ganun nga ba talaga ang gumagana dito for CBF? Tetsu, nakita nagro-rotate na palis ng outer ngayon sila Loy. And that is the shot here for Yaba. Pero malaking pagkakamali yan. Napaganda pa ang pag-alis ni Loy para makakuha ng 2 kills for Team Stallions.
Yeah, necessary aggression, no? And KLB makakapasok na ng shutter dahil sa lahat ng distraction na nangyari. Woods getting KLB. Good shot dito kay Kano. Pero hindi niya matatamaan si JJ na tumatalon gamit ang kanyang USP. 3 versus 1 para dito kay Aiden. Granted, entirely possible but looking improbable para sa kanya pare. USP in hand, has to be a headshot pero siya na lang ang matatamaan sa ulo. Stallions with the 4th. And ayun nga pare. I feel like that timing dito sa Woods, they didn't have to take that. Nakuha na ni Tetsu yung luwag control. Ang ganda na ng position ni Yaba dito sa Woods. You know, what's the point?
Parang sa una naman nun, nagkaroon ng good read dito ang CBF. Napakaaga kagad pumesto ni KLP and Aiden gets the instant headshot mula sa boost ng missile. And as I was saying, no, Sneaky, parang kaya naman basahin ng CBF yung round nga mismo. No? It all depends on what is the outcome of the duels. CBF can set up an early round. Pero pagdating naman sa mid-round, na-outclass na lang sila biglaan dito ng Team Stallions. And they have to be careful on this 2v4. Loy and Kano, combined forces, makes up for a deadly duo na Malagoko Vegeta. Pero ngayon, Loy now as a distraction. Mag-iingay muna si Kano and they want to set up the passage. What a good read by Aldrin as he gets the headshot. Grabe nga naman, ComebackFriends standing on high ground dito lang sa B site. And everyone has been damn hitting them shots. Grabe nga naman, this game is as close as it can be. Grabe ang depensa ng ComebackFriends.
Yun nga, no? Lest we forget about Aldrin and his presence dito sa CBF, pare. The veteran can be doing a lot. And he's doing a lot more dito sa roster na to kumpara sa last time na nakita natin siya dito sa ating stream, pare. With another jersey. But is it gonna be enough up against a team like Team Stallions na, not gonna lie, they have been kind of reckless with their pushes for the past few rounds, pare. Passage 3-man push na walang flash or smoke whatsoever at may papasok ng second mid thinking that they could just get it for free. So it's been a bit reckless though from the side of Team Stallions and yun nga, it's not really paying off para sa kanila dito.
Kinda putting on the same boots and gears for Team Stallions, trying to take control of the woods. Pero in the slightest of difference, I believe this is Loy. Na nilalaro nandito yung B-wall at passage. At baka sakali may counter rotation dito. Ang CBF and KLP is right there to try and manage. Baka sakali may mag-challenge sa kanya sa LR. No? Yung onting distraction lang yun ng CBF, pwedeng dahilan para makapag-rotate nga sila at ma-outnumber ngayon ang B-site. And in turn, Team Stallions has all the time in the world to get that rotation, pero STS is looking in for a fight. Onting forward lang dito lang sa may CR pre and they're trying to go for the defense ngayon ni Yaba all the information kasi nandoon na nga sila sa may CR pre. Look at the defense, Nikki. It's just that deadly. Hindi makalampas ang Team Stallions. Mga salitang hindi ko aakalaing masasabi ko. Nang dahil ang kalaban nga nila ay CBF. They are active in sub-base. The GR side is just that impactful para sa CBF. Team Stallions doing the same thing over and over again. Siyempre, alam na ng CBF ang sagot dyan.
And yeah, no, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting the same result. But to be fair, no, 8 out of the 9 rounds na nakita natin dun sa PL side dito ng Team Stallions, A side lang sila, pare. Which is definitely not ideal, pero Team Stallions, they are seeing something about the A side. Napansin ko rin yan actually when they were playing up against itong VP and any other team. Na they are willing to take A side every single time. Their A take is just that good. Na kaya nilang i-death ball yun. Pero para naman sa CBF, no, I feel like they really found creative ways para i-counter yung ganun na type ng play. Like for example, just have someone be constantly looking for the presence dito ni Loy. And obviously, that bit of adjustment galing dito kay Aiden now, being the A player. I wish they'd done that adjustment earlier, no? Feeling ko mas malaki sana yung score nila ngayon.
Worst adjustments being seen in this round, Sneaky. Anong CBF, they do not want to reach that kind of level, no? Na gagawin at gagawin lang din nila yung ginawa ng Team Stallions kanina. And they want as much information possible bago nga sila umatake talaga ng A-side. It's that difficult, honestly, no? Sa sobrang lakas nga ng Team Stallions, they have massive respects dito, no? Kay KLB na siya nga lang ang pumupunteriya. And the contrast between KLB and Tetsu, no, pre? It's just that diabolical. So, tama-tama lang naman na si KLB yung nandiyan. Pero paano nga naman pag nakapag-CR ngayon ang CBF? For sure naman, kaka-Team Secret Vanguard nga nila, no, Sneaky? Alam nga nila yung lineup mula sa Vents papuntang CR na smoke. So that can cancel out JJ. And they can definitely make some noise dito lang sa may passage. Pwede ma-counter rotation dito si KLP and Loy. And that makes up for a good A-site entry. Pero hanggang ngayon, Sneaky, nasa bargaining stage pa rin ngayon ang CBF dito lang sa may woods. And it's a struggle para sa STS makalakap ng read.
Yeah, STS staying still dito sa mga sites natin. Think KLB confident enough na kaya na naman i-hold yung A-site mag-isa. Loy, napalipat agad lahat ng players dito ng Stallions and a bait from CBF Gagana. Yun lang, napaikot yung mga kabayo pabalik ng A-side, pare, pero ngayon mag-U-turn sila pabalik, pero Kano, he is just that good. Even in a bad situation, sobrang winnable yan para sa side ng Team Stallions as long as him and the captain is still alive. Kano, nakita na nga si Yaba pero mamamatay na nga ang kanilang kapitan. Kano, trying to go in, Aiden spots him. Nasa loob na smoke, tiratrat ng USP. Hinahabol na nga, 23 seconds and 1 HP on the last player ng Team Stallions. There's no time to defuse, there is no time to push para kay Kano. And that is the finisher para kay Aiden. 6-4, ComebackFriends take the first round ng second half.
Yeah, we live in a society, pre, where Team Stallions is getting outread in the mid-rounds, Tiki. That should have been the sign here for Team Stallions na pangawakan lang yung DR at missile kasi nga may papuntang passage, pre. And with good enough noises, tumaas talaga yung decibels dito ng Team Stallions. No, pre, masyadong maingay yung woods. Nag-rotate sila. And after multiple matches from the international stage, they should know better, pre, na hindi mo na dapat nagre-retake, hindi mo na dapat nagro-rotate. Alam nga nilang malakas sila sa rotation, pre. And they bit off more than they can chew, Sneaky. What an unfortunate event para nga sa Team Stallions. They got what they needed, pero not enough kills was good enough para makancel ang momentum ng CBF. Canvas doon lang sa may split ng A tsaka passage ngayon. MR naman ang atake nga nila. Loy on first contact. Nakita ang braso. Pero teka lang, Aldrin, wala kang kasama sa likod mo. And they're trying to get an advantage here. Loy with the double kill. Another disrespectful play here for CBF.
Nice
as
cover.
Team Stallions now standing on their ground. CBF, hindi ata B-site ang nais nila.
Yeah, I wish to see more from that galing dito sa Team Stallions, no? Itong si KLP just enabling si Loy to peek whatever he wants, pero nasobrahan yata ng peek itong Team Stallions, pero JJ with a quick cleanup. Tetsu na lang natitira para dito sa CBF. Will be getting KLP. Hindi ko alam kung paano siya nakalagpas dito sa site natin. 2 players from the shutter side, pero passage dadaan si Tetsu at hindi na nga siya makakapasok. 6-5 para dito sa Team Stallions. And that's the one thing na kailangan isipin dito ng CBF. Those small moments, no, na it's just a two-man play galing dito sa Team Stallions, but yet it is so effective. And speaking of a two-man play, pare, MR taken by Loy, pero mag-isa lang siya, pare, ha?
Grabe, man. And it's that very, very tough, no, to look at for Team Stallions na sinisimulan nga talaga nila itong round nga na to with a bit of recklessness. And I don't like the fact na Team Stallions just does not care at all. Kasi nga alam nga nilang lalaban lang sila at lalaban. So that push from Loy really started some information from Team Stallions. Pero nga ngayon, look at the adjustment. Pabalik na nga sila sa kanyang mga poste. Kaya dapat lang naman maging ganun. But the snowball effect is Team Stallions still doesn't have that kind of position para maging hyper-aggressive. Pwede na nga lang kay JJ na walang sinusunod na batas. Multiple chip damages here for CBF. Mas magiging madali ang buhay ngayon ng Team Stallions. Parang eto na ata yung round ngayon na Stiggy na hindi na nga kailangan pumasok ng CBF para malaman nga nilang dehado nga sila. Dito pa lang, sa paglakap na impormasyon, nauunahan na kagad sila ng Team Stallions.
Kinain na sila ng wallbang damage dito sa Woods, pare. And JJ relentless with that EPR. And that is why you do want to rock the EBR in a map like Subbase, no? The amount of wallbangs na pwede mo magawa sa mapa na to is absolutely insane and can be game-changing. KLP naman, can he turn the tides in an instant? Granted, low na yung mga players dito ng CBF, but, you know, nice 2K, nice 3-piece would be nice. Is gonna settle on to Woos and Tetsu. Makikita na nga na nakaakyat dito sa hagdan. Aiden will be going down and Stallions with a guarantee dito sa round natin. 6-6 Stallions with massive damage at the start of the round, pare.
Yeah, for sure naman no Team Stallions. They do not have the confidence, no, despite the underperforming KLB and KLP in the first half. Ngayon nararamdaman mo na nga naman talaga yung mga picks ni KLP sa may DR at yung pag-hold ni KLB dito sa may boxes ng luwag. Mahalaga yun na actually to establish this kind of threat para sa CBF na kahit anong default nyo, kahit anong hold steady nyo, may counter rotation na magaganap here for Team Stallions. And you gotta love that detail, no, Sticky, na Team Stallions still fully aware of the macro ngayon na CBF and there's still that slight hint of respect. Pero ngayon kasi, it's that establishment of threats dito lang sa may LR na hindi pa nagagampanan na maayos ng CBF. At hindi rin naman ganun kadali para kunin ng CBF yung woods, pati nga yung luwag. Kasi nakita naman kanina, no, JJ and KLB with slight hints of util. Nagkakaroon ng hesitation dito ang CBF and they cannot be absolute. Parang nagagawa naman nila kanina sa GR pero sa BL, they cannot instantly go in dito lang sa may LR which fuels STS na kailangan nyo talaga kaming i-challenge inside of P-side.
Yeah. And this is a type of Stallions na napaka-dangerous, no? Pagdating sa GR side, yung hindi na sila naghahanap ng information dito sa next round natin. They are just hoping that they can get a quick one on whoever's opening dito sa mga sides. KLB, nakuha na agad si Aldrin dito. Nice shot on the HK417. Napatigil yung mga players dito na CBF. Walang pwedeng dumaan na A-site. Pero Aiden, bumayad ng 35. Pero Ito ang HE para sa kanya at mapapalipad pa nga sa Yaba. From the vent side, stuck ka na nga dito para hindi ka na makakalabas. Left or right, abante at harap. Wala kang mapupuntahan dito pare. 7-6 para dito sa Team Stallions. 1 point lead and pakaramdam ko pare, inon na nila men.
Team Stallions now fully activating turning on the on switch. From the amount of duels na kailangan nga nilang kunin mula sa vets at sa luwag, it's that optimal, no? And the sense of urgency para kay KLB na magtawag kaagad ng date para mapalambot talaga yung 3-man entry ng luwag. That's a nice detail here for Team Stallions, and they're now fully aware na they're just sending it. Mala RM lang dito lang sa may luwag, Sticky. Pero si KLB kasi ang kalaban din nila, pre. Look at KLB getting the skulls. Triple for KLB at si Aiden gumagawa din ng milagro ngayon. Who's now for the third kill with the nade. At bigla na lang tumabla ang laro ngayon, Sticky, trying to silence and suppress yung ginawa dito ni KLB. Aiden now with the triple. And can KLP thread the needle and he will be getting the re-hit over to Woos. It's now down to the 1v1. HK versus TRG. KLP with the attempt. It's planted for an impossible spot, but Aiden challenging that. Grabe nga naman ang taas ng ego ni Aiden. Abot hanggang kalangitan. CBF making this game as close as it can be.
Grabe naman yun, men. The wide swing na yung sniper on the Sikip side. Very brave move. Galing dito kay Aiden, isang mintis lang, patay talaga siya sa sitwasyon na yon. Pero CBF, this is what I was talking about, Salvatore. The head-to-head matchups, man. 17-9, 14-10 para kay Kano. Both carries absolutely playing at full capacity dito, pare. So happens na Kano just has a bit more help. Pero yung Yaba medyo umaabot na rin dito sa 14 mark natin. Aldrin's now starting to ramp up as well. CBF, what's the goal dito sa mapa na to? And I feel like this is a more aggressive version ng default ni FEFA sa sub-base. Well, that's not supposed to happen, Salvatore. Yun lang, of all the players na mawalan pa ng buhay dito, pare, it had to be Aiden. So someone has to step up, pare.
Ay, malala doon. Ang mababawi si Woos nga ba? At si Woos nga ang mag-uunang pandangal nga dito. Bilang pambawi, pre, continuous ang arangkada dito ng CBF habang nawawala ang kanilang star player ngayon. They need to find that default para ma-throw off ngayon ng Team Stallions, especially from trying to get that huge kill mula dito kay Woos kasi alam niyang pwedeng umarangkada dito ang Team Stallions rather sa may woods to get that rotation, to get that kill. Pero CBF chooses to play within the numbers, pre. And they do not want to play for picks, which is undoubtedly a very hard strat to do up against Team Stallions because individual players do have the tendency to get that 1v1. Pero yung kakalabanan na nga nila si Kano, nakalampas sila ng CR ng walang kabuang-buang. What a play by Woos! CBF now doing something na hindi nababasa ng Team Stallions, but KLP with a huge trade. Woos palabas pa nga lang at nakita nga ni JJ. And they still have to make it work. Yaba now forward position. Napakatagal lang rotation dito para makuha ang trade sabay 2F. KLP now fully aware, nilalaro na nga lang ngayon ng missile. And both CBF members are now pinned down inside of the site. So can you get it? He will be able to get it, Sticky. Stallions being challenged inside of their home court mula sa CBF at napa-timeout si Coach Tanks. Akalain mo nga naman, Sneaky.
Grabe. Coach Tanks' old workmate pare just so happens to give him a hard time dito sa mapa ng sub-base. Aldrin, Aiden, and the boys dito sa ating server are doing it up against Team Stallions. And this is what I was talking about, Salvatore. Pagdating sa mechanics, pwedeng pantayan ng mga ibang miyembro dito ng CBF, ang mga ibang miyembro din dito ng Team Stallions. Pero hindi naging ganun yung approach nila, no, Salvatore. It was a lot of bait and switching. They're trying to draw out yung mga players ng Team Stallions galing sa kanilang mga posisyon at gumana nga yun dito sa last round. Prime example, nakita mo naman yung ginawa ni Woos at Yaba dito sa second mid. If they can catch players from Stallions exactly like that, pare, hindi malabo yung pangarap na manalo ng sub-base.
Grabe, pre. Team Stallions is going back to the Ubik Maniac route of trying to gain control ng sub-base in the most unoptimal way, no? Parang kumakagat sila sa bait and switch ng CBF when in fact Team Stallions has the most experience inside of this map. kung paano nga ba talaga nilalaro ang GR at higit sa lahat yung rotation na parang tama talaga na hindi sila kailangan mag-rotate kaagad no? It's that very difficult here for Team Stallions to understand na ang nilalaro ng CBF is sub-base based off of Team Stallions mismo, pre. Pure bait and switch, pure offense, laban lang ng laban, and try to get that rotation intact is very, very nice here for CBF. You have to admire, pre, the resiliency ni Tetsu para tawagin at i-micromanage lahat ng players para pumunterya ng Woods, pumunta ng Passage, guluhin ng MR, and all of that. Napapakagat ang Team Stallions, pre. Who would have thought Team Stallions going back into the retro days na hindi naman talaga dapat no? Team Stallions right now is that dominating sa loob nga ng subbase at alam na acceptance yan. Pero right now, it's kind of different, no? I don't know why. I don't know how, pero Team Stallions is losing every gunfight because of not the 1v1s. Pero dahil nagpapakagat nga sila dun sa mga ginagawa ng CBF.
Ayun nga, no, ironic pare kasi ayun nga, you're also seeing the influence dito ng Team Stallions pagdating sa mapa ng subbase, but you know, fully knowing and watching a lot of subbase already, no, and dito sa scene natin, you can really see the heavy influence dito ng the former Alcad, now Rock Esports, you know, Feifei, granted, no, I'm not gonna lie, dinurog ng Team Stallions si Feifei nung Grand Finals pare, pero Tetsu is putting his little Filipino twist on it, men, at napapainip dito ang Team Stallions.
My God, we are inches away, Sneaky, for sealing the deal sa loob nga ng sub-base. Are we seeing a Team Stallions crack in the system? Or this is just CBF growing as a team? No, puro tanong. Pero may trust lang tayo makakuha nga ng sagot kasi kahit naman manalo ang either teams dito, pre, it will still spark a debate. That's how impactful this game is. And now Team Stallions finally settling in inside the B site with still a huge stack dito lang sa may A. CR. Iba na nga ang papadala nga nila, no? KLP now, a huge threat dito lang sa may missile. Hindi na nga ngayon si KLB, pero Loy, mabilis ang rotation. I think they're fully aware, Sticky, na may tao na sa luwag.
Pero aalis pa rin sila, ha?
Oh!
Aalis pa rin sila. They are not gonna pull the trigger on this push just yet. Is it gonna be a re-hit? And tignan mo naman ginagawa nila, Salvatore. I mean, despite the kill on Aiden, they're still successful sa kanilang objective pa rin. Napapatulak paharap itong Team Stallions. And if they got that kill dito kay Loymin, dediretso na sana nila tong A site. Pero just so happens that STS, the hard firepower, wins them an unfavorable situation kagaya nga ng ganun. And with 55 seconds, time to decide para dito CBF, pare.
And Team Stallions is slightly aware. KLB missing a crucial shot. At baka naman talaga, no, Yaba with a lurk kasama dito si Aldrin. But now Aldrin is now on his way towards 2F ngayon. Yaba with a good control dito lang sa may passage, pre. But CBF not doing any favors dito para kay Yaba. Masyado nang mahirap to. And KLB, what a shot! We're now on our way towards an 8-8 scoreline. Grabe nga naman Team Stallions not budging in. Hindi na kumakagat sa mga taong nagpapakain sa kanila. 8-8. Look at Team Stallions not even going as far sa pagpunta ng mid. Lahat ng miyembro ng Stallions nasa loob lang ng base.
Yun nga, ang sakit talaga ng pagkamatay ni Das dito, no? I mean, he was possibly the spark plug para dito sa second mid push, potentially para dito sa CBF, maybe kasama ni Yaba pagdating nga dito sa passage push. I think it would have been a lot better if he did just live in this situation, but sometimes you have to look for those openers, and unfortunately a 4 versus 5 up against Team Stallions na wala kayong additional na entry na papasukan kagaya ng passage and itong second mid. Might as well call that round wraps, pare.
And with a huge pick over kay Aiden, hindi na nga nila nagawa pa nga ulit. And CBF needs to thread at least a bit of movement dito lang sa may mid. And I don't think this is a good call here for Team Stallions to try and challenge itong Woods nga natin. All the strength na nakita natin sa Team Stallions for the past 2 rounds was definitely taking a good hold sa kanilang mga spawns. Now, ComebackFriends trying to settle into A. KLB on a power position para kumuha ng sangkaterbang bungo, pero hindi pa rin naman ito yung pinaka-optimal na Team Stallions na makakapag-responde kagad. Are there enough bodies para ma-throw off si JJ o talaga nga bang luwag ang papasukan nga nila? Sneaky, they're going in.
B-split. No, it's a B-split pare. I think diretso lang sila dito sa B-site. Passage, Shutter, the entry. Pero mahanap pa nila si Kano in time. Kano stuck on the site and finally will die. Woos from the backside. Yung late push ng sniper. Napaka-clutch pero kaya pa nilang tapusin yung round na to pare. Loy, the last one left alive. KLB taken out dito sa CR. Loy, from the backside ng LR has to take a headshot. And he does dito kay Aldrin Woos. HP, questionable. Defuse, pwede sa likod ng missile. Woos, wag ka masyado mag-white pick kasi yan ang pwede mangyari sa'yo. Loy, piso na lang. But he only needs one bullet to the head dito kay Woos, pare.
Hindi pa inartik ni Wuspre. Na USP pa niya. Literal na piso na nga lang talaga and I feel like hindi tumama dun sa katawan mismo, no? Parang nabintian lang ata si Loy kaya naging piso pa. And what a blunder by CBF. It was a good B-split. Pero hanggang sa isang limit nga lang talaga. And now CBF has to force overtime. On a map like sub-base na alam naman natin under pressure, Team Stallions can still perform. And once again, they are not budging in. Sneaky. Mid-wall lang nga ngayon si Aldrin trying to counter once again any form of movement by Team Stallions. Pero no hyper-aggression just yet, Sneaky.
Grabe. Looking like Team USA versus France in the Olympics, pare. You can do all the complicated strategies that you can, but what are you gonna do when you have to guard Loy? Man is absolutely firing on all cylinders dito sa mapa natin, pare. And Stallions still quite a passive defense para sa kanila. JJ nangungulit lang dito sa mga Woods players natin, which has netted a lot of early round damage para dito sa Team Stallions. So, don't want to, maybe if you're CBF, you don't want to foray itong Woods a bit too early, kaya napapatagal sila dito, pare.
It's a very detrimental play para lusubin dito kagad ang CR. Bakit ganun? Why is it like this, CBF? Bakit ganito kayo mag-layering? Woos and Aldrin now getting some kills and Aldrin with the double kill. Okay, just try and keep calm, CBF. Ang dami nyong nawala para lang makuha ang DR. Nakakalimutan nyo ata na nasa-sandwich na naman kayo dito sa loob ng missile. KLP with a huge shot. It's now just down to Woos. KLP trying to get a play with dito mama yung quick scope and STS will not be seeing any 2 letters. Walang OT. Team Stallions completes the mission. CBF, hindi kayo makakadikit man lang sa nag-timeout na Team Stallions. But that is a heck of a sub-base para sa Team Stallions na nahirapan talaga.
Ayun nga, and it seems like that timeout did more than expected, no? Para dito sa Team Stallions is probably Coach Tank saying, hey, what are we doing, guys? Why are we entering yung sites na wala man lang smokes, wala man lang flash, no nades? The setups look so disgusting dito sa BL side para dito sa Team Stallions, no? And sinasabi ko yun kasi mataas yung standards natin para sa team na to, and this is our freaking EWC representatives potentially, no? Pero nakabawi sila malala pare dito naman sa GR side, and a very nice day para kay KLP as well. He's actually hitting his shots, you know, hitting some important ones. Granted, it's not, you know, the aggressive, bouncy KLP na ine-expect natin, pare. But he played his role very well today. Covering para dito kay Loy, covering para dito kay Kano. And, yeah, I would say a pretty good sniping day para sa kanya, pare. But, you know, we need to see slightly a bit more. Pero, paano tayo makakita ng more, pare, kung kinukuha ni KLB, Kano, at ni JJ, at ni Loy lahat ng kills, pare?
And it's a bouncy day, definitely, no, for Team Stallions, no, na hindi naman talaga, no, not necessarily a pop-off game during the first half, pero ngayon, second half, definitely, a fourth quarter performance dito para nga sa side ng Team Stallions, you know, na ang hirap isipin, no, na Team Stallions really struggling on a particular half of the map, when in fact, sanay na talaga tayo, no, na sinanay tayo ng Team Stallions na first half pa lang nakakita ka na ng mga groundbreaking plays mula dito kay KLB or even kay Kano. But you know, sometimes a demon has to rest, diba? Kailangan din mamahinga ng demonyo sa kanilang mga kinuupuan. And you can definitely feel some form of firepower na nag-evolve talaga habang tumatagal for ComebackFriends. May limit lang talaga kung hanggang saan nga ba aabot dito ang ComebackFriends sa kanilang mga entries, no? Kasi much like Team Stallions, familiar na nga sila sa mga ganitong klaseng laban. Nagkakatalo na lang talaga sa barilan, no, Tiki? Which is a kind of a debate for Team Stallions na may panahon ba para sa ganitong Team Stallions or is it just that day for ComebackFriends. It's that kind of debate na mahirap nga talagang i-disseminate, you know? Kasi mahirap ka talaga for Team Stallions on some aspects, pero nagbumukhang madali for CBF. So it's a struggle and it's a confusion talaga for STS how bad they were in the first half. Pero at the end, no, maalala ng mga tao kung paano mga tinapos, and it was that close of a game. But a blockbuster performance still definitely for Aiden. Pero it was a mid-performance for Team Stallions as all of them reached the median line of 15 except for KLP. Pero doon pa lang alam mo, no, Sticky, na it was a team effort for Team Stallions, where ComebackFriends was trying to go for firepower of a route eh.
Yeah, para sa akin, no, I feel like mas satisfied si Coach Tanks pag nakita siya ng ganitong na scoreline instead of Kano going for 50. You know what I mean? Na nakikita niyang lahat ng gears gumagana para dito sa Team Stallions, and pag tumigil yung isang gear, pare, alam mo naman hindi nagagana dito yung mechanism. But still, ComebackFriends, props dito kay Yaba, pare. He actually played pretty well dito sa first half natin, kay Aiden as well. Pero alam mo naman, Team Stallions, at the end of the day, they are still Team Stallions, and they have the firepower, they have the stability within the chaos and all of these fights, pare. And yeah, what else do we expect? Galing dito sa best team in the country, pare. But of course, sa set MVP, sino pa ba kundi si Kano? Granted, the numbers were close, but of course, Kano just had to get it, pare.
And 0.73 headshot on a struggling Kano on the first half. I feel like him and Loy was sharing the fragging nga dito, no, kung bakit ka naging 5-4 pa yung half, at kung hindi man nag-activate si Kano, I feel like we would be having a different number sa ating first half finish, no, Sneaky. But Kano just really had to activate, and he really had to just put it all on the line para lang makakuha nga talaga ng magandang pwesto dito ang Team Stallions. And it was kind of nice, no, for Kano to fully replenish his energy para umabot talaga ng second half, kasi he took a lot of gasoline sa first round, no? Parang nakita nga natin that he was trying to gain some space and he was trying to go for entries, pero napupuntrilan din siya dito ni Wooz at ni Aiden. But it was that kind of difficulty talaga for Team Stallions that lets them shine towards these kinds of series. Pero mamaya na nga natin makikita ang pagpatuloy dito ng kwento ng Team Stallions at ng CBF. Mamamahinga muna kami. Ano nga ba magiging kalagayan ng Eagle Eye? Sasagutin yan mismo ng CBF dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase 2. Salvatore and Sticky Frog, out po na kami. Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Kayo pa rin ay nakatutok sa madugong series na dumikit pa kahit papano dito ang ating ComebackFriends laban sa Team Stallions, ang ating ranked number 2 internationally as a team. Paano makakasagot ang ComebackFriends sa loob ng Eagle Eye na kahit nga sila ang pumili, parang mapa pa rin ng STS?
Omsim pare, I mean, Eagle Eye 2.0 is a map where itong STS have earned millions at this point. Yun nga, they have made their bread and butter sa mapa na to. Obviously, one of the best when it comes to this map. You know, Loy, one of the best hotel players in the world. Pare, Kano is literally the owner of Long at one point. Pero naging rotational player na siya para, ma-easy yung kanyang gigil a bit dito, pare. Pero yun nga, touching to the point dun sa 10-8 na nangyari dun sa sub-base, pare, I feel like this is the unintended effect ng pagiging top team dito sa Pilipinas. And not just sa Pilipinas, sa buong mundo, pare. That means, alam mo yung ibig sabihin niyan, Salvatore, ikaw na ang papag-aralan, ikaw na ang tatargetin ng buong region, and that is the caveat of being the best team in the Philippines. And feeling ko nararamdaman na ng Team Stallions sa side effect kasi, I'm not gonna lie, CPF, there was a whole lot of reads dun sa sub-base map natin, the way that they're setting up para ma-anti-strat kung ano man ginagawa nila dito sa A site and or sa B. Granted, hindi gumana dito sa second half, but it looked very dangerously close, no, pagdating sa macro natin. So, Team Stallions, they really have to step up the chess match dito para at least make it a bit more complicated para hindi ma-figure out dito na CPF kasi yun nga, if CBF can spot a weakness here, i-exploit nila yan. But it's also the exact same thing para dito sa Team Stallions. Nakita natin yun sa sub-base. Obviously, naging medyo weak yung A-side defense sa simula ng game natin para dito sa CBF. And if Team Stallions can exploit the exact same weakness gaya na nakita natin dun sa first map, then maybe we can spot a actually big lead galing sa kanila this time.
Pero kasi, it's that kind of struggle, it's that kind of play and narrative dito for Team Stallions na hindi naman talaga sila dapat naka-counter strat considering na they have this full blown na mechanism talaga from Kano and Loy. Pero mismo si Kano at Loy yung nakakamali kanina in the first half, but they were just hitting shots compared to KLB and KLP, no? So if emergency talaga, pag nagkakaroon ng emergency, dumarating na lang talaga sa point na okay, kalabanin na lang natin ng mano-mano ang kalaban, no? Let's just try to react. Budo na lang tayo bumawi. Kung makakabasa nga ba tayo ng ayos pagdating sa mga laban, I feel like Team Stallions can still fight. Pero, we did discuss this, Niggy, nung una na I'm kind of bit worried dito for the approach ng Team Stallions sa mga gantong klaseng laban. Nagkaroon nga tayo ng onting usapan din kung paano nga ba dapat makipaglaban ng isang tao to get an optimal setup. But now, ComebackFriends, napakaaga agad ng pwesto dito, heading into HM, and they're just sending it. Pero napakatagal naman ng trade. Nakadalawa muna ang Stallions bago makabawi ang CBF. At dahil nga doon, medyo napintaw na nga sila sa may doorbid at puro rotation na nga nakikita natin sa STS.
Yeah, and Loy will get the last kill. I just hated how that looked like, man, para dito sa CBF. I mean, you're trying to go for a B rush galing dito sa mid and we decided to sit and fight in the middle of three angles, pare. It's not really the ideal place to fight, no? Para nga dito sa CBF. And unfortunately, yung kanilang instincts nagbe-betray sa kanila dito in that very round. So ngayon, mas kalatay yung CBF pagdating sa map natin. No longer it is gonna be a straight up mid push. Aiden shooting his teammate in the head. I don't know what's going on dito sa doghouse, pare. Pero ayun nga, CBF it a bit more setup this time. Baka mag-aantay na naman tayo na matagal. Maybe trying to see if kaya nilang inipin yung mga players dito. What is Das doing, pare?
Hindi ko rin alam, honestly. So
just lost 2 clips ng USP mo for no reason.
Nag-practice ata. Or, pa-check na lang na reps kasi naka-macro.
Ina-activate
Yari
na.
ka, Dusty.
Yari
Yari ka, Das. Sim, shoutout sa nag-report sa akin no? Thank you, bossing. di kita kalala kasi anonymous ako na po sa 3.2 pero
it is what it is.
Sadly, hindi ako naban. Hindi ako naban sa macro ko. Sadly, hindi ako naban sa macro ko. So, isang report pa nga ulit no? Pero yun. Good setups here for the side of CBF. Nakakalampas si Aiden. KLP too slow on the adjustment at baka pwede pang ang ikayari ito ng Team Stallions. CBF has a bit of a space dito lang sa may lane. JJ hindi pa rin fully aware it's a tower of Team Stallions dito lang sa loob ng top A and they managed to get the bottom foundation. Si KLP wala na nga ngayon. Backer player para kay Loy. Tetsu now. Possibly pushing at hindi alam ni Loy. Saan sila nakakatingin? Team Stallions, what is this communication? Kailangan kayo i-bail out ni Kano pero kulang ang pampiyansa. 4v1, KLB parating pa lang, and CBF, what an entry sa A-side. Team Stallions looked lost sa kanilang depensa.
Grabe, I wouldn't call that an entry, Salvatore. It felt more like an aggressive hold dito sa hagdan at si Aiden nag-aharas lang ng mga players dito sa A-site natin. And they were just waiting for them to push forward. Pero sabi ng Stallion, sige, gusto nyo mag-push kami? Magpupush kami paharap dito ng LB. Yaba down, nawalan na agad ng ulo. Loy already setting himself dito sa metal box position. Nag-iingay si Tetsu. Having to be careful about those footsteps. You do not want to give Loy free information. Pero tignan mo naman parang nasa long. Magkatalikod na nga ang mga players dito. Pero makaka-react si Loy galing sa metal box. At sakto ang HE ni Aiden. And he gets the double kill as well. Oh my goodness. Dak-dak na may kasamang tres. 3 versus 3.
Now settle down, no, Sneaky. Wala na munang action here for Team Stallions and they need to settle down nga naman talaga na walang ingay masyado because right now in the mid-round, information is a luxury at pag nakuha nga ng CBF ang info na may nakatao sa door mid at nagparamdam si Kano sa may LA, it's an easy B hit. Pwede nga nilang lampasan yung hotel o kaya kalabanin na lang dito ang nag-iisang KLB. What if STS mismo ang nagbadya? Paano kung Stallions mismo ang gumalaw at nainip at kumalaban na nga lang talaga? Wala pa atang ka-idea dito si Kano and JJ has a position for a headshot. Woos, kailangan pumunteriya nga dito kaibigan and they get a headshot. Woos with a huge trade. Hanggang ngayon 2v2 pa rin tayo, Sneaky.
Uy, Aiden, nagkamali ng tingin dito sa bahay pare. Kano is still inside of the house. Not playing at all. KLB mamamatay. Boost 2 shots so far. Tumatama para sa kanya pare. Pero kaya niya pa tumama ng isa. Mukhang oo ang sagot sa tanong na yon pare. Quick scope para kay Woos. And a 2-1 CBF with a save galing sa kanilang sniper pare.
And another attempt here for CBF to force the 1v1 duels. Para talaga sa mid-round no? I believe CBF kung kumpleto, entry tayo. Pag kulang-kulang, we need to play for picks. Not rely on an execution. So Team Stallions need to derive off of that, no? Kailangan nga nilang ikutan yung ganong klaseng playstyle na lang ng CBF. If you have a player as talented as Aiden and Aldrin para gumawa ng kanya-kanyang play, you would want for those two players makapag-play for picks talaga in the mid-round. Paano pa kaya talaga si Woos pa nag-activate ngayon? Hotel coverage here for two players like JJ na hindi pa rin alam. Tumagal nga ng onti ang KLB, still putting in justice sa paghawak nga ng hotel. Medyo tumatagal but Yaba still alive. What a setup by CBF. Hindi nakuha kagad ng STS ang picks.
Grabe, sakto talaga na may corner doon dito sa ating hotel side. Pero teka lang, Kano, nasa loob na ng site ha. Nakaabot na ng cable car pero Aiden with a denial para kay Loy na makaabot ng hotel. Kano, nakuha na si Yaba. Kano, kaya mo ba pang kumuha ng isa? Aiden with some good aim on that two-piece flicking left and right and center pare. 3-1. CBF nagpapakita rin ng firepower dito pare.
My God. No, what presence from CBF and wala na nagtawag ng bypass tsaka ng mid. It was just pure LB action. Para nga sa CBF, akalain mo nga naman Sneaky, gagana yun against Stallions. That would have wanted to start alert mula kay Loy. But he chose to rotate na nga lang papalik ng exit. And that is a play na hindi ko akalain Team Stallions. Hindi sila magpapatinag. At talagang pipilitan nga nila yung depensa nga nila. And once again, CBF on the default route. Trying to get some rotating players once again here for Team Stallions. And they need to make sure na ito na nga yung play na magkakalaliman dito ang Team Stallions at least for that control sa may LB to start the threat na hindi pwede mag-push talaga ang CBF. But it's 3 against 1 sa may labas ng hotel.
USP pa yung hawak dito ni Tetsu and will be getting the drive-by dito kay KLB. Hotel is now possibly fully cleared. Pero si Loy makakabawi na isa dito kay Aiden sa kabilang side ng mapa. The only one who is beyond 3 kills even para sa kanyang team, Yaba. Uy, yun lang, Tetsu, di na pa nakuha yung kill dito kay Kano. Pero Yaba, makukuha niya yung pangalawa doon. A huge pick up para sa kanya. Pero si Loy, nakuha na nga si Woos. Wala ng sniper presence itong CBF. 2 versus 2.
Sa tough 2v2 though, kahit sabihin natin walang man advantage dito, Stallions is leading in HP. Wala sila mapupulot na Arctic nga dito, no? So it's every man for himself. Kanya-kanyang diskarte nga lang talaga, Sneaky. But if you're gonna ask me, CBF has to play together na nga lang, no? At ang kagandahan dito, no, Loy and KLP. Magkabilang mundo ang agwat nga nila dito, and CBF can definitely prepare for a 2-for-1 special or at least a 1-for-0 na lang para mas maganda. Teka lang, Aldre now trying to go for the anti-flank. KLP still not budging in dito lang sa ating exit. Yaba makakalampas, trying to go in for the rotation. Hindi ata kiniklear si Yaba at hindi pa rin nakikita ni Loy. Where is the plant? Unti na nga lang ang oras, and there goes the plant. Yaba walang kaalam-alam, and look at that coordinated play ng Loy at KLP. CBF really not on that mode right now, pero dahil nga lumalamang dito ang kanilang mga kalaban, Team Stallions calling for a timeout.
Ngayon, nagtataka na ako kung ano yung sasabihin ngayon ni Coach Tax, considering na napakaaga pa ng game natin, no, dito sa ating laruan. But I feel like he's also spotting a lot of mistakes galing nga dito sa side ng Team Stallions. Pero granted, ang hirap naman kasi i-predict dito ng CBF. Para you saw that hotel fight that happened earlier, di ba? Nauna doon yung isang player na nasa akyatan on purpose para mapunta yung attention ni JJ dito sa hotel mismo at naikutan siya doon. You're gonna be seeing a lot of that pag nandito tayo sa server with itong CBF. And ironically, pare, gawain din yun ng Team Stallions. But it seems like CBF is also now starting to draw the exact same team play na nakikita nga natin galing dito sa Team Stallions. And I feel like that's kind of one of the main reasons why they're gaining so much distance. So, kasi feeling ko nakasanayan na Stallions, okay, first two dudes running on in, one-tap lang dito ni KLB. Hindi nila in-expect na yung first entry hindi siya mag-fully commit, and turns out there's 2 or 3 other dudes na magagaling pala sa mga ibang mga angulo. So it's actually very, very well-played offense galing dito sa CB, and I feel like that is gonna be something that is pointed out dito ng Team Stallions. I wouldn't be surprised, no, kung magsa-secondary sniper na dito si KLB para sa hotel, kasi they desperately need to start off a round in a 4 versus 5 na sila yung may pick, pare, kasi ayun nga, kung maaalaw lang itong CBF na gumalaw bilang 5 sa buong mapa natin, pare, makukuha talaga nila yung map control. And you, bilang Stallions, so alam kong main point niyo yung firepower, pare, but you can't rely on firepower 24/7 kasi ayun nga, there is some stick strategies from the other side of the server. So ngayon, KLB, you're gonna have to lock in, pare. It's time to solve that Rubik's Cube once again, men.
Wala namang masama, no? Total GR ganda naman sila. At alam naman natin, Eagle Eye is at its best when 2 sniper players are covering both long angles, no? You have reliable one na KLP. KLB, gawin mo lang ulit yung ginawa mo sa FERVID, and I feel like it would be a hard time for CBF. Di na kami nag-aaleluya sa mga plays ng CBF, and Team Stallions will already be winning at this point. But then again, kaya mo ang utusan na mag-TRG dito si KLB, pero gano'n nga ba ka-effective yun, no? At one point din, nababasa din naman ng CBF dito yung depensa ng 3-man ng Team Stallions sa loob nga ng A-site. What more pa kaya sa nag-iisang KLB sa loob nga ng hotel with JJ budging in dun lang sa EB, no? So, ang hirap sabihin, no, na kaya nga ni KLB, pero feeling ko kasi CBF has that caliber na makakapag-adjust nga talaga ng todo-todo, na dediretso na nga yung likod nga nila, get that hotel control. Pero then again, Sneaky, it's still the post plant that is a huge concern for CBF. Stallions can play defense and deny the post plant. At kahit naman makapasok dito ang CBF, mahirapan pa rin naman sila. Pero now, KLB, like you said, Sneaky, as you predicted, now going in for the double TRG setup. At baka mas lalo pang maging lenient ang approach dito ng CBF para kunin na lang ang mid imbis na kalabanin ng LA at LB.
Yep. Lot more closer fights para dito sa CBF. Maybe low-key recognizing, no, that this might be the time that the double sniper or the secondary sniper will come out. Tetsu, nakita na nga si JJ. Padaan sila na mid-side. KLB trying to poke and prod, pero masyado yatang malamig ang sniper at the moment. Kano turned around by Aldrin with a USP, pero si Loy, opportunity of a lifetime. Headshot dito kay Aiden, taking out CBF's best player. KLB presence made dito sa hotel. What a shot on Woos! Yaba, bawas na nga dito sa loob ng site. Mukhang trap pa nga ang CPF na kung saan sila pa ang nag-execute. KLB with the double gamit ang kanyang code, and Loy with his own pistol na rumara-trap. Stallions, absolute firepower ang sagot nila doon, pare.
How in the world did that happen, pre? Walang nakatingin ng EB. Walang nakatingin ng angatan. Sabi ko nga pre, alanganin ang post-plant ng CBF but I did not expect it to be that bad. No, Sticky? That is diabolical in a way na napakadali ng pasok ng CBF pero nakalimutan na ata nilang sagutin. Paano na pag nakatanim na nga ang C4? Deep position para dito kay Loy sa may doghouse. Makakuha nga lang siya ng isa. Napakatagal ng flash for them to get the follow-up kill. Pero napakarami na tao dito lang sa may bunker. At si Loy, naging braso at binti na nga lang na nakikita lang sa may LA. And now KLP trying to gain some footing dito para kalabanin si Tetsu. Pero here comes the entry. Kano gets the headshot. 6 HP. And he's still alive. Pero di rin tatagal sa mundo as Aldrin gets the finishing maneuver. 2v1 Team Stallions still has the high ground.
No incentive to plant the C4 just yet. I'm not sure kung may idea si KLB na nakadrop pala yung C4 all the way dito sa base Tetsu. Piso na lang due to the taps of the HK ni KLB. Pero, Aldrin, decisions to make. I feel like I trust him to make a decision pare. Pero nag-decide na si Tetsu para sa kanya. Headshotin ko na lang itong si KLB. And 4-3 para dito sa CBF men.
Man, Team Stallions. When was the last time you saw sneaky na natatalo sa first half ang Team Stallions? It was a very long time ago. Pero CBF does not back down and you do not mess around pagdating talaga sa mga laban. And this is just CBF no na sneaky hina-highlight natin kung paano nga ba sila kalakasan individually pero they have util game, they have default. At papinagsanin puwersa mo nga talaga you have a makings of a good team. Good enough to qualify pero it's good enough to take down Team Stallions on their own defense on the strongest side of the map. Yun na naman ang masasabi ko dito, no, Team Stallions. Not really on the form right now na ina-expect nga natin. And CBF nagkakaroon din ng onting rookie mistakes. At napabayaan nga nila. And Tetsu still winning the fight. Now we have a 4v4. Bit of a nuance dito para sa loob nga ng Team Stallions defense. Yaba, papabayaan ng bypass but this is going to be pretty deadly for CBF pag hindi nila tinignan ng bypass. Nakita si KLP at piso na nga lang. Throw the smoke woos. Team Stallions falling. And what are you seeing right now, Sticky? Hindi ito anomalya. This is real life.
Oh my God, Stallions. One thing to describe yung opensa na yon, Salvatore. Painfully slow. Parang nagbuelo ng buelo itong Stallions. So pare, okay, andito na sila. Okay, magpupush na talaga yan. Ito na talaga. Pero CBF talaga, they're just dancing on a knife's edge every single time. Pero tignan mo naman, CBF, no idea na nakapush na dito yung Stallions dito sa may midside boost. Mawawalan na ulo. At mawawalan na ulo itong si Yaba. Aiden, magtago ka pa sa smoke. Pero di ka makakatago kay Kano. 4K para sa kanya. Oh my goodness, Tetsu mag-isa na lang sa hotel. And they will deny the ace para kay Kano. But man, ayun nga, you can have all the strategies in the world, pare. But once you throw Kano into the wall, siya pa nga ang mabubuhay dun, pare.
Grabe man, that looked like the last-ditch effort talaga ng Team Stallions. Makakuha lang ng onting dikit sa ating first half. And yet, we're here on another 5-4, no? KLB, hindi ko alam anong tinawag mo kay Kano, pero sinabi mo ata, rektahin niya na lang ata pababa ng lower mid, tapos papuntang lower mid, tapos ubos na lang talaga ng lahi, no? And masisisi mo nga ba ang CBF? They've been defaulting since the start of the round. At syempre, hindi naman nila akakalain na sa kalidad ng Team Stallions, sa gantong pinapakita nga nila, sa punong dulo pa sila nag-isip ng rush. So yeah, a huge throw off of tempo dito para nga sa CBF at tama lang naman na gawin niya ni Kano and that is the momentum that they need para pumasok ng second half.
Yeah, it's a really good curveball call as well, no? Kasi feeling ko, nasa isip yata ni Tetsu, okay, na-condition na natin dito yung Team Stallions, kailangan na nila mag-default kasi dami ng rounds na naitalo nila kasi hindi nga sila nag-default dito, pare. And the moment nag-set up sila para lang makakuha ng LB or at least a guaranteed LB hotel push, doon pa nga pumasok itong Team Stallions. That really is the full display of how ballsy Team Stallions can be. Itong si KLB especially no, pagdating sa kanyang calling. Granted, it has been quite the hard game para sa buong team, no? But still, he is willing to throw all the cards in the table, pare, and go all in. And then just so happens na malaki yung pagkapanalo niya doon, pare. Even enabling itong si Kano possibly para dito sa next half natin. And I feel like Kano probably has the biggest job para dito sa BL, not gonna lie. He's gonna be responsible for a lot of the openings dito sa mapa as well as itong si Loy. But one person who has to step up specifically dito sa Team Stallions, and his name is KLP. Kailangan mong tumama, Kael. This is your proving ground para masabi mo na deserve ko pa magsuot ng Stallions jersey. Pero si Kanu na mauuna dito, pare.
Hindi dapat si Kanu, pre. Dapat nga Arctic player yung nakakuha ng pick nga dito, no? Because CBF is an open area. Pero napatagos pa nga yun ni Kanu. And he's not done. Look at the adjustment of this kid, pre. Hindi na to bata, pre. Veterano na si Kanu. Matagal na siyang naglalaro, pre. Pero binabata niya ngayon ng CBF. What a sequence by Kanu. Lahat yon napakahirap na angulo. At paano pa talaga kay Loy? Defying the physics ng Crossfire. Who's na kinakalaban na nga ngayon si Kanu. Missing the shot, pero headshot din niya naman si KLP. My God, STS now back in the game. And now, Coach LG calls time out. Buti na nga lang kailangan pa kasi kung ako tatanungin, pre, tamang-tama lang naman, ba't nyo kinakalaban si Kanu una sa lahat?
Ayun nga, no, I don't know what the weird trade game was going on dito sa hotel, pare, pero I feel like, the players on the side of CBF are experienced enough to think na, okay, he's behind itong double box na metal dito sa long, maybe let's not pick him, bigay na lang yung hotel, maybe figure out something else. Pero hindi. Alam mo naman paano nag-ooperate yung mga teams when Tetsu is on them, pare, you either get the trade or you die for the trade, pare, and unfortunately, 3 died for the trade para sa sitwasyon na yun, men. And, Kanu and Loy. What can you do about it,
That is the answer.
Kanu and Loy, pare, yun yung sagot.
Di ko rin alam, pre, kung ano nga bang pwede nga maging sagot nga doon, eh. No? Kasi it's 2 headshot machines, no? Na dumaan talaga sa proseso ng pag-iensayo at pagperpekto talaga na pagkuha nga na headshot, eh. No? And you can never go wrong with practice and skill. Talaga, no? And Kanu, with the repetitiveness of him being able to pull off those kinds of plays, hindi na nga talaga bago at nakakagulat pa rin paminsan-minsan, pero tulad ni Kanu, no? Talagang sasabihin niya, chamba lang yun. Ginawa ko lang talaga kung ano yung ginawa ko. And ginawa niya lang naman talaga ni Kanu kung ano yung dapat niyang gawin, eh, no? Na is to destroy everybody that lives. No? So, nakapagtaka lang dito, no? For CBF. We have the option to play for retake. We have the option to gain that information, gamitin mamaya, at itatak sa utak natin paano ngayon iikot si Kanu. Pero they chose to play for the trade. And I believe, Sneaky, option number 1 is choosing for a trade up against Team Stallions is bad. At paano pa kaya pa nag-play for retake pa ang CBF? That's also a bad option. No? So, wala talagang choice dito ang CBF. They want to go for the kills and there's nothing in between nga talaga. It's either you kill Kanu or you die trying talaga.
Yun nga, it is kind of trying to approach yung game natin. You're trying to get yung happy medium, no? Between yung aggression na nakaka-disrupt dito sa game plan ng Team Stallions, pero hindi masyadong aggressive na pwede yun yung mangyari dun sa round natin where just get 3-tapped by Kanu and Loy just gets a freebie just like that, pare. So, ayun nga, I feel like, they're trying to test the waters siguro. Anong parte na mapa na dapat mas pagiging aggressive tayo. And I was actually expecting na as soon as namatay yung naandun sa B player, I was thinking magte-take A itong CBF and try to take over itong tower. Pero that was the answer, pa, which was lackluster.
Ano? Trying to get a challenge dito, no? Wanted to do it again. At ganoon din naman si Aldrin, walang nagbabago, Sneaky. Panahon lang talaga. Same setup. Nag-timeout na lahat ng CBF, Sneaky. They're still doing the same bidding sa loob nga ng second mid, Aiden. Hindi naman ito yung pinakamagandang pwesto para nga kunin, pero napakaalanganin naman para sa side ng CBF na kunin nga to. Yaba now inside of reception ngayon. KLB, kailangan mo nga mag-ingat. Bar now fully covered. Good spacing para nga sa Team Stallions. Pero is it good defense ngayon? Medyo matagal sa pagkasa. Nakahawa ka ng flash pre. Yaba with the mishap, and that is bad for CBF. Open ng hotel.
Yun nga, nawalan agad ng buhay dito si Yaba. And this is what I like galing sa Team Stallions. Hindi nila dinidiretso masyado itong hotel just to fight for the sake of fighting, pare. Instead, nakuha na natin yung hotel control. Okay, satisfied na tayo dito. Let's go on the other side of the map. Maybe we can get a map pick. Problema ka lang, tignan mo yung CBF immediately investigating itong B-side woos. Massive responsibility para i-defend itong A-side na mag-isa ka lang, pero wag ka na mag-isip kasi nawalan ka na ng utak dito. Salamat kay Kanu. Aiden, Tetsu, magde-defend dito sa mid-side. Aiden, nakuha na nga si JJ Loy. 1 tap, 2 tap para sa kanya. Oh my goodness, Loy. I mean, you kill Kano, you still have to deal with Loy, but you have to deal with both. Dito sa round natin, and KLP from the logo, nakuha niya si Aldrin, 6-5. Stallions may lead na dito sa second half.
And I'm afraid to say it, no, Sneaks, this is wraps, pre.
Yeah.
If this is what we're seeing from Kano and Loy, ang hirap na nga tapusin eh, no? Kano, kinakalaban na yung Arctic sa may exit, pre. Napakalala nga naman ng ganun, unless Loy, masyado na atang tumataas ang ating antas nga ngayon, no? Pre, kalmahan lang din natin, no? Kano, ganun pa rin, no? Di na nakakagulat yung ganun, but Tetsu with a huge trade. Now CBF has the upper ground, pero nakakalimutan nga nilang tumingin. JJ, bakit nasa loob ng RS, pre? Paano nakakapasok nga yung ganun? KLP now on a 3v1. All separated players ngayon na CBF, so is it doable? But with 28 HP, napakalabo, Sneaky.
Oh, dude, this IGL is too funny, pare. Tong si Tetsu. Yung solusyon na talaga, okay, hindi namin kaya magdepensa. Kami yung magiging opensa dito, pare. Kami yung magpupush ng mid. Pero KLP, moving ground para sa kanya, pare. Would be a nice 3K, pero Tetsu with the denial. Tetsu actually playing very well dito sa Eagle Eye map natin, pare. If I'm not mistaken, bago tayo nag-turn dito sa ating timeout, he had 9 frags right before this, so he is performing pretty well. And nilabas niya na, men. Nilabas niya na ang TRG. Will we finally see it? Yun lang.
Welcome back, Vanguard Tetsu. Pero mapapalitan na siya kagad dito, no? Aldrin with an instant double kill. At sumunod pa talaga si Kano. Wala pa yung buong katawan ni Kano, pero nakuha niya na kagad. And Aldrin with the 4K! ComebackFriends returns the favor. Kung meron kayong Kano, meron kaming Aldrin.
Bakit nangyayari, pare? Nag-exchange lang ng clips yung mga players natin. Aldrin, Kano, Loy, Aiden. They're fragging absolutely in anybody. Dito sa mapa, Tetsu doesn't really give a single F if he dies or not. Nakuha niya na si KLB. Kano will get him in return. But at least it's a 4 versus 4. Tetsu will get to IGL from here, pare.
Tetsu instantly down. And that's pretty much heinous, no? Para sa CBF, pre. Hindi naman talaga dapat nangyari yung mga early picks. Mga CBF, pati na lang tayo maglaro for entries. And Aloy getting gunned down. Team Stallions. Every player is hitting. And this does not... And this is a statement. This is a message to CBF. Hindi yung salit dapat sina-challenge yun ang 1v1. Why is CBF not playing the numbers, Sneaky? Yun ang nakakapagtaka. Usta-basa ang rotation nga ngayon at hindi ko alam paano nakakalampas ng HM yung BL natin, Sneaky. I don't know how. At dahil nga doon, they get the strongest part of the map and every rotation ng CBF ay resulta ng kamatayan talaga. My God, Team Stallions instantly shuts down yung momentum swing dito ni Aldrin. And now, once again, we're in a tie game.
Grabe. If it's not a normal defense, pare, kayang-kaya talaga ng CBF. But once they go default 2-1-2, dun pa nga sila natatalo dito. So, 3-1-1 will be the way to go. 1 mid and side 3B actually. Anticipating na mas mapaprioritize ng Stallions itong B site natin, considering it is slightly harder to set up. But at the same time, very hard to retake. A lot is at risk para dito sa Team Stallions, pero nabigyan lang naman ng hotel for free. You only have to worry about that second mid-cross na hawak ngayon ni Aiden, pare.
Ano yun? CBF. Ayun na. Pinagalitan ata ni Coach LG, no? Wala nang challenge dito, no? Pero lang kay Aiden, pre. At yung dormid din, hindi masyadong tinatauhan. JJ. Gonna get red over his rotation at parang nakita na nga ng onting pagkilos nga dito, no? For the side of CBF. Na kailangan nga nilang action kagad dito ang ikot ng Team Stallions. They are spotted. Aiden with a wide information. At dahil nga doon nakaikot nga sila kagad and through the smoke, mamamatay si Aiden and he was full blinded. Grabe nga naman ang util game ngayon ng Team Stallions. Look at the entry. Nakansel nga nila kagad si Kano. 1v2 for Aldrin. Naisalba mo kanina. Kailangan mo gawin ulit ngayon. Piso pa talagang nakalaban at natira dito ni Aldrin. Technically Sneaky, piso rin ngayon si Aldrin. HK hits 34 sa kahit anumang parte ng katawan. Kaya kanya-kanyang diskarte na lang, Sneaky, Loy. Nasa kanya naman ngayon ng C4 at papaalis na nga siya ngayon. Makakaalis nga ba siya ng exit? And Aldrin lands the shot! ComebackFriends make it 8-7. My God, this is close, Sneaky. Hindi kaya ng puso.
Grabe, men. Grabe yung 1v1 na yun, men. Parang yung strongest warrior in history versus strongest warrior of today, pare. Loy and Aldrin going at it dito sa A site. An exciting dance between two elite riflers, pare. Pero sayaw ang gusto dito ni Yaba as he dances his way onto the long A side. KLP nawalan na ng ulo. And not gonna lie, man. It's been kinda him who's been kinda having a downturn para dito sa Team Stallions. Aiden will be getting Loy. JJ Cano, KLB, a threatening core para dito sa Team Stallions. Sheer firepower can just run them to sight. Problema nga lang, meron pa tao na nasa loob. Spray is good para kay Aldrin. Headshot para kay Cano. He has to hit another one in order to make this a lot more winnable. Para sa Team Stallions, Aiden Woos. Yaba, papasok na ng site. Cano, nakita na si Woos. HE, palipad. Aiden, waiting for the perfect time para ilabas ang USP. Headshot kay Cano. KLP down. And map point para sa CBF.
And Team Stallions is one round away from getting a map from their... Oh my God, pre. Hindi ko na ma-explain na maayos, pre, because CBF is doing what no other team can do. Nagagawa na nga nilang hindi pa nagagawa ng iba. JJ siya pa talaga. Ang nabawasan nga dito, no, in CBF, pinapalambot lang muna ang mga kabayo para mas malinamnam, pre. Look at the chip damage here for JJ. And finally gets yung Arctic nga dito, no, I would assume is from KLB. And once again, Sneaky, a second half na nahihirapan ang Team Stallions mula kay KLB at kay KLP at kailangan nga nilang bigyan tulong dito si Loy at si Cano. A stack on the doghouse. Walang masyadong presensya nga ngayon. Aiden nakakatanggap na ng katerbang util and there goes the setup.
KLB, spotting na nga si Aiden dito. KLB will be getting Yaba as well. Oh my goodness me. They only needed 2, Salvi! Para makapasok ng site. KLB and Cano is enough to take out 4. And Aldrin na lang natitira, Stallions. Kapit pa dito sa laruan natin. I feel like it kinda spells out itself, Salvatore. Parang nakikita ko na yung magical 2 letters natin. Whole word, 8 letters as well. Tama.
Kinal ko lang muna eh, no?
Kinal ko lang muna, pare. I'm not a mathematician, kaya caster ako. Pero Aldrin,
Kinalculate.
I don't think it's... Unless, Wi-Fi diffuse? Hindi, joke lang. Pero yun nga, 8-9, Stallions. Wala na palang timeout. No? I was actually anticipating a timeout for one of the teams. Pero hindi, men. Crunch time na pala to, pare.
Pre, I believe wala na nga timeout ang Stallions tsaka CBF eh. They all called it early. Nung 3-1 ang score, nung tawag ng Stallions and CBF. Pagkapasok ng second half, doon sila nagtawag ng timeout. At Yaba, why are we peeking? Why are we challenging long angles? Pre, akala ko ba natuto na tayo, CBF? That is a huge kill here for KLP. Sudden activation dito ng KL Brothers.
Alala.
That is what you would want to look. That what you would want to see, no, Sneaky?
Tira mo yung minimap. Sa B-slide siya namatay, pare. So, that very little gap sa taas ng sign na pang-info mo dun, dito sa bilong, natamaan yun ni KLP. Alright. You've impressed me with that, Kyle. Pero, we need to see like 4 more dito sa mapa natin. Pero JJ, uubusin na lang ba niya?
Rinig.
Pero hindi rinig. Oh my goodness. Open your ears. Pero si Woods, resounding shot with his TRG. Pero nasa na yung tulong, pare? Wala pang tumutulong sa kanyang sniper. Wala nang tutulong. Bakit ka tumitingin doon? Oh my goodness, Loy. With a 2K. And kakaya nga na sinabi ko, Salvatore, it already spells out itself. Overtime ang ating magiging labanan. OT ang ating kalabasan dito sa ating regulation. 9-9 neck and neck this series. Map 1 pa lang, entertaining na agad. Map 2, looking like absolute cinema, pare.
At parang onti pa, pre. Hihigitan niya na yung mga nangyari ng day 2 nga talaga. No? And no, high expectations no, for Team Stallions, pero hindi natin inaakala talaga na ComebackFriends is capable of pushing overtime dito up against Team Stallions. No? And Team Stallions, once again, pinapiansahan na naman kayo, bine-bail out na naman kayo ni Loy. Why is it like this? Bakit sa loob ng Swiss? Nagkakaroon nga ng onting shift ng agenda ngayon ng Team Stallions. Akala nila madali, pero maski rin naman si Coach Tang sasabihin niya na wala namang madali sa buhay. Lahat pinaghihirapan at lahat pinagtatrabauhan. And Team Stallions might have overestimated no, their opponents no, and as well as underestimating them at the same time. Minsan makikita mo, Team Stallions is calculating the wrongest of rotations and akala ata nila mapapadali dito yung buhay ni Aiden. Pero man, Team Stallions, grabe nga naman.
Oh, JJ. 1 for 1 so far. KLB, Sniper, Colt, talabas. Nakakuha ng dalawa. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's one way to start itong overtime natin. Immediately 3 dead para sa CBF. Also notice si KLB starting to rock the Colt as well. The Gokin influence is crazy about it. But can he hit the drop shot? Mukhang hindi. Mapapaalis na lang siya dito ng tower. And they will be getting Aiden. And I feel like that unless Woos can hit a very insane shot dito kay Loyman, this is not possible.
It's kinda tough no for CBF, and once again, hindi talaga nila maayos-ayos ang kanilang entry points. At least eto nga yung nagawa nga nila kanina ng sangkaterbang beses, pero not on the first attempt ng overtime. First score goes to STS off the back of KLB's defense sa may baba ng BR, pero it's that pop-off once again, Sneaky. It's not that defense that it speaks for itself. It's that one singular pop-off sa individuality ng STS ang kinakalaban ngayon ng CBF. Ano ba sabi ko kanina? Do not play for picks. Play for a triple pick setup. At ngayon, pre, nakikita pa rin natin ang kamalian ngayon ng CBF. The KL brothers on both long angles. Pinapatahimik ang CBF and they're hitting the dagger where it hurts the most.
Parang night and day difference, no? Na makikita natin, men, sa kanilang mid-push, LB push. The results are so different. Pero pag nag-hold sila and play for picks, they get picked immediately dito. Pero kano? Aiden? Akala niyo bumaril sa kanya si Aiden, pare. Or si Aldrin, hindi pala siya yun. Detsu will be getting down by KLB. Loy will be getting Aiden this time. Yaba, mamamatay na lang rin. A simple case of deja vu. Tetsu, you have taken Stallions to historically mga 5 or 4 na overtime, and every single time you've made it to 9 and lost every single round sa OT, pare. So we need to rewrite yung narrative na yun, men, and they need to get around desperately.
Sinalo ni KLB yun, pre. In hopes na magpa-follow up doon ang CBF. Oh! No way! No! Pre, KLB, paratol ka na paalis!
Aba, pare, yung grenade,
half-smoke pa yun! Oh! Oh, JJ, the defense, magkakasalubungan dito sa Bay Hotel. And that is in bad shape for CBF. No absolute way, Sneaky Frog.
Oh my God. I don't know, man. Kano, at this point, pressing W, pushing forward. And once again, following the exact same patterns, the curse of Tetsu in overtime is still well alive. Pagkalaban ng Stallions, pare, ito na naman tayo for the 5th time in his career, pare. This could be possibly happening. He has taken this particular roster to overtime so many times, pare. Pero every time natatapak siya dito sa OT, he just can't seem to get a single round. And it's the exact same problem ngayon, pare.
I just don't know, pre. Like, Team Stallions has a specific on-switch talaga na pinupindot pag second half na at pagsapit na ng overtime. And ganito ba yung nakita mong GR ng Stallions kanina? Di ba, pre, hindi? Di ba nadadalian lang ang CBF sa kanilang entries, pre? And this is, like you said, night and day, pre. Parang magkaibang araw nga naman talaga ang agawat nga dito. Taon sa buwan ang tinatalon dito ng Team Stallions pag alam nga nila their backs against the wall. And my God, this is crazy, no, pre? I just don't understand. Team Stallions, napapakita nyo nga talaga na meron naman kayong forma, pero, you know, sa isang panahon lang talaga.
Yeah, and I mean, really just starting up the aggression, no, pagdating dito sa kanilang GR side, pare. And, okay, akala ko may kulang na player. Just a bit late on the connect para dito kay Kano, but he's dialed in on the game anyways. KLB instant tower position para sa kanya pare. The rest of the team holding for now. Oh! Oh no. Oh no, Salvi.
Yep.
Ooh, Aldrin just gets taken out from tower pare. One of the B players is out. STS, no clue.
Hindi mo na kailangan hindi mo na kailangan i-emphasize pa pre. Pero teka lang, medyo umiinit dito si Woos. Hindi lang pala. Maligam-gam lang dito si Woos. And now Team Stallions just wreaking havoc pre. Sinong nagulat? Wala naman talaga. Ganun pa rin ang resulta para sa itinadhana Team Stallions. A hard-earned 2-0. But they're still the best team dito sa Pilipinas. They take down CBF. Off of the performance, wala kay Loy at Kano, walang binatbat ang CBF.
Grabe. And it seems like the overtime curse will still be looming over the heads dito ng ating CBF na core. STS man, alam mo talaga pag na-call na yung timeout dito when KLB can recognize that CBF is getting a bit weak pagdating sa kanilang fighting dito, man, they instantly pull the trigger on it. GR side, just pure aggression on all sides of the map pare. Plus nasalo pa nila yung gustong gawin dito ng CBF in that last one. And ayun nga pare, it was just basically dead by the time na nakaabot tayo ng OT. But it was a really good series at least para dito sa CBF.
Grabe man. Nothing can beat talaga Team Stallions on the fourth quarter talaga ng Crossfire. No? Like, it's the pure activation talaga at yung galit sa dugo dito no ni Loy at ni Kano para ipamalas nga talaga ang mga nangyayari dito for Team Stallions' success. I can't stress enough na CBF, all the success sa simula, gagawin nyo lang palang kamalian on the second pre. It's not supposed to be like that. How are we inconsistent like this? Hindi naman tayo ganito nung kalaban natin ang Alliance, pero you just had to show a bit of weakness up against Stallions, no, pre? And I guess ma-aura lang talaga ang Team Stallions.
Yep. I mean, Tetsu and inconsistency kind of, goes hand in hand in the same sentence, pare. I feel like, he has had a really good game dito sa Eagle Eye, but unfortunately could not kind of, turn it up a notch, kumbaga, dito sa ating overtime. But I feel like, some of the game plans dito sa ating Eagle Eye and sa Subways were really well structured, no? Para nga dito sa CBF, and it was very, very nice macro to see. Pero kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, pare, parang Team USA versus France lang yan. You could have all the strategies in the world, pare, but what are you gonna do pagkaharap mo na si Loy, pagkaharap mo na si Kano, pagkaharap mo na si Steph?
The devil named Christopher, pre. That is what Stallions is. 30 kills, 27 headshots. Oh, no, pre, typo. No.
That's got to be a typo.
No way. The devil named Christopher just totally dismantled ComebackFriends from almost 90% of a headshot percentage. No, pre.
No.
Walang analysis, pre.
30 bomb, pare. From Aiden yesterday.
Pero have you seen a 27 headshot?
27 headshots, pare. I need to see yung KR. I need to see the HNK para malaman natin kung gaano ba talaga kataas to. But this is just absolute insanity galing kay Kano. And this is the thing, right? When you're Team Stallions and you have Kano, you have the Golden Boy, you have the real
Holy
chosen one
moly!
dito sa ating laruan. And he gets the set MVP, 2.31 KD, 1 kill guaranteed per round, pare, and a .90 headshots per kill. Pag hindi mo nauluhan si Kano, guaranteed talo ka dyan sa fight na yan.
No freaking way, Kano. Hindi na dapat ganito yung mga reaction natin, yung Sneaky, pero you just love to put a bit of glaze nga talaga sa performance kaya nitong batang na to, no? And a .84 to finish it off. Kano, hindi ka man lang bubaba sa 50%. 50% maangas na eh. 60, napakalupit mo. 70, aba, demonyo ka na. Pero may mas aangat pa pala sa pagka-demonyo dito, no, na mga players. Literal na Diyos na nga ngayon si Kano at umaangat ang mga tao. Pero hanggang talampakan lang ng isang Christopher Robinson, pre. You do not do it like that. You do not play Crossfire like that, pre. My God, Kano, tama ka na.
Grabe, men.
Hindi na dapat yung timeout, pre. Ang daming kutsa ng mga tao about sa Team Stallions form right now, pero lahat, tahimik na lahat.
I mean, you can't really say anything about Kanuno. He's the perfect player, perfect entry. Granted, yun nga, he overextends sometimes, pero that just goes with yung confidence that you have when you have this kind of ability na nasa kamay mo. Kano, obviously proving that he is still, in my opinion, second best player in the world, pare. Pero may kailangan pa siyang habulin, pero nag-aantay sa China, pare, which is itong si DOO, pare. Looking forward to that matchup very, very soon happening. Pero still, I think matutuwa pa rin dito si Coach Tanks at the end of the day. Alam mo bakit, Salvatore?
Bakit, pre?
May nahanap na silang magandang scrim partner dito, pare. Any other team would be instantly trounced dito ng ating Team Stallions, but not CBF. And I feel like, pakiramdam ko Tanks is gonna call his old friend Alden, tara scrim tayo, pare, kasi you kinda took us to the brink. I feel like we can learn a lot from you, and I feel like Team Stallions might have just opened a new avenue para sa kanila, pare. And hopefully CBF, guys, scrim niyo yung Stallions, please, man.
Yeah, okay, no? Kakausapin na natin mamaya dyan si Coach LG, no? Feeling ko naman magkakilala si Coach LG tsaka si Coach Tanks para ma-set up nga natin yan. Pero sinong makakapagsabi, no, na dinala namin sa overtime ang Team Stallions at nahirapan ang Team Stallions sa loob ng kanilang home court, no? Pero ganoon nga talaga, no? It will still be the director's cut dito sa loob nga ng story nga na to, no? Team Stallions wrote the story at sila pa rin ang mananaig nga ngayon. Tapos na ang unang serye, ako naman tayo sa isa pang malupit sticky frag. Ang inaabangan ng lahat ng madla. Attras Esports versus FERVID para sa revenge ni JK at KFZ. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sticky Frag at nagluluto kami ng mga malulupit na laban dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Phase number 2. Welcome back sa inyo dito sa ating malupitang mga matches ng CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers phase number 2. We now head into day 3. At habang tumatagal no Sneaky, ang ating araw ay punong-puno nga ngayon ng init at siklab ng mga teams na gustong makatungtong papunta ng Paris. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog. At tayo dadako na sa paborito naming match ni Sneaky sa araw nga na to. No? Walang iba kundi ang paghihiganti sa pinalabas. Labas ng Cebu, J-Kim for Attras laban dito sa FERVID na may mga bagong salta nga din. No? You can definitely feel AMZ now inside of the roster right now. And do you think that has the effect right now with Sticky na either lumakas nga ba ang FERVID or nahinaan na loob dito ang FERVID? Your take?
Feeling ko I still think that it is an adjustment phase para dito sa FERVID pare, considering na MZ and etong si J-Kim are wildly different players, no pare, considering na etong si MZ was more of the lurker back in the day nung naglalaro pa siya for Team Secret, and at the same time he can also serve as the attacker, pero he does rely upon his creativity a lot more, no, kumpara nga dito kay J-Kim who you can just send into the site and pwede mong sabihin, J-Kim, pumatay ka ng 3 dito sa A site and he will go in there without another thought pare. So it's two very different philosophies, no, pagdating sa laruan natin, and I feel like yung style ni MZ mas nagmamatch sa FERVID, fully knowing how A7J calls. It's more sporadic, no, para sa kanyang team. It's more like, okay, Dracifer, nakakuha ka ng pick, ito na yung options natin, let's take this. And para naman dito sa ating Attras, it's more cut and dry pare, as in playbook strategies at the end of the day, which really matches itong si J-Kim a lot more. At nakakatuwa yung series na to, no, Salvatore, kasi may manok tayo sa... Actually, manok lahat natin to pare. Like all 10 players inside of the server, men. Tropa lahat yan. And alam mo naman pare, pagdating sa tropa, ayaw na ayaw mo talagang matalo.
Ay, no pre, no. Lalo-talo na nga rin pag yung tropa nga ginawa mong manok, talagang medyo pamalya nga sa mga oras nga na to, no. Tropa, babantingin mo dyan, pero malalaman natin mamaya. Let's now head into map Vito, no pre. Will Attras still have sub-base priority? Parang hindi pre. FERVID banning out sub-base. Holy! Wow, FERVID, what a...
Matapang.
What a pawn move, no? Grabe nga naman talaga. And Attras now getting their new compound. And whereas Eagle Eye naman para dito sa side ng FERVID, grabe nga naman pre, it's them getting their own maps. Pero kung ako tatanungin mo, Sneaky, this is like their second best option.
Exactly, man. I feel like this being his best option, honestly, I feel like new compound, pwede yang magka-hitch dito sa mapa natin. In all honesty, I feel like yun nga, A7J also has some very good calls dito sa mapa na to, especially when it comes to that PL side pare. Pero yung inaantay ko talaga dito sa mapa natin is that GR side in particular pare. Kasi itong FERVID, no, to be specific pare, they have invented parang a strategy na nakita natin. One of the few players that actually actively take itong CA out of the hands, out of the front ng kanilang kalaban pare. Pero problema nga lang, Attras probably 100% studied ang kanilang kalaban dito, and I feel like they kinda know a move or two, no, galing dito sa FERVID, fully knowing, you know, they've been around for a while. Pero men, tunay na test talaga to para sa Attras. Was yesterday's game a fluke? Yan ang tanong para sa kanila ngayon, kasi isa na namang top team ang kanilang kakalabanin pare.
At eto pa pre, no, to take a look at the sides naman ngayon, Sneaky. What a move by FERVID to start BL sa new compound pre. Any sane player would start GR, no? Kaya magkakaroon ng magandang panimala dito ang Attras, or pwede pa nga mabaliktad yan. But FERVID, them being able to pick Eagle Eye, eto namang sabi ng Attras, sige, BL na muna kami. What is it with teams not prioritizing GR? Grabe nga naman talaga. I feel like mas pinapractice na nga ngayon ng Attras at ang FERVID kung paano nga umatake na muna para mas maging madali naman at na-maximize nga nila yung round para onti na lang iisipin nila papunta nga GR. Ganun ba talagang iniisip ng FERVID tsaka ng Attras? Pero I would digress. Siguro iisipin na lang ngayon nila is how effective was the practices para talaga pumunteriya talaga ng depensa. Kasi Sneaks, we have one of the most best teams pagdating talaga sa depensa, that being Execration, we have MATTJESS, we have Team Stallions and Virtus.Pro. Syempre, kailangan mo pa nagpa-practice nga talagang gusto mong tumapat doon sa top 4 na echelon nga na yun, no? Kailangan mo talagang practicein at pagbutihin yung BL nga na yun. And I feel like, no, FERVID and Attras really trying to take control na hindi mo na tayo kukuha ng strong side nga na mapapagbutihin mo na natin kung paano nga umatake. Malay mo nga naman, Attras and FERVID taking a new leaf, baka execution heavy na nga sila.
Yeah, it is actually low-key exciting na meron din tayong napakagandang head-to-head matchup as well, no? Pagdating sa snipers natin, pare. I mean, Lons, obviously, one of the best snipers currently. Anong mararank natin kay Lons dito sa Pilipinas? Feeling ko, arguably, 4-ish, pare. I think ma-argue pa natin yung number 3. Pero, ayun nga, nandun na siya sa upper echelon ng ating sniping talent dito sa ating Pilipinas, pare. And Kay has been an interesting case para dito sa kanyang team, men. Kasi there are times na yun nga, hindi siya makakatama and there are times where he is a bit shaky, pare. Pero pag maganda kasi yung laruan ni Kay, men, it looks really damn good, pare.
And definitely agree on that one, no? Kasi nakita mo naman 2 days ago when he faced up against Cetra. No, Cetra looked lost talaga. Na nagmumukhang 1-for-1 lang talaga is all is good for para kay Cetra. Pero Kay, he was getting 2 to 3 kills just to gain space para talaga sa Attras at nagiging dikit pa nga talaga yung round nga na yan, no? It's definitely the closer tulad ni CRG. Kung ano yung magiging panimula niya, yun rin yung magiging panapos niya. And that's how impactful those two players are we mentioned for Attras na pwede nga maging dahilan para ikatalo talaga ng FERVID. Pero nakakalimutan din natin, his continuous evolution pre sa pag-angat niya bilang player. Solidong-solido nga naman talaga. And the head-to-head sniper matchup sneaky. Nabinyagan kaagad ni Lines as K gets taken down.
Kawawa naman yung ulo dun ni Kevin. Through the box? Natamaan niya pa yun? Lance, okay, first shot pa lang pare, unreal na agad. Pero, si Kapitan, kaya bang mabuhay dito? Good shot on MZ, A7J. Makukuha ba si RTA dito? RTA doing a really good job of delaying. Kung sino man na naandito sa B-side, he is gonna die. Pero naandito na si CRG for the capitalization. Pero isa lang ang nakuha niya dito, C4. Nahulog na nga dito sa store. Information now in the way ng Attras. Pero dalawa na lang sila dito.
Napakahirap nga naman nito, pre. Kinakalaban pa rin nila sila sa may frame. Pero nagpo-forward naman ngayon ang leading members ngayon ng Attras. They want as much space as possible. Ayaw na lang distansyahan si Lance just because of the TRG. But this is giving them whole lot of space naman papuntang Ares. Pero nagpakagat naman ngayon si Lance. It's all down to J. Kim, ang taong itinanggal nyo para makaklatch. And Racefer takes him down. What a poetic finish dito for FERVID. As it all ended into a 2v1, medyo nahirapan doon ang Attras to gain the high ground.
Parang ang dami nangyari in just a very short amount of time dito, Salvatore. Especially on the mid and the B side of the map. Ang ganda na lang hold din ng RTA dito sa store A. Nade-delay na yun. But I was hoping na CRG would have gotten both dito sa store B considering they have information on both and they are also low. Pero J-Kim gusto na simulan agad ng round na wala na agad ng ulo ng kanyang kapalit. Lance will be getting itong si RTA. So it's a 4 versus 4 to start things off. Nag-exchange lang sila ng mga openers dito, pare.
Pero tayo mo naman, pre. Parang night and day naman kasi yung palit ni MZ tsaka kay RTA. You have one player na dispensable naman. No? RTA, nandiyan naman si CRG. But MZ, who's gonna lurk now? Diba? Is it going to be D? Si Dracifer nga ba yung magiging second entry? Ang daming lost options dito for FERVID. Para makapag-scale up nga sila papuntang mid. FERVID trying to util dump their way towards A site. Ingay lang talaga. Pero this is plainly obvious, no, Sneaky, that this is calling in for lads to go in for the fake util din. Para mas magiging madali ang A site entry nga nila. Nag-i-scale up na papuntang curve and Skid still hindi nagpapatinag nga dito, no? He is in a position for a bad trade. Kung magiging maganda man to, it's going to be a 2-for-1. Napapabor dapat para nga sa Attras pero walang nakita doon si Kid. That is a good sign. So passive gameplay for Attras.
Uy. Ayun lang, Kid. Spotting Dracifer. Kanyang anino na nasa loob ng smoke. E7J with a very quick trade pero naandito na si Kay sa uluhan pero mauuluhan din sa dito. D with a very nice shot. J. Kim parating na ng 2F. Nakuha na si D. Nakitang tumatalon dito sa A-site. Lance na lang natitira. Granted, it's very possible. Especially after na mapatay dito si CRG. Pero kalaban mo si Kim, 100 HP. Napakakulit ng player na to, pare. This is not gonna be an easy 1v1.
Next, tanda mo. Gamit niya keyboard mo, pre. At pag nakuha to ni J-Kim, ibig sabihin keyboard mo yung naging dahilan para maging solido ang movement ni J-Kim. Pre, magkakasalisihan.
Narinig.
Na nakuha yung C4, posible. Pero J-Kim, nagpa-forward na nga, pre. Pinipindot na. Lance try to clear it out. Oras, pre! Oras! 2 seconds left. And J-Kim playing the time. na parang hawak niya lahat ng Rolex sa mundo. Attras 1-1. And JKim on a tear right now. 4 kills already on the board.
Grabe, JKim hearing that C4 pickup all the way into Z. Honestly, to be fair, I have no idea how half of the stuff na naririnig dito ni JKim really hears. This man probably plays on 50% volume, pare. Pero, that one soundbite ng C4 pickup, pare, yun yung pwede magpapanalo sa inyo ng mga rounds kagaya ng ganyan, men.
JKim, sabi mo ano matagalan pre, no? Like JKim has the ears.
Yes,
parang panigi pre, umaabot nga naman talaga ng kung saan-saan at malaking impormasyon yun para sa Attras.
In a nutshell, ang laki ng tenga mo, Kim.
Ay, hindi ko sinabi yun.
B-site will be the way to go.
Hindi ko sinabi yan.
RTA. Uy! Nakita ulo ni MC! Naku po, A7J. Hindi siya pwede mag-forward. Pare, may nakabantay dito sa pinto. Oh, tense moment, pare.
I feel like alam niya lang ata na si MC yung bumabaril. Hindi yata siya aware na nandiyan si A7J Sneaks. And MC now going in forward. And it was a bait all along. Napain ka. Grabe nga naman sa hatak dito ng FERVID. It's now a 4v4 pre. It's another MC to RTA trade. Pero naka-stalemate ngayon ang FERVID dito lang sa may Storby pre. JKim isang malaking boga sa pagbubuka. But the split is still continuing, Sneaky.
Kagana at kagana tong split potentially, min. Pero FERVID with the rewind back into the B-side para makakuha sila ng re-hit. Pero problema nga lang, merong JKim na nasa ilalim nag-aala landmine dito sa ating site. Tama ba ang flash? Tama ba ang nade? Napulagan pa nga dito si Lance. Lineup is still there para sa kanilang EB position. Pero JKim, tama ba ang angulo? Tama ba ang landas? HK417 sa kanyang kamay. Bulag na bulag, JKim. Will not be getting anyone actually. Tracer instantly catching him. CRG with the trade in return. Pero si Kid pumasok bigla ng EB. Masyadong desperado ang Attras para makakuha ng tapak dito sa B-site. At si K na lang natitira, having to work another miracle. Pero hanggang dyan ka na lang, sabi dito ni D. FERVID 2-1 dito sa BL side, pare.
Oh my God, man. That was, parang kinakatok na lang talaga ng FERVID no? Kailan ba mawawala itong smoke na to bago kami makapasok? And with the 40-second allowance na binigay nga sa kanila ng Attras bago papasok, it kind of felt like Attras nag-a-adjust na sana nga dapat sila. Pero parang hindi pa nga nila naisip na pumorward na lang talaga, which is very odd. No? So, Attras, I don't really see any Karma ang tawag doon.
Karma ang tawag doon. But that was a good shot though. By K. Catching
No!
jumping,
No!
he caught the jumping D, pare. He was catching a jumping D. Mahirap yung reaction time na yan, pare. If you are me. Pero, I think K4D, not too bad of a trade. In all honesty, entry for sniper. Mas malaki yung nawala dito sa Attras, pare.
Well, they do have the potential naman para makakuha pa ng isang posibleng trade. And I feel like it will all bow down to Kid sa kanyang position nga ngayon and definitely from CRG. Pero let's take a look, Lance. He has taken almost 80% of the kill count ngayon ng FERVID pre. Pag nga naman talaga nasa araw si Lance, he's hitting them shots. And I feel like Lance is not that, baseline sniper na mag-hold lang sa may dulo ng LA. Titignan ko may mag-cross papuntang EA. He's that sniper na sumasama sa entry players pre. And I feel like that's the sole reason bakit ganun kataas yung numero niya nga ngayon. But CRG now anticipating na may mga bababa ng tower ngayon. At parang aatras nga. Dito ang FERVID doesn't feel like an entry. Papuntang EA na lang ngayon at nagka-curve na nga sila.
Pero RTA, this is an easy catch para sa iyo, pare. Tracer wide swing. How the hell did Lance hit that instantly? At makukuha pa nga dito si JKim sa B-site. How has this happened? Nabukas pa nga yung B dito. Lance with the cross. Spotting. Missing dito kay CRG. Pero meron ng information na may isa na paparating dito sa EB. Pero Storby, nakatikin ba sila? A7J na paikot silang dalawa. Lance, papaiwas dito sa server. USP! Headshot na naman para sa kanya. Pero kaya ba magtago dito ni Lance? Left, right, and center. Kills its fellow kid. And there it is. Lance exploding dito sa B-site. 11 kills for the young sniper, pare.
At parang aangat na ata sa rating mo si Lance, Mr. Sneaky Frog. Hindi na siya panlima nga ngayon sa pinapamalas niya laban sa Attras. Nabati ko, bossing. RTA takes him down. Sabi ng Attras pre, I've already heard this countless amount of times. Bomba tayo ng Code Mid. And A7J gets the headshot. At dahil kakabomba nyo ng Code Mid, bukas ang B-site. CRG down from the hands of MZ. Makakuha nga na siya ng isa pero di rin naman ganun ka-impactful pre. It's now a 3v3. But still, how will Attras take over B-site? Ang napaka-deep ng position ni MZ. It's now a 2v3.
Yun lang. Bout of MZ overextensions dito pare. C4 hindi pa nalalapag sa loob ng side. A7J not so sure kung secured pa dito yung store B. So he's gonna be playing the numbers game instead. Trap na dito ang FERVID. Sa sarili nilang site, Jakim spotted sa spawn. Information on Tracifer. At least mahuhulog si A7J. Tracifer will be getting Jakim. Entirely possible turnaround is here. Problema nga lang, ang C4 ay naiwan dito sa store B as it was in the pockets of A7J. So Tracifer decisions to make para sa kanya pare. He has to take his axe all the way dito sa B pillars natin.
It's doable pre. It's a full load of HP. Pero naka-crossfire kasi sa C4 eh. Tracifer needs to calm down pre. RTA first call na kailangan niya na makatakas. Hindi siya makaalis pre. At si Kid naman ngayon ang susunod na biktima sa Tracifer clutch angle. Makakaisa nga na naman nga ba ang FERVID. Back-to-back clutches for individual players. And now Kid, nasuspechahan na nga na nag-cross ngayon sa Tracifer. Hindi pa rin kita. Tracifer has USP laban sa EBR. Kid now spraying it down. Nag-USP na nga. And finally Kid shuts it down. No momentum swing here for FERVID. And everything has been really nice here for Attras to build up the position ni RTA at Kid. It was that dirty, no? Medyo marumi nga para sa Attras. But, you know, W sa W.
5 beses silang nagkasalisihan dito sa B-side. Pero ang ganda ng call na yun to actually go around and take itong B pillars natin habang wala pang nakalapag na C4 sa site, which created a lot of uncertainty para nga dito sa FERVID. But at the same time, maganda na sana yung call na to, no? Para sa FERVID, Salvatore, considering si Lance nakakita ng 4 sa mid. And if you kill the one guy na nasa loob ng B-site, you basically have B for free in its entirety. And unfortunately, na-stuck lang sila sa fighting dito sa B-site, men. They're just getting picked off one by one, even in dangerous situations. Para kagaya na nakita natin from CRG earlier. So, FERVID, we need to see more definite wins galing sa kanila pare kasi Attras, yun nga, no, mas upgraded na yung kanilang mid-rounding dito pare. Hindi na gumagana yung lumang move sa kanila pare.
It's a matter of time, Sneaky, na nakakapag-read nga ng maayos ang dalawang teams nga na to, no? But who has the better mind? Is it A7J? Is it RTA? Is it JKM na minsan nag-mid-call nga din? Is it Tracifer na grabe kung makapag-ikot nga sa mapa? And the layering, like you mentioned, during the Vanguard days, Sneaky, dumadaan kay A7J, dumadaan kay Dre, dumadaan kay Tetsu. I feel like it has been a huge influence ngayon for the FERVID success para talaga magtawag ng maayos ka during the mid-rounds. Multiple movements dito para kay Kid at kay MZ, and MZ is once again down. Is MZ a bait? He's 1-6. At mas lalong nahihirapan dito ang FERVID makalakap ng firepower para makapasok ng mga sites. Lance threads towards EA, patupuntang kabaong. At dahil nga dyan nakapasok ng libre ngayon ang FERVID CRG, wala ka ng kakampi, tumingin ka ng likod. What a 180! But it's all for show. Dahil nga dyan pasok na ang FERVID.
Grabe, MZ was just a big distraction para sa mga B-side players natin, and that is kind of the main reason why I feel like FERVID wanted this guy in the team in the first place. Not afraid to fight the enemies even if he's on his own. Pero RTA, 1 HP sa kanya pare. Isang tap na lang dito ng HK pero narinig niya yung pag-akyat dito ni D, but D still winning his due fight. J-Kim, nakita na si D. 15 seconds for J-Kim to possibly get something going dito sa mapa natin, but he tunnels visions onto Lance. And A7J with a bit of help from the backside, they finally take out the last player. And regrets are now starting to set in para dito sa Attras pare. Maybe new compound is a bit too hard of a task pare.
Definitely, no? At Attras, this has been the map, no, Sneaky, na parang hirap nga sila up against SGJ during Impact Spring. Pagdating talaga sa pag-call during the mid-round. And for them to be able to challenge FERVID right now, is a testament of itself na Attras, hindi nga sila nagpapatinag hanggat di nga nila nape-perfecto. And you can feel na Attras still has some loose ends from how they tackle itong store A problem nga, paano na pa kaya yung exit pre. Nakakabakante ang FERVID. Kid was right there. Hindi niya natawag si CRG na mag-isa na lang siya doon. Nor even a rotation mula sa isang miyembro ng Attras para bumalik man lang ng RS. And that has been a failure of a subject dito for Attras. Hindi naman talaga dapat nangyari yung mga ganon. But FERVID sees the opportunity and right now they're trying to execute itong curve. Habang wala pang masyado nagpaparamdam sa EB pre at higit sa lahat sa EA, napapadali ang buhay dito ng FERVID makakross ng space.
Yeah, space is all they need, especially pagdating dito sa curve to EA split nila potentially, and they're gonna decide kung anong site yung kukunin nila dito, whether or not they get a pick-off from one of the players. Pero this is classic FERVID. They're just playing at the extremity ng kanilang mga kalaban dito. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-man burst papunta dito sa spawn. A7J, di nakalagpas sa mata dito ni JK. Pero Lance, makakuha ng isa. K gets one in return dito kay Tracer. Lance, hindi na makakuha ng headshot gamit ang kanyang USP. Nagkagulo lang sila sa mid. At Attras ang panalo.
Grabe. Attras really, definitely, trying to put some trust dun sa mga nakabantay talaga ng EA pre and FERVID. Kahit sang katerbang setup at smoke na yung pinadala nyo nga sa may EA pre, nagulantang pa rin kayo na may magagana RS. That is plainly obvious, my friend. Yeah, FERVID losing every gunfight. Parang hindi na nga nila nakatapot ng ayos pre yung pagbato nga talaga ng susunod ng entries. So, pero pa rough patch ngayon na para sa side nga ng Attras. Pero napapagana nga naman talaga nila because JK is definitely fragging out. Same goes here for CRG. Pero ngayon pre, FERVID on a new leaf. Kaka-atake nga nila ng con mid pre papuntang curve. Baka makapuenes nga sila sa nag-iisang RTA on the first contact now. Duguan medyo dito si MZ but here comes the entry.
Okay. MZ. Well, will be the first one dead once again para dito sa FERVID. Pero naandito naman yung trade galing dito kay D. RTA will go down. Jacob spotted sa tinataguan niya na box dito sa B-Store. CRG mag-isa na lang dito sa B-side pero may options na dito ang FERVID. Wala nang tao dito sa may mid-side natin na definitely na nakabantay. So Tracy for opportunity to go for a lurk on the other side of the map habang tahimik dito yung FERVID looking for a re-hit. Pero si Kay nahanap niya ang lurk. Is this gonna confirm B-side pare? Was that dito?
Not definitely good, pre. A7J, may mga kakampi ka sa likod. Nando na. Nando na yung pang-entry mo. Pero naging alanganin pa nga. And my God, FERVID had the makings of a good round. Kahit napilas na nga si Dracifer, it was still definitely a winning round. This is Attras using the strong side of the map. Creating so much mayhem, pre, para ma-distract talaga si Dracifer and as well as A7J. And
was that a check?
nagkaroon nga tayo ng unting usap no, Sneaky, on how FERVID does handle the mid-round. Minsan nananahimik nga sila and this is the best time para mag-ingay nga kayo ng gusto. Pero nakapasok na nga sila ng kabaw. How will the individual stand out? D with the headshot. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat, na wala ang Pedora ni D. As now Lance, the last man standing. Wala na nga siyang oras. This is a desperation plant. At hindi niya pangalamin na manggagaling ng 2F. There goes the adjustment. Pre, what a play by Kid and CRG. Para lang mahuli dito si Lance, kailangan nga nilang mag-fusion at Attras. 4-4. And it's a back and forth game.
Grabe, ang daming lumilipad na players dito ng Attras pare. Everybody is jumping across the screen ng last player natin. But this is the discipline na kailangan natin galing dito sa Attras, no? You know, despite the losses at the start of the round, solid pa rin ang depensa nyo on the sites itself. And at the same time, some key mistakes galing dito sa FERVID, no? I think yung pakay sana doon ni E7J when he was climbing through frame is probably to check kung may tao sa corner and or kung naandun yung sniper sa B-site. And ayun nga, unfortunately, I feel like they needed his life dun sa 3 versus 3 na yun, pare.
Lucky enough, no, Sneaky? Kahit nga ba si Lance, pinagtatrabaho mo na nga talaga ng sobra-sobra, overtime, tas no pay pa. Attras is still winning these gunfights just because of their target selection talaga, no? And the failure of FERVID to capitalize on a very fiery hot Lance just means na FERVID does not see any potential. Hindi nga nila pinapalo ang plancha habang mainit pa, and that is something that FERVID should have tapped few rounds ago. para lang para makalakap nga ng round. Attras playing the default, playing the sites, pero parang nothing is working here for FERVID. It's all obvious. It's all obviousness here for FERVID. Pero hirap pa rin nga sila ngayon. Nakapasok na nga sila ng curve prep. Pure RS position here. And MZ gets the most poisonous shot dito kay Jacob. Kid, kinakalaban. The spray is not hitting. And the USP, Dre, 3 bullets. Wala pa rin. And Kid gets the last. Bad plays for both teams. Pero FERVID gets the lesser evil. 5-4. It's a back and forth game indeed. Grabe nga, Sneaky. I do not have words. Gaano kagulo yun. Pero kailangan may manalo at FERVID ang nakuha.
Grabe, this game just feels like a roller coaster, pare. We are waiting for the build-up for so long at bigla na lang madami mangyayari in the mid-round. And it seems like Attras and FERVID equal on the back and forth so far. FERVID with a bit more of a lead this time dito sa ating second half. Attras actually holding pretty good sa pakaibang rounds. At actually, the only reason why they would lose is the opening picks na nakukuha nga dito ng FERVID. Racifer, how are you still alive? Makukuha mo si CRG. Also looking for the CB player na si RTA, pero recommend ko na lang dito sa FERVID na aalis na lang sila dito sa B-Store. Pero ay umalis dito ni D. He wants to keep it on his own, pero J. Kim taking out his former teammate and he needs to get at least 2 more dito, pare, para maging posible to.
Still tough, no? For Attras, but knowing FERVID, they will be able to gain some control para sa mga deep positions ni MZ. Tinan mo, MZ is absolutely fearless. He knows that MZ wants to take those deep angles. Napakabilis ng adjustment ni K. Tracer gets the headshot. And what a sequence here for K para maging tablado na nga ang laban nga natin ngayon. JKM, you asked him for 2 more. He's going for 2. And he got the first one. Si A7J na nga lang ang natitira, ang dati niyang kapitan. Kukunin ni JKM ang bungo. Iaangat sa ere. Ito pala ang kapitan nyo. Attras 5-5.
There it is, Attras with a bit of an offense going dito sa B-site natin. Granted, medyo nahirapan sila sa pag-clear dito kay D. But the mid-rounding really saved their behinds in that one, pare. At magpapasalamat ka talaga kay JKM with those finds, with those picks. And this is, once again, a proving ground for a former player. Now it is JKM this time, looking to see if he can penetrate his former team's defense and still have that exact same bite pagdating sa kanyang pag-atake, pare. Pero bit more of a passive defense this time. Para dito sa FERVID, more tucked in dito sa B-site natin at walang nakatikin sa curve masyado. Yung mid player nila is gonna be MZ, who will probably be launching it from EA as soon as that smoke drops.
Hold on. So, in a very good position, pre. That is a key for success. Bakit pumapasok si Kado ng napakahilaw, not even a smoke sa may EA or even sa may curve? But I feel like it was the choice of Attras para mahanap talaga yung position nila. Saan nang maiwasan? Ganun nga ba talaga naiisip nila, pre? Pero si K kasi yung naging kapalit, Sneaky. And they now call in sa smoke dito lang na HM at napakaalanganin nga nito, no? At dahil dyan, Attras now going into the mid-round with no information of any other players other than Lance.
Ayun nga, with K out of the picture. Tapos sobrang pangit pa ng smoke na ginawa nila dun sa EA min. Napakalalim. Kita mo naman si MZ. He just walked right through it and confirmed na walang paparating dito sa may midside. At least not for the moment. Pero Attras using utility to draw attention more on that long side, pare. Pero MZ hindi na tatanggalin ng kanya mata dito sa mid. A7J, the first victim. MZ trying to play the delay game dito sa A-site natin. Pero si Kid makakapatay sa kanya sa Z. RTA, what a one-tap on Lance! Neutralizing ang depensa dito ng FERVID, pero meron pa paparating na backup dito. Tracifer namatay na, pero si D, of all the players to do it, it could be the young gun. But RTA climbs up dito sa C1 at nakita na nga ang ulo ng bata dito. 6-5, Attras back in the lead.
At patuloy ang abante dito ng Attras, no? FERVID does not want to back down and they want to make sure na may high ground nga sila sa loob nga ng A, pero Attras not budging and they're not moving a single inch pa-atras. Literal na pinoward na nga nila yung Z and they take down the most successful defense at FERVID that garnered them a position in the top 10. Kaya ngayon, Attras, it has to be A slap to the face here for FERVID na nagaganon nga lang sila ng Attras from sheer brute force pala kay Kid at kay J-Kim. And another attempt here for Attras. Nakaanbasin nga tong B-site nga na to, pero kailangan din nilang ingatan ang pagbuelo ng isang miyembro ng Attras papuntang exit pre A7J. You are the clue. Kung may tao nga ba sa exit at kailangan hindi to makita ng Attras, and they're fully committing this split. Sneaky, what is this play?
Ang tanong, mata-timing ba ni A7J ang kanyang crouch peek dito? Missed shot. So he'll be peeking for a bit, pare. Has to be careful about the presence of Kane na nasa loob ng tower at the moment, and I think he saw him right through the very small gaps ng bintana on the second window. Pwede na tayong umalis dito sa long kasi this looks like it won't work, pare.
Why in the world, bro?
Hindi gagaan namin, tatlo nasa iyo.
Pre, 3-2 split sana papuntang EA. Doon lang sa may exit. Would have been really nice. They would have stacked it out really good. Pero Attras still indecisive.
Oh.
Hindi nga rin nag-EA, pre. Nagpa-curve nga rin sila. At dahil nga dyan, magiging mainam din ang rotation ni A7J. Kaya sabi ko, EA na lang Attras. FERVID on the meat grinder play. Lahat na pumasok, handa. And now D with the last kill. FERVID ties the game off of a blunder ng Attras. Ganun pa rin pala yung mga sakit nila, Sneaky.
Yun lang. Gagana sana yun, pare. Pero may nagtapo ng HE sa tagiliran ng tatlo eh. So it wasn't really looking likely para nga dito sa ating Attras squad. A7J nagtatapang sa may mid-side. Makikita niya pa nga si RTA of all the players. CRG looking for some early CP control. Pero Tracifer mas mabilis ang kanyang HK. And full B pillars control para sa FERVID. Kid will finally take out itong si Tracifer MZ. Dito pa sa EAK knows about his presence. K will be getting MZ Luns. Aware na hinahanap siya ni K dito sa AB, pare. Pero pipick na ba to?
Okay.
Uy, si D. How the hell did you get here?
Okay, good angle. Pero syempre, pre, alam pa siya, hindi yung gagawin niya na paraan na rin yung nag-drop down and K missing the shot. Crucial para dito sa side ng Attras. Sana kumukuha nga nila yun, pero J-Kim babawiin din naman kagad. What a fade away para iwasan yung kalaban sa May Z. At J-Kim and A7J's duel. Magkakaroon nga muna ng onting clip. Hacker as Kid now finds the rotating A7J. D takes down J-Kim. At isa laban nga sa isa. Bata sa bata. Literal. The future of Crossfire Philippines. Para sa laban nga na to. Kid does have a good amount of kills, no? Pre, what a resurgence here for Kid sa series nga na to. Kumpara mo sa naging series ng VP, nahirapan siya doon. Pero dito sa FERVID, he's showing some impact. A Kid with 19 HP, C4 on hand. Literal, sa post plant na lang magkakatalo, Sneaky.
Grabe, Kid. C4 plant already, 19 HP. Headshot with a EBR would suffice, pare. Pero an angle that is very predictable. D, youthful on his own as well. Timing para dito kay D! Pero yun lang. And it seems like D, he likes to drink some bear brand, pare, kasi yan yung batang may laban.
Yan, grabe yung laban niya nga eh, no? Dire-diretso ka lang talaga. Palabas nga ng CR all the way to RS. And sometimes no, the most unexpected movement sa mapa, dun mo makikita na throw up din yung kalaban eh. No? Walang alam si Kid. Akala niya ata sa tagal. Hindi manggagaling pa ng CB, no? Bear brand, Bonakid pala yun. Oo nga, no? Naringin nga nila sa Bonakid nga yun.
No more kids.
Oopsie, sorry. That Alaska na lang talaga eh.
Oopsie. Ano ko po. Magko-fact-finding mission na naman tayo dito, pare. Pero 7-6, reality is still here. Salvatore, 14 kills na dito si D.
What is this?
Ito sa B-Storage.
What is this?
The 4-1 defense.
Oh my God! What a split! Gumana yun, Sticky, sa palagay na yun. Siyempre, baliw si A7J eh. Baliw talaga yung kapitan nyo. Grabe, no nag-Jabawokis, pre. Nag-steady at bigla na lang sumabay ng apologize. Oh my God! How did that work? Puro tayo tanong, pero napagana naman.
And K and Kid scrambling para makuha man lang ng footing dito sa round natin after magulat ng 4 dito sa B-side, K. Scoping in, kid. Masaspot na nga dito sa curve. Wala na silang access sa C4K. Mapapatay mo ka si A7J. Pero, yung C4, wala sa kamay mo, pare. And, it seems like it will just be held by the two players nga dito. Lance not even allowing an inch from that EB side. And 8-6 para dito sa FERVID. And it's a timeout para dito sa Attras. Really well called, honestly, para dito kay Ang. Medyo nawawalan na ng preno or nawawalan na ng breaks itong tropa natin on the side of Attras. And it seems like it is giving them trouble. Pero may expect mo ba yun, pare? The horror game strategy dito sa B pillar, as soon as may tumapak, as soon as may bumaril dito sa Attras, lumabas ang apat dito sa B pillars. And what can you do about that, pare? Sometimes you just have to fight tooth and nail. And A7J, he will take every advantage that he can, pare.
Sabi pre, green-inletan yun ni Kuya Aris na okay itong play na to ha. Pwede natin gawin yun sa may story pre ha. And I can't believe that worked. No? So good time out dito para kay Coach Ang. Kasi tamang-tama nga lang naman talaga. Nakapagtaka sneaky, no? The contrast is, kanina pa nagkakaroon ng blunder si MZ sa kanyang mga entries eh. No? And at the same time, you have someone like A7J and Dracifer na nag-hesitate din, tulad din ni Kay tsaka ni RTA. Pero no timeouts called. Pero ngayon dahil nga doon no, hinahanap ata dito ni Kuya Aris is definitely momentum. It's now on the side of FERVID from multiple kills mula kay Lance. And of course, no, A7J just getting the right calls. Pero ngayon pre, Attras, no, losing on the second half verdict nga dito, no? And you can feel na may underlying pressure talaga ang mga players nga dito, no, ng Attras from how they tackled itong space creation, no, from RTA. It's that crazy, no? I just don't understand Attras. Where's the momentum right now? Kahit nakukuha nyo na nga from the very hard entries. And just don't think na Attras with this kind of timeout, hindi nga nila, masusolusyonan nga ba nila yung problema ng FERVID, which is definitely trying to get those anchor positions in. Kulang sila sa duel, honestly, Sneaky. Wala silang early presence. Nauhula, hihinaan ako sa entries nga nila. And paano pa kaya pag nag-1v1 na sila?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And the fact na, yun nga, no, according to our sources, apparently this is not the first time na ginawa to ng FERVID, pare. This was already seen with their fight up against itong MOMEN. And ngayon, parang inayos yata ni Kuya Aris na, okay, instead of waiting for the flash, let's just wait for a certain timer and to speak them through. So, ba yun nga, FERVID was already cooking that one up. And feeling ko that is one of the strategies na kailangan na meron ka, di ba, Salvatore? Especially when you are approaching itong 7, 8, 9 scoreline, you're gonna have to have some finishing strategies dito, pare. Or else, ayun nga, risk what is happening with Attras. And Attras at this moment, na tama nga yung pinoint out mo, the entries have been a bit lackluster para sa kanila dito. And they have not been finding the exact same picks that they have found sa mga winning rounds nila. And, pansin ko ano, RTA has been getting picked off a whole lot more. And he has been kind of a contributing factor, no, dito sa mga openings dito ng Attras. So with him out of the picture early sa mga rounds natin, it really is hurting yung Attras actually.
Okay, Attras, this is technically your ultimatum kahit hindi pa 9 rounds dito ang FERVID. Kasi if not, this is already going to be match point for FERVID. If
MZ,
you don't find the early presence, yari nga talaga kayo. But MZ, eto na yung pain nyo, no? Si A7J ang nahuli. No way.
Only pain.
Yun na, masaklap nga dun eh. Pero siyempre kung si MC ka, i-sprayan mo yan at po-forward ka pa talaga. Wala na bawasan!
That's my goat.
Goat? Na A o U?
You know, pare, he pushed them back with his sheer aura dito sa long men.
I know. Grabe ka na talaga. Ano rin yung... Napaka-ora ng pangalan ni MZ, you know, pre? Mature Mike?
Mature Mike.
Ayo. Kabalies, no? Grabe ka naman ang pangalan dito na idol. Sorry sa pagdadoks, pero napaka-angas nga naman talaga. Napaka-mature na position mo doon, kaibigan. RTA once again, getting cracked down. Pero babawi na nga si CRG, pre. Sabi ko, galingan nyo na entry at ginalangan talaga ng Attras, Sneaky. Tracy Fert, MZ na nga lang natitira. Mga kanina pa nagbabantay. And MZ could not get anything. It was a full-blinded MZ. And Attras finally listening to our call, Sneaky.
Yeah, ang ganda ng solution doon ni Ang. Actually, yung problema doon ng Attras na they've been doing too much in a short amount of time. Para yung gusto nilang kunin yung curve, gusto nilang kunin yung EA, gusto nilang kunin yung B at the same time. Sinimplehan na lang dito ni Ang. Kunin niyo yung long. Pag napatay niyo sa A7J, balik kayo dito ng EA and you take it from, you just take it from EA. Kasi meron na kayong numbers advantage and since you've taken out the sniper, it is less likely for you to get picked. And Attras, I think natatrust naman nila yung mga riflers nila to do something really good. Pop flash towards long. Meron na silang long control at mid control dahil doon.
A7J, hindi niya tinawag si MC, pre. Malas ka daw. Pero hindi rin naman to kagandahan ng solusyon, pre. Kasi A7J, dahil ikaw na nga lang mag-isa dyan, wala kang kahati sa HE sana. Para may pang-absorb, no? Information. Kanino pa ginagamit si MC bilang pain, pero ngayon hindi na. Sa may exit. And now, because of Attras, they're now pushing towards LA once again. It was a success. Baka naman gawin nga nila ulit ngayon. And I don't think this is the best call possible, no? Shout nga pala kay Boss Nye, no? Watch me, Nye. Maraming salamat, no? Pero mamaya na nga yung pag-shoutout, pre. Entry na Dracifer with the Crossfire kasama si D. And it's the best trick in the playbook, pre. Nagagana 99% of the time. Hindi in-expect ng Attras ngayon lang kasi nilabas. K now with the shot. Muntikan pa si MZ, pre. That looked like a back shot. Wala dito kay MZ. Pero ngayon, he will be able to get the rotating RTA at bomb drop pa sa baba ng CA.
Yun lang, and he runs into his fellow sniper sa kabilang side ng mapa. At no pa nga dito si Boss Lance. And I feel like FERVID, nakikita na nila yung opportunity, Salvatore, ang kahinaan dito ng Attras suddenly in the later stages of the round. We didn't see this up against itong Virtus.Pro, but I feel like FERVID, possibly a team that they are very ill-prepared for, pare. And it could be coming back to bite them in the back, pare. A7J, nakatutok lang sa tower. Kanina pa dun si K. And finally, he gets punished for his play, pare.
And that was like one of the few times, no, na bilang Daliri Sneaky na hinahawakan ni Kay yung tower. Usually, nilalabanan niyo yung LA, pati yung pillars, eh. Pero the one time na gusto lang naman i-challenge ni Kay yung pagkuha ng control ng A. Grabe nga naman. Not really a blunder here for Kay. He just wanted that smoke, pero naging kapalit din talaga yung buhay, eh, no? Alay ang buhay sa lahat ng mga nangyayari nga dito, no? Sticky and Attras really banking on a possible tribute sa namayapang ang K. They want this entry right now, pero si Lance naman ang nakatayo ngayon.
Pull the trigger. Waiting for either side na unang babaril dito, pare. K already out of the picture, pero si Kid, kita ba yung kanyang baril dito? A7J hits the leg shot. Has to get back into cover. Mabubuhay pa naman siya temporarily. CRG, kailangan na i-scale yung site. A7J, nahulog pa si CRG! A7J getting RTA. CRG now on 2F. Pero 4 versus 3 pa rin. 3 versus 3. CRG with another final Dracifer. CRG! Nakuha na si D! Oh my goodness! Nauubos na sa 2F itong FERVID. Lance and itong si MZ, nasa na sila dito. Barely any HP to work with. Same goes para kay CRG. Si J-Kim, napaka-healthy pa. Easy body shot. And a headshot once again para kay CRG. A full clear on 2F and a full clear on FERVID. Thanks to this man on the screen, pare.
Yan ang 4K para nga sa inyo, no? Grabe nga naman, Attras trying to make sure that this is the round para makuha nga nila ang potential 8-9, and they definitely did. Grabe yung naging bawi nga nila para kay Kay. It was no default, pre. Hindi na nga nila kailangan isipin yung split kasi nagtulong-tulong na nga sila. What an entry to cancel yung tutok doon ni Lance. And like you said, it is indeed an influence, no, Sneaky. Bakit nga minsan nahihirapan yung mga Arctic players na tumingin sa mga paisa-isa ang pasok. Zach minsan sumasalan. Same goes here for Lance. And that was the opening that Attras needed, no? A pop-off that they needed mula kay CRG. The headshot machine definitely needed. Now FERVID needs to convert it right here, right now. Kasi kung hindi, 2 letters once again, Sneaky.
Grabe yun. Hindi sila makadaan kay CRT sa 2F, eh. He was single-handedly stopping 3 or 4 players from entering itong site natin. But at the same time, if you are FERVID, why are 4 people entering itong 2F natin, pare? Pero sa bagay, they are looking for that trade. But CRG, in that particular round, untradeable, pare. Pero same spots pa rin para dito sa Attras. Same priority, CA and the tower will be taken. Pero K will be a lot more careful pagdating sa kanyang peaking. Fully knowing how valuable a sniper is pagdating dito sa A-take natin with the angle dito sa uluhan at sa mga kabaong. Di siya pwede mamatay dito, pare.
Di dapat, pre.
EA na lang.
Oh, they're backing off. Yo, pre, EA na naman, pre. Pero nakita naman natin paano pumali ang Attras sa kanina sa papuntang curve. I want to do to EA once again, Sneaky. Pangat na nga ngayon si KMC. Nakabantay lang. At siya nga ang alay nga dito, no? CRG makakalampas ka ba? MC does not get anything! Makakalampas ang Attras! At parang eto na ata ngayon, Sneaky, unless pabaliktad nga to ni D-Dracifer and Lance. J-Kim pangat na nga and Kid already in 2F. Here comes the plant. Look at the post plant, Sneaky. Napaka-deadly.
Yun nga, tapos may tao pa dito sa tower, so everything could be going right para dito sa Attras. Possibly have just sealed overtime, but it is gonna take killing these last 3 in order for this one to be a guarantee, pare. Pero tignan mo naman ang FERVID na hirapan talaga pumasok pa all of a sudden. D-Dracifer getting 2 out of nowhere. Lance, pagpakaisa ka dito, this would be huge. And that is it! That could be the kill that can set them the game! 3 versus 5 para sa FERVID! Nako po, D-Dracifer and Lance, pwedeng-pwede na sa ganyan na sitwasyon. 10-8 FERVID, sinagasaan ang Attras, hindi na makaabante. 8-10 ang ating scoreline.
Oh my God. Pre, pinuna mo yung tower, tas nakuha ni D. Pinuna rin mo yung C3 at nakuha ni Dracifer. Oh my God. Hindi na dapat nangyari. At nangyari nga naman talaga. Attras, what went wrong? Kayo ay pumalakda at hindi kayo nakaabante at kayo ay umatras ng 2 steps back. FERVID styling on the retake, and that's what the most impressive. Napakaganda ng 3v5 na yon, Sticky. At dihadong-dihado sila doon, pre. Power position sa kabaong, sa exit, sa 2F. Paano sila natalo sa lahat ng doon, pre? At the end of the day, Crossfire is a shooting game at talagang aabot sa point na kailangan talaga baril yung magsasalita. Pero how did they lose over power position, Sneaky? My God, day 3. Day 3, iba ka talaga. Iba ka day 3.
Nagtanong ka pa kasi sa simula ng stream natin, Salvatore, kaya bang itop ang ating day 2 ng day 3, pare? And it seems like FERVID gusto nilang dito pa lang, pare, sa kanilang series. Pero na agad na plot twist na nangyayari. God damn! That retake, pare. Paano nila nakuha si K? That's the thing.
Paano nila nakuha yung C3?
Paano nila nakuha yung C3? Paano nila nakuha yung tower? Lance, nakita naman natin ano nangyari doon. DOSP, very good gun, pare. Pero, paano daming paano, men. Puro paano. Ganyan talaga, pag kalaban mo yung FERVID, puro katanong. Pagdating ng talo niyo, pare, wala pa rin sagot.
Ito, pre, ito talaga yung play na nakakabaliw para kay A7J, and I am sure na buhay pa rin si A7J bilang kaluluwa na tawagin yung retake na yun. Wala nang mas nakikinig pa sa kuya niya kundi kay D. Napabalik niya sa curve si D. Imbis na magsama-sama na sila sa tower.
Bakit nag-pick si
Oh
K?
my God, nag-pick si K!
Why would you pick curve? No.
Kaya pala, si CRG hindi rin nagpatinag. Oh my God, the usual suspects, Nikki. The Impact Spring Blunders. Sila pa din ang may pakana. Kaya pala Attras. Hindi nagkakamali ang camera, pre. Huling-huli sa CCTV. Huli ka mang pagkakamali, and FERVID gave you the punishment. Ang itak para hindi makuha ng Attras ang OT, and J. Kim very much disappointed kasi meron na silang control likid sa 2F, pre. Aantayin na lang nila. And because of that, FERVID, this is the result. My God, FERVID. Kaya pala napaganda pa.
Alam ko nang di natutuwa si Kim eh. Alam kong usually we do like to see Kim in a joking mood and everything, pare. But man, this is the type of loss na ayaw niya, pare. Yung 8 to 10, napakaganda na ng kanyang laro, pare. Everything was working right, but something hitches in the last round kasi two players decided to not play discipline. Alam mo, men, yun nga, they could have just played itong EA cross into it, pare. Daming ang pwedeng gawin, pero that is in the past. You cannot change it kasi ang ating set MVP, Lance of all people, no, Salvatore, ang sniper pa ng FERVID ang naging set MVP natin na 2.30 KD, 1.21 kills per round, and a 0.44 smokes per round as well. Impressive ang nagagawa ni Lance even on the medium to close range sniper, pare. Ginagawa ng shotgun yan, men.
Man, grabe. Lance, parang umaangat na ata yung rating mo. Dumidikit ka ng onti kay Setra, papunta kay LP pre. At baka maghihiganti ka na nga talaga, no pun intended. Grabe ka, men, Lance. Pinang-i-entry mo yung TRG, pinamboboga mo ng malayuan yung TRG. And we had really low expectations kasi nga K really had a better stretch laban dito, kumpara dito sa series nga against VP kumpara sa ginawa ng FERVID sa MOMEN, no? Lance really didn't have that kind of impact talaga, but right now kailangan talaga maghasik ngayon ni Lance para masabi niyang, uy, yung inalis nga namin hindi pala siya problema ngayon, no? And alam naman natin, no, Sneaky Way, how to instigate. Kailangan natin manulsol nga dito to fire up the storyline, pero there it is, no? Clearly the solution, I don't even know if there is a solution or even there's a problem. It's just Lance fully activating.
Ayun nga. It's very jarring, very surprising to see na once again na naandito na tayo, na we are finally reaping the rewards ng multiple seasons ng impact natin. We have the Lance, we have the D, we have all the rookie players ngayon dito sa ating Swiss stage playing out of their minds, pare. And hopefully, alam ko recent lang yung season nila dito ng Attras, pare, but I hope to see may bawi ito sa map number 2 kasi kung Eagle Eye ang tatapakan natin dito, FERVID, they have so much experience on that map, pero Attras, meron din silang asim dun, pare.
Hindi dapat magpatalo nga dito ang Attras. Pre, ipakita nyo na tuluyan nyo nga makakaabante dito laban nga sa FERVID at ang paghihiganti ni JKim ay mapagpapatuloy. Sino nga ba makakuha ng huling halakhak? Malalaman nga natin mamaya mala sa laban ng FERVID at ng Attras. Salvatore Sticky Frog nga pala para sa series na to dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers phase number 2. Mamahinga muna kami. Welcome back! Ikaw pa rin ay nakatutok dito lang sa mga aksyon na napakagulo ng CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase number 2. Salvatore Sneaky Frog nga pala. Kasi hindi kami makapaniwala na 10-8 ang ating new compound. Ma-overtime na nga sana at handa kami ni Sneaky. Pero nandito na nga tayo ngayon. Handa ang ating mga bagay. Papuntang mata ng Agila. Eagle Eye as J. Kim. Wala pa ring tantos sa kanyang revenge tour laban sa kanyang dating team. Right now, Sneaky, do you think Eagle Eye has what it takes para mailabas ang J. Kim na tunay na forma?
I think it may be, no? Considering na naging close naman yung last game natin, pare. And pakiramdam ko na, yun nga, Attras masyado yata naging excited sa pagka-overtime or at least pagkapasok ng overtime dito sa new compound and a bunch of overextensions did happen para sa kanila dito. Pero, ayun nga, tapos na yung new compound, pare. Obviously, Eagle Eye 2.0, it's a whole new map. I think J. Kim, I recommend na J. Kim would either be playing itong long A or itong Hotel B natin kasi mas na-enable yung kanyang pagiging aggressive. He can step forward. He's always looking for picks dito sa mapa natin na feel like bridge and or long A would be perfect para sa kanya. Or you could actually play that rotational role similar sa nakita natin kay Kano. But there is a lot of options as well para nga dito sa side ng FERVID. Obviously with them starting on the GR side, no, dito sa mapa natin, Salvatore, alam mo na kung sino titignan natin. Lons, top A, and A7J inside of Hotel, pare. One of the most lethal double sniper setup sa liga natin, and yun pa yung babanggain dito ng Attras, pare.
At higit sa lahat no? Parang pwede pa mag-interchange si A7J at si Lance at makakuha ka pa rin ng parehong resulta of dominance, no? And I do believe mas nakakalason talaga si Lance. Matatandaan mo, no, Sneaky, eto nga pala yung mapang pinang-OT ng FERVID laban sa Team Stallions, pre. So if I were Attras, unahin nyo na kagad si Lance. Yun yung dean's list nyo, pre. Unahan nyo na kagad si Lance na mga may init na entries mula kay CRG at J. Kim. Kasi kung hindi, pre, tetretahin kayo ni Lance dito.
Sim. Could be a Lance game potentially, pare, as the sniper is very prevalent pagdating sa mapa na to, but it is gonna take a huge amount of skill to do so, pare. Alright, A7J, simula pa lang. In a place where I didn't expect it, pare, yung kapatid niya pala ang naghahawak dito sa hotel at si A7J enjoying the view and even getting the pick on an important player, pare.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Okay, so it's an A7J game. Na nakakalibre siya sa... Bakit hilaw tayo, Attras? Where is the smokes? Where is the nades? Kompleto pa yung kay Kid at kay CRG, pre. No flashes whatsoever. Pero papapalag ngayon si J. Kim. Teka lang, nababalitan yung mga sinasabi natin. At di rin, mauulan na ng parada ni J. Kim. At si K na nga lang ang natitira. Si K sana yung pinaka-passive na player na nagkakat ng rotation. Pero anong iikutin ng FERVID? Wala na. Wala silang kailangan gawin kasi mga entries ng Attras patay na.
Yeah, it's more like a pick your poison kind of situation here para dito kay K. Yun nga, in the words of Gordon Ramsay, pare, that push was effing raw. And seems like Attras, unfortunately, gonna get sent back into the oven, pare. And K is gonna get cooked. A7J, 3K agad simula pa lang, nagpaparamdam na agad si Lito. And of course, in the most classic A7J way, babalik siya sa HK. And magpupo sila mid.
Pupo sila mid, pre, kasi kaya pala nag-HK, pre, wala pa rin nakukuha, napakatagal. Pero makakadalawa na nga ngayon si RTA, pre, D-Now with the trade. D-Now trying to get a reposition. Kaya pala nag-HK, pre. Vice-Liw ka na naman dito, A7J, kung makapagtawag ng rush mid. Grabe nga naman. At nakita rin ni Attras yung memo.
Insta-balik sa sniper. He's like, alright, okay, tapos na yung testing. Tapos na tayo dito, pre. Okay, babalik na ako sa hotel and we're gonna go back to our normal defense, pare. A7J trying to test the waters dito sa site. Pero tignan mo naman, 4 na HC na palipad papuntang top A. Pero Tracifer, nakita na nga si Kid C4 drop dito sa house A. Where is the trade? CRG getting Tracifer in return. Pero tignan mo naman si CRG at si J. Kim creating a massive space dito sa A site. MZ, nasa smoke, makukuha niya yung spray kay RTA, pero yung tracers ng kanyang baril ay napakahalata sa smoke. 2 and 1 para sa Attras. That was a Stallions A execute, pare.
At gawin na lang nila pa ulit-ulit no? And bago nga tayo
do it 8 times.
Yeah. Do it Yeah, definitely 8 times. Shoutout nga pala, Boss Mark, ang aking number 1 supporter dyan pag ako'y nagla-live. Boss Mark, maraming salamat. Welcome back to the land of the Philippines, no? At siya ay ata nagbabakasyon dito lang sa Pilipinas. Boss Mark, maraming salamat sa panonood. Mark San Juan, actually, hindi yung isang Boss Mark. And what a shot from Lance, pre. J. Kim, gustong makatakas. Pero syempre, si Lance may hawak na posas. Grabe nga naman. An instant 4v5 nga kagad, no? Wherein FERVID does have a field vision. At least on where CRG is. Ay, alam. Sabi ko sa'yo, di ba? At least alam ni A7J kung nasan si CRG. At syempre, in A7J passion, kakalabanin ko yan. Hindi ko papakrosin yan. Kakalabanin ko yan.
Of course, man. If you're fragging this hard, kung ikaw si A7J, might as well go for more. Pero si MZ mamamatay na naman. Dito sa mapa natin, kind of been a suffering series para sa kanya so far. Pero dami pa namang nakatoka dito sa mapa natin. K eats an HE. So literal na piso na nga siya dito sa mapa natin. Ano yung kaya pang magawa dito ng Attras? This pare. Well, si Lance with an off angle, pero yung C4, Salvi,
Naka-ID yung C4, pre. GR yan, ha? Oh, ang bilis ni Kay! Wow! Information! Napaka-bilis naman ng chismis na pumasok sa Mandawi, pre. Oh my God! But still, 2v1 though. Mahirap to para kay Kay. Definitely mahirap doon. A7J spraying it down dito sa kanyang USP. And my God, Kay, what a reaction para makita kagad ang arko. But nonetheless, no, good effort para sa Attras. Pero an even better execute para sa FERVID.
Yun nga, once again, it's the sniper presence dito ng ating FERVID side. Has been a fair bouts of overextension, so yung napapatalo sa kanila dito. Pero Attras, are you gonna notice the pattern that the executes are actually winning yung mga rounds nyo instead of the low-key defaults na nakikita natin from time to time? Pero feeling ko setup pa lang to. Setup stage pa lang to Salvatore. Obviously, they're looking for stragglers galing sa FERVID, fully knowing how aggressive the players can be. But at a certain point, they will need to set up the execute pa rin. Kailangan maganda yung setup na yun. Pero 4A, Or 3A, 1 mid. Oh no, it is actually 4A.
It's 4 mid. Technically, 4A nga to. Kung makukuha nga nila yung split. Hindi mo papa-HMata sila, pre. Dracifer. Okay, Dracifer. Yari ka sa referee talaga. At isa ka pa, MC. And what a shot by MC. At nasalo niyang tumatalon si Kay habang hindi pa bagong taon. Wow, FERVID. Nilabas na ang mga third-party programs. Pre, paano nyo nakikita? X-ray vision para kay Dracifer.
Oh my goodness. And it's not just that, pare. 4 sila na andun sa A site. So hindi talaga makukuha ng Attras yung site na yun anytime soon unless someone gets a nutty multiple kill from the other side. Pero okay, flick pataas finally. Neutralizing itong si A7J. And a sniper. One of the snipers at least gone para dito sa FERVID. Pero meron pa silang Lance, pare.
A7J now down. They do have the insurance policy ni Lance, no? But is he really that kind of insurance policy na nga ngayon, Stig? He's technically 2-5 right now. At medyo nahihirapan nga siya, makakalakap nga ng angle sa may LA. Siguro kung nag-hotel siya, baka pwede pa. But top pay is not been his friend. No? Okay, Lance the shot and Race first now down. Bukas na bukas ang A-side. Sneaky Lance. Pinapatama nga yan, my friend. Makikita nyo na nga si Jakey. Hindi pa rin tumama, Sticky. Wala talaga, pre. He only has 1 bullet. Pero napakarami naman nadadapo nga sa kanya dito mula kay Kid. It's now down to the 1v4, pre. MZ. Malalason mo nga ba, pre? He doesn't have the sense na sinugod na nga siya ni CRG. And 3-3 Attras and FERVID just exchanging the rights.
Grabe. You have to appreciate K for that round, no, pare. As soon as nakita niya si A7J na na-pick off na dito sa BR, instantly pa dito sa A-site para matulungan ng kanyang kakampi para sa kanilang opensa. And they really needed him in that one to take out itong exit player natin na si D to make it a bit easier of a site to take. And feeling ko nung naramdaman na nila silang sanaan dito sa A-site, they probably got him surrounded. And 3 misses later, nasa kanila na nga itong A. So, Attras, yun nga, the setup into execute combo has been working for them so far para sa kanilang depensa. FERVID Di na masyado magalaw dito sa early round, pare.
Okay. On the hard scope angle, pre. Pero tinan mo MZ. I feel like he wants na mag-forward dito ang Attras. Pero kasi, this is really an angle para makapag-cross ng lane yung mga players talaga mismo. Pero, hindi talaga, pre. Nothing going on for Attras. At ang papadalanghan nila dito, yung Arctic nga mismo na imbis na nilalaban yung LA at LB, kakalabanin niya talaga yung mga magkocross ng HM and Dracifer gets the pick.
As much as it is a smart position to take, pare, Dracifer was still actively pre-firing yung mga angles, pare. So I'm not so sure if that really is the best choice para sa kanya. A7J, nakatayo sa gitna ng kawalan ng LB, but that was for good reason. No? Gusto niya i-confirm whether or not nakakuha na ng hotel control itong Attras, and Attras doesn't have hotel control up until now. So napakadami pang oras na kailangang kunin ng Attras in order just to get the map control that they want for an execute. Pero tignan mo naman, all FERVID has to do is keep mid covered and make sure na secure itong B-side, pare. Pero malimbasa yata ito. Jakim gonna be the distraction on the A players. Spotted. Yun nga, one man take the pare.
And difficult na ngayon for Attras to make an entry. Lalo't medyo duguan na nga ngayon si CRG, but we are aware naman. Pag nga naman talaga may tutok na makakuha nga, MZ, good trade. Pero even better entry para kay RTA. JKM landing the shot at FERVID. Nagpatinag sa rotation. Kinakailangan nga talaga kasi. And Lance, this is not your map, my friend. Nakuha na nga ni Kid ang huling pandangal, pre. Attras moving, threading forward, and every movement has been a kill for the Attras squad.
Yun nga, pretty bad map galing kay Lund so far. Actually, A7J kind of out-sniping in this situation. Kaya nilagay na nga siya dito sa hotel. Maybe to try and enable the sniper to start popping off in this one. MZ gonna be assigned to the A side. Dracifer, still the exact same assignment para sa kanya, pare. Mid and house A. So, I think yung adjustment na to, tamang-tama lang naman, pare. I feel like Lance needs a bit of heat para sa kanyang sniper, pare. And itong hotel natin would be the perfect opportunity to do so. Problema nga lang, Attras. Once again, the hold default para sa kanila, pare. And then, they're gonna figure out anong execute gagawin nila.
Mga ba pinakamaganda, pre? LB Rush? Siguro nyo kagad yan mga Arctic. This has been the most... And I like the contrast ngayon na laban ngayon Stiggy. It's definitely Attras and FERVID exchanging defaults. At isang beses pa lang tayo nakakita ng rushes para sa kanila, no? At naisip ng Attras, hindi naman yun gagana palagi at papala nga yun paminsan-minsan. And right now, they've gathered enough noise sa may LB, bypass, pati na nga rin ng door mid. Pero kasi Freddy, look at his position. He might go in for the lurk. Pag i-commit niya nga to, all they need is the defense, pre. And the defense is speaking volumes, pre. Napakaganda ng orchestra ni A7J. At nahumaling ang Attras. Sila'y nanlamig.
Ang ganda ng jump spot doon ni A7J, pare. Pero mas maganda yung kanyang readjustment. He's actually taking the first floor ng ating A site, and that allows a bit of protection para dito kay Dracifer na walang paparating sa kanyang likod as he is holding down itong house, and he's just free to and shoot whoever he wants na papasok nga dito sa entrance. And very well played from the captain dito ng FERVID. Positioning very smartly, making sure yung kanyang teammate na si Dracifer hindi basta-basta mahuhulog dito, fully knowing what he's capable of in terms of the frag department, pare.
Nothing much, no? Wala masyado, pre. Tahimik pa rin ang lahat ng mga members, and I don't think this will change anytime soon once again, as Sneaky. Parang I feel like FERVID does have the amp up naman para sa parating na retake, pero hindi rin naman sila ibig sabihin napapalag sila, papalag talaga. At the same time, Attras looking for picks. It's the strongest suit para nga sa Attras, pre. And I don't see anytime soon na Attras will not go any different sa mga naging atake nga nila sa site. Here comes the split. Rekta na kagad sa pagmumukha ngayon, and D lands na shot. No way, D. No absolute way That is insane.
What?
What?
Do that with the HK? Okay. I guess, okay. D doing things with the HK na di namin inimagine dito sa broadcast, pare. Pero Lance, USP. Let's see if he can spray and pray dito, pare. But it feels like Kid is the one that has to do the praying. 2 players down para sa Attras dito sa may midside. Lance, umiinit na ang kanyang sniper, ang kanyang TRG, pare. And FERVID with a 1-point lead before the half turns. Attras, a point down. Pero opportunity para sa Attras na bumawi dito up against FERVID. FERVID have had their fair share of struggles, no? Pagdating dito sa BL side, opportunity is here for the comeback, pare.
Let's see if there is an opportunity. Is it golden? Is it bronze? Is it carbon? Is it air? Para sa Attras, no, pre? Parang I'm sensing some numbers dito para kay RTA at CRG. Pag kinacrunch mo nga yan sa calculator, pre, parang hindi ata ito yung araw ni RTA at ni CRG sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Pero paano naman si Lance, pre? Lance has been missing some crucial shots. So I kind of feel like it's a balanced game. Parehong dalawang teams na hindi mo maaasahan sa kanilang mga star players nga ngayon. In order to gain an amazing setup, kailangan nga nilang ayusin dito si CRG, pre. Paisa-isa na naman pasok pala dito sa side ng FERVID. MZ now with the trade para kay K. CRG now with the re-engage. Medyo tumagal pero okay na naman yun. MZ nakikipaglaban sa kaliwat kanan, taas at baba. Nahihirapan na nga ngayon ng FERVID sa stock nga nila sa may LB. FERVID now. Nakasalalay kay Dracifer.
I wonder if alam na to ng Attras actually. Kaso layo nila sa C4. Literal na nilayo talaga nila yung buong angkan from this position. Pero CRG with the RS angle. Nakita na nga dito si Dracifer. 5-5. FERVID could not figure out how to kill CRG dito sa hotel, pare. And they suffered dearly for it. And yun nga, that's not a good situation para dito sa FERVID, pare. They usually just run over whatever map control that they can. Pero Dracifer tumalon and
ayun,
he is gonna regret that, pare. Ayun, nakita mo?
Ako, Sticks, nakita ko yun. Yun ang okay lang. Diba? Yun ang okay lang. Pero yung ginagawa ni Lance tsaka ni KLP, pre, yun ang hindi... Okay, Lance, if you hit that shot, that would have been amazing, honestly. You know? Nakabawi ka agad dito sa Dracifer, pero... Ba't kaya sila to? Are they jump spotting door mid? No? I feel like obvious naman talaga. Kita parang di na nila kailangan jump spotting yung mid. That costed Dracifer's life. At hindi pa nakuha ni Lance yung kill. Default now incoming. DNMZ. I wonder paano mina-micromanage to ni A7J. Knowing na they don't have full commitment sa may baba ng BR. Paangat nga ng AB. Wala pa rin naman. So, what do you think, Sneaky? Parang pwedeng iangat ng hotel o kaya re-recta na lang ng LB?
Yeah, Dre's probably taking the reins for a bit. Could be just a hotel clear pa nila ibalik. Lance, first one in. Naku po, kinain ka na malas, pare. Pero si Di makakadalawa. Take him out in the open. MZ, you need to kill him and he finally does. 2 versus 3. At pwede na sila bumalik dito, pare. They don't have to commit to this B-site just yet. Alam nila na naghahanap ng potential trade ang kanilang mga kalaban dito. Kid looking for it, pero alam niya ba na mayroong trap na nangyayari dito? Second mid will be picked into. Kid will be wallbang dito ni MZ. Finally, a bit of impact from him dito sa mapa natin. Dito sa FERVID. K, the last one left alive. Dangerous sniper. Pero spotted na kayo nasa cable car. At mag-isa ka na lang, pare. And 6-5 para dito sa FERVID. The re-hit sa hotel was actually very key dito, pare.
FERVID now breaking itong tinapay nga natin, no? Pre, FERVID now making sure na everyone gets their piece, no? Wala pa lang kay MZ, no, from his entry, and I like MZ's resurgence dito lang sa second half, pero patatahimikin din siya kagad dito ni J-Kim. And a subtle approach ngayon para sa side ng Attras, no? Magpaparamdam muna nga sila ng onti dito silang sa may LB mula kay J-Kim, pero ang setup is pag kumagat ang FERVID dito, knowing na palagi na lang nila pinupush yung maingay na site, yari sila kay CRG at RTA, or kaya nga ba nilang i-cancel to? All on your court, FERVID.
Hindi ka hanapin yata hindi yung dalawang players na to na nasa LB, pare. But this will be a very difficult task. RTA, nasa gilid, pero kakalaw ka ba, pare? Who is gonna pick who first? In this position, D. Could be spotting CRG. Bypass side. RTA. Tingin sa taas. Tingin sa baba. Tamang tingin lang galing dito kay D. K spotted as well dito ni Lons. And D getting both B players. Jakim with a trade on Tracifer. Pero green light na ba to para pumunta ng B site? Patakbo na rin dito ang Attras pero umaabante sila dito sa LA. Lons with the peak, getting information on both. Mapapaalis na lang siya. This is all delay from Lons and a re-peak with the USP A7J. Nakita na si Ked, inikutan na ang buong depensa ng Attras. Nagbuka silang opensa. 7-5 para sa FERVID.
Men, 7-5 after multiple frag outs from CRG and JKim. Hindi pa rin nakakatulong. My God, Sneaky. There is no sufficient energy para sa Attras na kahit nakakailan sila CRG at JKim. FERVID is still outpowering them with execution alone. Cancel lang LB. Kalabanan yung Crossfire. Hinaan ng loob. Gamit yung flashes and smoke spray. What, FERVID? Kaya nyo naman pala. Ito nga pala yung team na nakipagdikdikan sa Execration at sa Stallions, pre. And they're showing 100% of their power para mapatunayan talaga sa Attras na wala pa ring improvement talaga. Kahit ano pang naging addition nyo. FERVID now pushing it. Making sure na itong LB nga na to covered kagad si CRG. Mag-isa na nga lang siya, pre, with the contrast kanina na kasama niya si RTA. CRG needs to make do of this. At apat ang kanyang makakasalubong. Sneaky, D now down. Pero wala siyang chance na nakuha ulit. 38 HP na lang siya, Sneaky. There goes the flash. Can CRG get the delay? Pero syempre, wala namang mawawala pag susubok ka siya kasi 38 HP na nga lang siya. CRG with the double. And there goes Attras with the setup. MZ now down. Kid now with a follow-up. 5v1, Tracifer all alone in the map. Nakita na nga si JKim tumatalon-talon sa bunker pero may kita niya nga lang din ang kanilang mga kalaban. Tracifer can make it happen. Pag nakuha niya si JKim, it's still winnable on the 1v3, Sneaky.
Do not individually peek him, pare. That is a mistake that you are gonna be regretting soon enough. So it will be alat na 4 players dito ng Attras. They are just trapping him slowly and surely. Pero bawas na dito si JKim. Tracifer backing off at the wrongest time. And Attras finally a response galing sa kanila, pare. More of a forward
very good
approach
response.
para kay no? CRG. And it's so annoying to deal with yung off angle na nasa hotel because the pre-aim is so far. Pero Lons taken out, pare.
Okay, Lance. Probably the best time na kumalma ng amo na, no? No longer is Mr. Consistent nga dito, no? At talagang laban pa rin ang laban. Gusto ata nila na malupit ang series ngayon. Sneaky pero bumabawi si Tracifer pero di rin tatagal. JKim now with the trade. JKim and as well as K delivering the bombs dito sa loob ng FERVID. And FERVID di makaalis.
Yun nga, hindi na nila ma-figure out itong depensa ng Attras. That slight adjustment actually benefiting itong Attras being a lot more aggressive pagdating sa kanilang dalawang side ng mapa. JKim gustong lumaban dito sa LA pero si Kid mapapakover sa kanyang kasama RTA. Covering mid just in case na may gustong tumaan na Tracifer doon. Pero MZ trying to lead the charge para sa kanyang team pero hanggang doghouse lang sila dito sa A side for now.
Ayaw mga si MZ.
Huwag kang tatayo, par.
Huwag kang
tatayo.
Okay. Diyan ka lang sa doghouse.
Ay!
Diyan ka lang sa dog. Ay, huwag ka tumalon. Alam na. They know the gist, pre.
Oh, W info.
Para isumbong.
Grabe yung role mo, MZ. Drone.
Grabe.
Pang-info.
Pwede pala mag-recon. Recon yun eh. Lumilipad eh.
Nakadikit yung mukha niya sa screen na, pare. As soon as he's crossing, men, nandito siya, men. Exactly. Oh, CRG? Hold on. Overcook, sumobra pa sa well done, pare. Nako po. Pinilit magdikit yung push na yun, pare. Parang welding eh.
Welding.
Pero Kid?
Alaw.
Op. Makulit. May makulit na bata sa hotel, pare. May nagkakalat sa lobby. A7J. The doorman. Gustong pagalitan, pero Kid ayaw magpatinag dito sa hotel. Tracifer will be getting Kid in return. RTA, JKim. Last two left alive, RTA. Buhay na buhay pa nga sa sarili ng spawn. Pero wala pa ang C4. Nasa kamay pa ni Lance at patakbo patakbo pa lang sila papuntang B-side, pare.
Uy, nakataka. Si RTA, pre. Di na nilaban si J. Kim. Si Dracifer nasa loob na nga. And he's gonna be the cut rotator ngayon. Dracifer, huwag ka nang tumingin sa iba. Pressure naman na magagaling na exit yung mga yan. At baka magkasalisihan pa nga kayo. Sneaky, nakakapit ka ba sa puso mo, pre? At baka madali pa si Dracifer. J. Kim and RTA. Nagkahiwalay pa. Tumingin pa ng exit ang isa. At nakapasok na nga ang FERVID sa angat ng gate, pre. At hindi alam ng may-ari ng bahay na nakapasok na ang market bahay, pre. Jacob na on the push. 41 HP. El Cerro Miedo si Jacob, pre. Kung makapag-asta na malakas pa siya, pre. Na napakarami niya pang HP. It's a possibility na makaretake pa nga dito ang Attras. Anything is possible. Ika nga ng big ticket, pre. Dracifer gonna get the headshot. At isa na nga lang nga natitira. FERVID forces the time out. Attras pahinga na muna.
Grabe.
Ay, FERVID pala
FERVID yung magta-time out.
What?
Woo! Parang nakita na ni Kuya Aris yung pattern. Nakikita niya na yung pattern eh, Salvatore. Nakikita niya na yung pattern. 8-7, 8-8, 9-8. Tapos dun magta-time out yung iniisip dito na FERVID. Pero tinigil na dito. Tinigil na dito ng FERVID, ng potentially yung kalokohan na mangyayari dito sa next few rounds natin. Kasi feeling ko, Kuya Aris, he is probably telling his boys, okay, we need to wrap this up. Kasi pag binigyan pa natin ng chance itong FERVID na makabalik dito sa game, obviously we do know what happens if we give etong Attras actually momentum. Kita naman natin capabilities ni J. Kim, K, and etong si CRG. Do you really want to bank on yung last 3 rounds nyo with some with some strats that I just thought of really para kaya ngayon FERVID taking a minute and 30 to think about this, pare, and Attras having also a minute and 30, so meron din silang time na magluto dito, pare.
Especially for someone like Kuya Aris, no. Na at this rate, nakita naman natin paano nga siya mag-convert nga ng timeout kanina, and paano naman ngayon si Coach Ang. I feel like Ang really has that proactiveness talaga para sabihin na lang sa mga players niya, paalala ulit sa kanila na meron kayong generational talent sa paglalaro nga ng Crossfire. RTA and CRG has the gall para kalabanan dito ang FERVID, pero parang hindi ata natin nakikita yun kasi nga they're being beaten by their own egos and especially mentality na lang din na kailangan buhay nga sila. Pero if you're not going to risk that challenge, pre, that's going to be really tough here for the side of Attras. Ngayon pa nga lang, pre, kailangan na nga nilang pag-igihan ngayon kung paano nga nila dedepensahan ang malainit na puwersa ng isang A7J tsaka ng Dracifer, kasi it's not even this game. It's literally A7J doing all the calling and playing every role. Arctic, backup, attacker, order, lurker, IGL, pre, lahat ginawa niya na nga ngayon. And A7J is doing this kasi kaya niya. At higit sa lahat, maasahan niya naman si Dracifer na mag-bid round.
And especially with some familiar friends by his side, pare, MZ kind of back into the fray. I feel like he's a lot more comfortable, no, in approaching some of these more dangerous angles. And ito naman natin yung laruan ni MZ, pare. I feel like he's pure sacrificial mode right now, but at least nabibigyan ng space ang kanyang mga kakampi dito. But damn, man, he needs to get some cracks. Stats have been a bit low para sa kanya, pare. Pero MZ na naman ang unang bawas para sa kanya mga kasama. Lance with the quick scope dito kay CRG. J-Kim nakarating ng doghouse. Pero mapapabalik siya doon, pare. All of a sudden, FERVID, the turtle strategy gumagana para sa kanila. Pero yung turtle kakagat na nga dito sa ulo ni Kay. Nako po! Headshot for the sniper. Attras na paikot. And FERVID potentially getting B-side numbers game para sa kanila, pare. Pero si RTA, di naniniwala sa bilang. Meron pa sila dito. Lance getting J-Kim. RTA na lang mag-isa. FERVID looking for the ender, looking for the finisher, and there it is. Attras. Akala nila sila yung gagawa ng play dito, pare, pero FERVID ready para dun.
At wala pa silang nakuha ng malalang kill doon kumpara kay RTA, pre, and that is the thing. They wanted to make the play. Pero in order to play to be executed, kailangan nila ng upper ground at kailangan nga nila makuha yung pick kagad, pero hindi nga nila nakuha kasi FERVID was already 3 steps ahead. CRG, naka-USP pa nga, pero babalik na nga ng HK nga ngayon, pero inaambahan pa lang ng FERVID ang labas nga ng hotel. Baka sakaling madiskartehan nila si CRG on a better manner. Now the rest of Attras trying to back down. Wala munang gagalaw, wala munang lilipat ng poste nga nila. And there is a possible shot here for Attras. They just need to take care of hotel, pre. Pag nakuha nila yung hotel, madali na lang mag-lurk eh. Kasi aatras yung FERVID pag pumalya sila.
Aatras na ba? Or will this be the full frontal assault ng ating hotel side? Tracifer nakarating sa bar, serving up his own drinks dito. And it will be 2-3 players down para sa Attras. And oh my goodness me, they drunk the Kool-Aid pare, and they all pass out. Jakim will be falling, MZ will be killing, FERVID will be winning dito sa ating series. And it seems like we might have overestimated itong Attras pare, kasi ang FERVID, yan ang tunay na top team pare.
Pag isang mother tongue na lang talaga ang sinasabi nila, no, Sneaks, you can definitely feel the whole shift for FERVID. No? Welcome back, MZ. No? Para sa mga nagsasabi ko lang bilang dito si MZ, ayan, binigyan kayo ng positive KD at isa sa mga malulupit na multi-kills para manahimik ang Attras. And Attras has a lot of work to do. They're now going back to the drawing board. How in the world do we live in a scenario na natalo nga nila ang Virtus.Pro, ranked number 4 in the whole world, pero ang FERVID, hindi nila malampasan-lampasan. No? So ngayon, we have a lot of flowcharts na pwede nang madali ngayon, Sticky, kasi nag-iba na ang ating kwento ngayon. Attras showcasing na all they're good for is definitely up against Virtus.Pro. Pero ngayon, pre, grabe yung second half na yun, pre. Not because it was definitely good for FERVID, but Attras just losing all of their grips.
Bro, they are getting cooked by the comment section kasi recently. Ayun nga, that's why I did say na medyo ill-prepared itong Attras pare, because they did take a very short trip to a place that is very sandy pare, and it seems like they cannot get the sand out of their shorts in time para kalabanin itong FERVID pare. Still, you know, it is important to relax, but it seems like they relaxed a bit too much up against a team like MV. And ito na kayo sinasabi ko pare, every time you enter a series and kalaban mo si A7J, if you are not 100% prepared pare, you will lose and you will lose. And this is the prime example of it pare. D playing absolutely insane today pare, pero gusto ko ngang i-compliment itong si Tracifer and itong si A7J actually. These two have been leading the charge in terms of yung fragging, na granted medyo na-turn down sila dito sa Eagle Eye, malala naman nag-step up ang mga riflers natin pare.
And what a step up indeed, no, pre? From the riflers to all the snipers, pre. Nung naramdaman nga ni A7J na, uy, yung bata ko, hindi nakakatama sa kanyang artic. Ako na lang mag-a-artic, no, pre, and he took the reins. Nung nakita niya hindi rin matama din si MZ, sige na nga, ako na nga mag-a-anchor, pre. He was doing literally everything. And I feel like, no, it was not just him being able to play out individually. Feeling ko yung resurgence talaga ni Tracifer sa second half was that huge of a deal. No? Kahit anong positivity pa dito ni CRG at ni JKM, ang hirap pa rin talaga punterihin na A7J na alam niya kung nasaan kayo kahit tulog nga kayo. The A7J's movement around the map is definitely underrated, and every play was calculated from the rotations din ni D. No? Buti na nga lang marunong sumunod si D sa kuya niya. Kasi if D played individually, he would have been caught by K a lot of moments. No? Pero buti na nga lang D was taking a backup role instead of an attacker, kasi yung adjustment na yan nagpahina sa loob ni Kid at ni CRG. It was definitely good. It was definitely effective, no?
Siyempre, with D being the backup this time, may bago na silang alay dito, Salvatore. Hindi na naglalurk itong si MZ. Siya na mismo ang unang papasok at unang mamamatay para sa kanyang team. Wala siyang pake kung mamamatay siya or he goes 8-13 pare, as long as makuha niya yung space para dito kay D. And he even goes even dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. But of course, our set MVP is gonna be D. Grabe talaga ang magkakapatid dito pare, pero ang or actually the second youngest is gonna be the set MVP this time. 1.50 KD, 0.83 kills per round, 0.6 sa HK. Partida naka-EBR pa yan, CD, half of the time. So, it is straight up impressive yung nakikita natin mechanics galing dito sa younger brother nga ni A7J. At magtataka ka na lang, pre, may kapatid ka pa ba na isa na pwede ipasok dito, men? Kasi grabe talaga yung bloodline nyo pare.
Hindi din, no? Mga yako sa laim talaga, no? Mga halimaw talaga akong maglaro, no? At balita ko, parang may gusto pa i-recruit na isa pa, si A7J. Tama ka na, bossing, kota ka na. Lance, our MVP for the whole series. Grabe nga naman, no? I feel like, Sneaky, the future of CFPH is in good hands. We have Durs, Kano, D, at ngayon, si Lance na nga ngayon ang isa sa mga pupunan ng role dito, no? Lance, definitely right on the money sa kanyang tutok nga ngayon. At grabe ka! Wala talagang balak dito ang FERVID na magpatinag sa mga hinaing na ba't nyo inalis si J. Kim? Bakit kayo nagbago ng roster? O eto nga pala ang sagot, kasi kaya namin.
Yeah. Pero yun nga, at the end of the day, pare, it is all in good fun in between yung dalawang teams sa to. And, you know, at Vitriol, granted, it can be there, but if FERVID has evidence na this team is definitely better without etong si J-Kim, then this is probably the best piece of it. It is reality, pare. And, of course, in the phrase of yung mga favorite na Discords natin, Salvatore, dito sa Crossfire, tanggap lang. Tanggap lang talaga ang pagkatalo
Tanggap lang,
dito
tanggap
para
lang.
sa Attras. Tanggap lang. Wala tayong magagawa, pare. Malakas sila ngayon. Pero FERVID proving that they are still competing and they are still trying to fly to Paris, pare.
Shoutout sa Discord na yun eh, no? Lahat ata ng vocab natin, no? Sneaky doon lang din ang galing, no? Na wag na magreklamo, tanggap lang eh, no? Pero ganoon nga naman talaga, no? When skill comes to play, wala tayong sagot dyan, and the better skill team was definitely FERVID in this rate. Pero yun na nga lang oras na meron kaming dalawa ni Sneaky dito para sa ating unang dalawang series. Ipapasa na nga namin dyan sa aming kaibigan na dyan si Ramon at si Dadong, pero mamaya nyo pa sila makikita kasi magtatawag muna kami ng break kasi kailangan namin ng enerhiya para sa parating na series ka na to. SGJ versus Execration dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers phase number 2. Salvatore and Sticky Frog out.
Welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa! Oras na para malaman kung sino sa Old Gods ang makakasabay sa current sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase 2. Kami nga po pala ang DR Duo, Datum and Ramon. At ang susunod na matchup na ito ay para sa mga nagtatanong kung kailan ang laban ng MATTJESS, no? Kasi it's a rivalry reborn between Execration versus SGJ, Matt. Dalawang OG sa MATTJESS, dalawang OG sa SGJ. Malalim ang ugat para sa laro na ito.
Yun na nga, no? The matchup that is coming up, Ramon, it's a storyline that goes back 5 years. Napaka-istoryado ng dalawang team na to, and I can't wait to showcase. Pero yung masabi mo kanina, Ramon, it's the old gods versus the new. Parang pakiramdam ko medyo kind of puro old gods tayo dito sa ating upcoming matches. Of course, the last match, it is MATTJESS versus JY. At yung MATTJESS still kind of figuring things out, but already looking good sa panimula ng ating qualifier. No? I can't wait to see kung anong mangyayari dito sa Exe versus SGJ. Sino ba mga palalaroin nila? Palalaroin ba nila si ZYK just to get that revenge from Tino? Sana.
Pwede. I mean, there's a possibility. Pwede nga tingnan kung sino yung napasok sa VC mamaya just to take care kung sino nga yung maglalaro sniper. Although, looks like the sources are indicating that Yotib is going to have his second appearance dito. And from yesterday's games, I don't think he needed to do too much, pare. There's not much adjustment to be needed for Execration, albeit nasa adjustment period sila. That to the point na CBN really just showed that he is still at the uppercut ng kung ano yung meron tayo dito in terms of talent in CFS PH as well. No? So we'll see if Yotib will be able to put himself more on the spotlight. But the biggest hot seat ngayon is on SGJ kasi this is the biggest challenge that they can have sa buong naging run nila all the way from the Impact Finals up to this point. Ang Execration ng arguably pinakamahirap nilang magiging kalaban. They're part of the top 4 and this is the best challenge para ma-prove na sila nga belong sa Summer, pare.
That's a statement and a half dito, Ramon, no? Considering Execration, as you said, is one of the best the country has to offer. Ito natin ang map dito. Where will we be going? Sub-base for set number 1. At dadalhin tayo ng SGJ support nila. Ramon, this is a battle of, well, the classics. The sub-base, this is paborito to ni MBA. One of the maps where he constantly innovates over his time sa Pacific. And he will be taking us there. SGJ going back to port. Mid-rounding from Tino is gonna take the spotlight dito sa mapang ito. Pero binan ng Execration yung compound. Parang nanonood ng Impact dito yung Exe.
For sure, pare. No? Either scouting kung paano yung magiging mid-rounding ni Tino or maybe it's just something that they kind of also are adjusting to their own playstyle, diba? Kasi if you remember, Execration favors this new compound kahit nung group stage pa lang nila. And considering the roster that they have, they don't really need to make that many changes considering Yotib pretty much being able to hold his own laban sa kahit sino sniper dito. So I feel like the new compound map being banned out is more of like a preference for themselves laban sa SGJ, not because hindi sila komportable sa new compound dito. No? So it's gonna be an SGJ side naman para i-challenge sila sa first map pa lang, pare. Kasi if you remember, while this is your favorite map ng Execration in history, the last few times na nakita natin sila on sub-base is not really the best of showings, in my opinion. No? You remember the STS game nung playoffs pa lang, it left a very bad taste in my mouth, pare. But with the new leadership, with the new blood in Yotib, feeling ko naman iba yung ipapakita nating side on Execration this time around.
Exactly. But to be fair, no, I want to give a little bit of leeway para sa Execration kasi karamihan sa teams natin dito sa Masters from last Masters is malakas sa sub-base. No? I mean, you talk about the top 2 outside of them, STS, syempre, andyan na. You got FERVID, you got Cuerdas, you got the likes of MATTJESS na lahat malalakas sa sub-base. No? So I wouldn't necessarily discount Execration from recent history kasi, well, they've had to step up in that sub-base. But granted, it hasn't been the flashiest of maps para sa kanila. It's still a map where they can absolutely showcase that firepower. I mean, going back into the argument of this being a storied matchup, Execration versus SGJ, kung hindi nyo alam ano pinag-uusapan namin, no, way back in 2020, honestly, nagsimula to 2021, 2022 up to 2024 is really where the story kind of reaches its peak. Doon nagpapalitan kung sino yung maging representative natin in CFS Grand Finals. Ultimately, nakuha na-dethrone na ng SGJ ang or rather ang Pacific at the time in 2024. 2 of the players dito ng Execration ang na-dethrone nila. Tino, nakasama pa noon sila Yobib at sila Elvin. That's NBA, si ZYK andito rin, no? And I'm not sure kung lalaro si ZYK for today, but what a treat that would be na makita ulit na magtapat ang mga veteranong ito. But honestly, Ramon, with the current state of these two teams, I would give an even playing field. Yes, it's a Masters versus Impact matchup, but SGJ, I feel like madami silang nakuhang rep and marami silang nakuhang information from Masters to study off of and maybe perhaps maghanap ng bagong strategies against Execration.
And I agree with that, no? And just to add to that as well, feeling ko pang Masters na din yung naipapakita ng SGJ habang tumatagal. And no, with the momentum that they've had, with the win in Impact sa Grand Finals nun, as well as the back-to-back wins as well dito sa from the Grand Finals in towards where we are at the Swiss, mataas ang kumpiyansa ng mga players natin on SGJ, especially from the win. The other day, Jayhawker just put up multiples dito pa lang on this SGJ run that we've had so far. And the young gun in Durs is beating put on the spotlight na rin, pare. In Sneaky Frog's hands and eyes, feeling ko siya daw yung magiging next and up dito. I agree with him, pare, kasi sa kung ano yung nakikita nila from the group stage into where we are right now, Durs has been also consistent, and I feel like we're just scratching the surface. So kung ano yung pwede maipakita ni Durs dito, kind of telling sa kung paano yung nagiging system dito para kay Tino. You give him a system where young guns can actually shine with a little bit of freedom, mas lalong tumitinas ang mga players natin ng SGJ, pre.
Not to mention as well, no, yung ibang riflers dito ng SGJ, Jayhawker on a tear kapag maganda yung mga entry niya. Paniguradong panalo ang SGJ. Pero hindi mo siya mag-entry naman dahil nasa depensa ang SGJ. It's Execration versus SGJ in round number 1 dito sa subbase.
Sure, GR side para sa SGJ. An Execration gonna be the ones para makapag-pace ng tempo na gusto nilang timplahin. Start off with a very quick util push dun pa lang sa may MR and slowly rotate papunta doon sa may second mid.
Alright, Yotib on the sniper. One of the, when you talk about rising stars, hindi mo pwedeng hindi sabihin si Yotib. Execution mula sa luwag. At si Durs tatanggap. That's the one. The EBR is absolutely deadly. Pero si CBN mas deadly. Finds his kill. Justin nakakyat sa sikip. At yung Execration pinasok ang missile. 2 players left for the defense of SGJ.
A classic Execration push from Luwag as well as doon sa Vents where Justin just taking complete control sa nagiging reactions ng SGJ. So wala nang kahit anong entry si Tino. Si Evie na lang ang natitira. When we talk about old school, there's no more old school than Evie himself. A 1v3 para sa kanya pero si MVA pa rin ng mananaig. 1-0 para sa Execration and it's just comparable sa simula nila.
And you talk about MVA dito sa sub-base map, Ramon, no? Dire-diretso siya dito sa pagpasok ng A site all the way up to CR na hindi nga in-expect ng SGJ. Nandun na agad siya, no? That's the reason why Execration took a lot of control sa A site dahil ang bilis ng pagpasok na MVA. That's comfort and a half para sa Execration. This time taking the tempo a little bit slower. Lots of presence in sa woods, Ramon, pero yung SGJ, yung adjustment, double stack sa A.
Babago ulit. Execration taking a more forward approach dito sa may luwag. There's already taking a very close timing. Good shots on him. Yun nga lang. Execration still get themselves 2 kills. Kaso Jayhawker keeping the momentum going. That is 3 versus 2 and Execration down on numbers.
Uy, 2v3. Exe hindi makapagtanim ng bomba. Pero lalapit na mga member ng SCJ, Ramon. Dalawa manggagaling sa sikip. At lumapit na rin si Evie dito. Ayaw na lang maghiwa-hiwalay at nakapagtanim si Yotib.
Nga good timing on him to get the objective pero SGJ still have the free reign at papasok pa rin si Jayhawker.
Uy!
No
Ball!
hesitation and they have to kasi Folex keeps the timing. He's the headshot and Folex is active pero Tino still alive. The leader, the captain, he has to go clutch at alam niyang laban sa batang to. Kailangan ng gulangin si Folex at ginulang na nga ang bata sa Execration. It will leave 1-1. SGJ gets the bounce back.
Full X, naka-double kill pero kulang pa rin, sabi ni Tino. Ganito mag-sub-base, ganito mag-retake. And that was a very aggressive swing. Walang takot si Tino doon, no? Knew that he had the advantage, went for the fights. And sometimes it's all about the confidence talaga, Ramon. No? Ilaban mo lang. That's why we see a lot of peaks dito sa ating Crossfire Philippines that is kind of dry. Because sometimes that's all you need. 1-1, tablado agad tayo dito. And SGJ, you have to remember, Ramon, yung storya ng SGJ, hindi naman Execration yung gusto nilang mahuli. Ang gusto nilang makatapat, Virtus.Pro. Yun yung gusto nilang bawian. Para sa kanila, Execration, just another team na madadaanan nila.
Nga eh. Hindi ata mag-meet yung landas nila so far dahil nga different yung nagiging results nila from the first day. Maybe along the lines, no? Either in the Swiss or either in Masters, finally their fates will intertwine. Pero para sa ngayon, ang focus nila is this Execration squad. Jared with shots in towards Justin. Nakapasok na agad ang LR si CBN. They have to note about this as Follex gets that 1-for-1. Nakapasok sa 2F si CBN. Nakapasok ng passage si MVA. The split push is real for Execration. And now SGJ down on numbers.
Good movement from Exe after losing one player. Nag-push kagad sila. Also from passage, MBA. Nice position and he gets both kills. Grabing dumaga itong si MBA. Ramon, that's 2 impact rounds already for MBA. At lamang ng isang Execration.
I always like how the calling is for MVA since he took up the leadership role. Everything seems crystal clear. And that's exactly what Yotib has in his arsenal. A good shot over towards Jared as well. Keeping that second mid a little bit pressured on the side of SGJ. 4 versus 5. Execration playing turtle this time around.
Exactly. And I can't help but feel like yung calling na to ni MBA mas pinaganda dahil may definitive direction na ang Exe. Parang kumbaga wala ng power struggle. Siya na lang talaga ang IGL dito, no? And it's obviously working out. BL side, mukhang madali para sa Exe dito on their sub-base signature. And Jayhawker hoping to find impact. Kaso lang, nanuglog na si Jared Ramon. Uy, nakita?
I think he has an idea. The spot comes in. Maybe that bit of adjustment can be said for Execration. The down on numbers for SGJ. So either hintayin nilang makuhasok all the way towards second mid since nakahawak pa na naman ng angulo dito si Jayhawker, or since ginawa din kanina ng Execration yung passage push, dyan nakatingin itong si EV. Pero Justin, good pick on to Jayhawker. 5 versus 3. There's a lot of hesitation for SGJ. They need to make a move as Execration have the space sa LR.
EV, watching passage. Pero mukhang hindi makakadaga ngayon si Mats. And that's a shot easy for the veteran. Tino, umisa din. The duo is making it happen. Pero si Justin manggagaling sa likod. Paano nakapuslit yun? Saan nakatingin si EV? Lumabas pala ng passage. 2v3, Ramon.
Magkakahiwalay pa. At mukhang magkakahiwalay na landas ng parehong players natin ng SGJ. Trying to get individual duels happen sa Execration. And it looks like it's gonna work. Yo, tip down, sniper gun. Justin and Follex, the last 2 para sa Execration. Needs to hold down the C4. Needs to hold up against SGJ na nagsama-sama na lang into the retake scenario. 15 seconds. No space to be given. There's nahanap ng Follex and Justin surprises EB from down below. 3-1 para sa Execration.
Yeah, I don't think Tino would be happy about that around doon. Nakascope kasi siya Tapos iniwan yung likod niya dito ni EB. A bit of miscoordination from SGJ that I think should be addressed sooner rather than later. Ramon, nakikitaan sila ng butas ng Execration, and that's solely because of some lapses in the communication dito. Should have been covering each other's backs. But at this point, Execration lumalamang na. 3-1 in favor of Exe. At mas pinabagal pa nila lalo.
To make those adjustments, pare. Gulat sila that SGJ can kind of cook up a really good defense from the picks itself. So maybe a timely push either one side. Be manageable. Yung passage, hindi na lang natitingnan. Tawakan na lang nila yung lanes. Either expecting an aggressive peak over to Execration or just trying to maintain the map control na meron pa rin sila dito.
I think I think they are expecting SGJ to somewhat make a play kasi the past couple of rounds, laging nahanapan ang butas ng Exe, no? So it's convention that SGJ try something else. Pero wala Execration, given the time, given the space. Papasok na ng MR. LR held by EV. At si Jayhawker susuportahan siya, Ramon.
Good support. And a good smoke as well. Yung team, hindi niya na-expect si Jayhawker, pero paano mo ba siya i-expect? Napaka-agresibo at yun din ang gagawin ni Justin. Yun din ang ginawa ni MVA. Good split push, good timing, pero Jared, good response. Rebata laban sa mukha ni CBN. 4 versus 3, yun nga lang, Tino, EV, they shut down the rotation of Execration. It's not down to Follex in a 1v2.
Si Follex yan. Kahit 50 HP, may chance pa rin. You can never count out one of the top riflers in the country. Kaso narinig ata siya ni Jared na nagre-reload dito sa mid. Spotted! And that is the wall bang. Around for SGJ. A beautiful hold and nagsimula yun dito sa LR, Ramon, no? A beautiful smoke by Jayhawker. Also getting the spam in. And that's a nice little start of the round para sa SGJ to give them round number 5. Uy, Vince play from Jared.
Yeah, And events play na baka malason pa nga kahit sino dito sa Execration. Pakita na si Justin. It's si Jared. Free space lang para sa kanya. Kala mo, free na free lang para sa Execration, pero SGJ counter that with a trap of their own. MVA gets the 1-for-1, pero nagulat sila na meron nakuwang isa ditong SGJ.
Yun na nga not expecting the Vince play. Justin, certainly not. Siya na nga yung pumasok nung una sa Vince, tapos backing off. Wasn't expecting Jared to be close. At nakita na natin to dati, Ramon SGJ. Putting 1 foot forward dito sa Vince, no? What was the team na kalaban nila that prompted them to do this?
It was Cuerdas, pre. Cuerdas versus Execration pa yun, pre. Of all things.
Yung paulit-ulit na nag-Vince push, no? Uy.
So VP kanina na medyo alam nila nangyayari, pero EV spotted by Folex. Influx from Durs as well. Magkabilang dulo naghahanap ng plays and they both get the results they need. Pero Tino, gunshot at the MVA lined up and CBN.
Oh my God!
Sumunod pa! It's another wall bang coming through para sa SGJ, pero Folex reconvenes in the fight. 1v1 laban sa dalawang batang ito. And Durs gonna win it out. It is a star of today that finds himself in a 3-3 SGJ tablado sa entablado.
Grabe yung palitan na yun, Ramon. Tino with a big round but Folex to step him up. Buti na lang si Durs yung natira to win the duel up against the star that is Folex. Simula agad tayo dito, Ramon. Barilan sa woods. At mukhang makakatakbo parehong kapunan natin out of there. For now, Tino lumipat sa LR. MR is a deadly battleground pero si MVA nakapuslit na naman, lumalapit na sa second mid.
MVA, gusto mo bang maging agresibo? Or gusto mo bang mamatay agad-agad? Kasi meron pang Jayhawker nakahawak dyan. Risky position for both players, pero Execration do not want to take any risk, pare.
Yun na nga. Disciplined still. Kasi may position naman sila sa vents, no? Medyo maunti yung oportunidad ng Execration dito na gumawa ng cheesy play. Justin, nadala. Nakatingin na lang siya, pre, dun sa vents. Sinihintay niya na lang si Jared lumabas.
And they say that new bloods can't have cultural impact, pre. Ngayon, hawak-hawak na yung vents. Pero SDJ, they can use Jared to just peek off of that one crevice doon pa lamang sa vents position.
Uy!
Taking a bit of a risk and it's a bit too risky para kay Justin. Durs now gonna have to hold himself against 3 players. Execration overwhelm him. Pero si Jayhawker nandito din. Nananapak ng Execration members na pumapasok sa luwag. But Yotib and CBN, there's no entry point for them, kaya kailangan nilang umalis, they do.
Ang ganda ng hold ng SGJ, pero si Jared, kailangan pa ba bang lumabas dyan, boss? Parang hindi na. Pero okay lang, he's still able to find a kill in the form of Evie and Jayhawker with the hold of his life, man. Hindi niya pinakawalan yung missile under any circumstance. And that was more than enough for SGJ to win the round. Lamang na ang SGJ.
The tag teaming between Jayhawker and Durs literally shut down that push galing sa luwag ng Execration. And we gotta know that Justin and Folex are enough of a duo para ma-sandwich silang dalawa. Hindi eh. New bloods coming through and the old gods just showed him how it's done. Justin gets the kill kay Jared. And another one as well para sa Execration. 5 versus 3 in SGJ. Medyo kailangan na lang i-hold yung meron pa rin sila, pare.
Sabi ni Justin, pre, ang kulit mo, ha? Kulit mo, Jared, ha? Keeps control of vents for now, pero si Jayhawker nakapuslit sa likod mo! Justin, unable to flick for his life! And Jayhawker will be traded by CBN. Execration, good map control. Dalawa na lang natira sa SGJ. Make that... Okay, MPA going down. Durs with a nice little trade out. Pero malaki pa ang kailangan gawin dito ni Durs at EV.
Nga eh. So much more to be done, especially with the man count disadvantage. Pero EV surprises CB and the original headshot machine is gonna go down because of Yotib. From the sniper into the attacker. We've seen things like this before. Nung nasa Cuerdas pa siya. And it looks like Durs is in a 1v2. Needs to make a miracle. Low on HP. Yotib gonna hit him with the wall bang. 4-4 para sa Execration. Tablado sila ulit.
It's pretty interesting how much of a focus Vents is sa mapang ito, sa larong ito. Gaano mo kadalas pwede sabihin na palaging may bantay sa Vents sa subway? So, teka lang, Jayhawker nag-MR na. And Yotib to trade him out. 1-for-1! Yotib on the sniper. Gumugusto pa! Pero si Polex at si MBA tumig-isa na din. Execration showing SGJ how to fight the pub games dito sa MR. Inubos silang lahat. At si Tino sumunod na rin. Execration pick up the lead in the second half.
Dikit na laban, pero in the last round, that was based on a high, pare. Kala mo nag-6 gear ang lahat ng mga nasa Execration players, where the default early on was very slow. Ngayon, times 3 nila yung playback speed na nangyari dun sa round na yon. Just something that we kind of expected from a sub-base game, and anywhere that you go at it. At buti nalakat na ako ng forward space si Justin ng time na yon, kaya na-secure nila yung CR this time around. 4-5 na tayo into the second half. GR side up para sa Execration. Good shots coming through for Polex, pero may pagbawi pa rin ng SGJ.
Nice little coverage from Polex, no? Kahit na nag-break si Justin, Polex able to find a trade. At dahil dyan, hindi nakapag-bansa yung SGJ dito sa woods. Tinan mo din yung position ni Polex, oh. Umakit na siya dito sa luwag just to cover off that lost space. Pero si CBN, maririnig yung SGJ. Oh, what a shot from Jared. Sumilip lang, CBN is down.
Yan nga and that was also because nobody was holding para sa kanya sa LR. Absolutely, he was isolated, pero MVA, syempre okay lang sa kanya na nag-iisa lang siya doon. Gusto niya patayin si Tino and he does so onto the fellow IGL. 3 versus 3. Smoked off yung magiging shotter, so that will be free entry para sa SDJ sa 2F. Pero Yotib was the angle and completely dismantles Jared. Durs baka sumunod pa at buti na lang hindi tumama yung second
Yotib
shot. Pero on the second opportunity, Yotib hits that. Evie na lang ang natitira, pero lalamunin siya ng buhay ni MVA. 6-4 is the score. Execration on the lead.
Mukhang tama ka, Ramon. Nagiging old gods versus Danyo nga. Yotib proving himself godly dito sa sub-base with the most kills in the whole lobby. Nilamangan niya pa si Polex. Pero si Tino magpapakitang gilas din sa TRG. Justin is down.
Natulog ng panandalian si Justin again. Normally, mamaw sa mga gantong sitwasyon. Pero kung kalaban niya si Tino, walang kahit anong forward space ang makukuha para kay Justin. Bitaw pa nga dun sa Vents with the 4th position para dito kay MVA. He's in danger, but that is if Tino is aware of this. Jared with the kill, Durst with the push. SGJ have A site at mawawala na ng bisa yung hold ng SGJ dun sa may B site.
Oo nga, kahit unang lumamang dito. Ang Exe, they're still gonna try and find the man advantage. Si Evie, hindi nakita pero napuslitan siya doon. Yotib, tumingin ka sa kaliwa. Yotib andyan! And Evie will maximize the position. Double kill for Evie. At ganun-ganun lang, SGJ, pumayb 6 na.
Ang laki ng risk na ginagawa ni MVA dun, pare. Kasi you could get the forward space, you could get the info, pwede ka pang pumatay. Pero in the process, nabigay mo yung CR at napadali yung pagpasok ng SGJ dun sa luwag. It already falls apart para sa Execration ng time na yon. And they need a lot of time para humabol. Kaya pandikitin to ng SGJ, pare.
Siyempre naman. Especially with the way things are going, ha? Execration getting a little bit sloppy with their corner checking. Hindi nila tinignan na nandun sa corner si Evie. They paid big time for it. So now it is a rough start for Execration sa depensa nila. Yotib has been massive dito sa GR side. But it hasn't been enough. Execration, yung depensa nila medyo malambot, ha?
Hindi ko alam kung nasa range si Tino para marinig yung nag-drop. Pero Yotib, pinabagsak lang si Tino. Parang wala atang bisa na narinig nila sa CBN doon. They put LR on notice. May sniper na nakahawak dyan. 4 versus 5. SGJ playing the turtle now.
Heavy defense to, ha? Para sa LR. Tatlo yun. Oh, dalawa yung nakatingin doon sa LR. Second mid, a little bit soft. MBA, what a flick! Joke lang! Okay lang palang dyan ka, MBA. Sige, huwag ka nang umalis. Boom! Another kill for the sniper. Sabi ko, malambot yung depensa ng Execration. Joke lang. Okay, Yotib and MBA. Sige na, malakas na.
Sa mga naghahanap kay ZYK, pre, sabi ni Yotib, wag nyo nang hanapin ng wala. 13 kills para sa sniper na ito. And he is putting SGJ in slow-mo sa pagpasok nila sa site dahil sa sniper na to. LR now, the only option na meron sila at na-spot pa nga nila si Yotib doon sa may dark room. 2F now taking control. There's next on the chopping block pero siya ang papatay kay Yotib. Lots of players on Execration. Nandito pa rin sa B site. 20 seconds, hindi pa rin makapush si EV so medyo isolated pa yung positioners dito. No isolated frags, no nothing to be said para sa SGJ so far. They're doing the best that they can para hindi sila makapag-plant ng objective. 10 seconds, mauubos ang oras, mauubos ang SGJ. EV down, there's the lang, and even the star player can't shine brightly sa sub-base. Execration 7-5.
Walang timeout, SGJ. Okay, didiretso lang nila, Ramon. This is kind of worrying. Kasi nagkakaroon sila ng mistakes dito, no, na hindi nila ginagawa kanina. Nag-audition sila sa sniper ni Yotib. Yeah. After spotting the position of the sniper, you could just use utility, pero dalawa pa rin yung nag-pick kay Yotib doon. CBN finding EV. And this BL side falling apart, Ramon. SGJ, asan na yung niluto nyo sa sub-base na to? Mukhang wala sa ngayon kasi kahit sa luwag di sila makapasok.
Wala na nga yung backup plan at yung una nilang gagawin sana ay nabuluwak lang dahil sa depensa nila doon sa A site. So, plan C na lang siguro. Second mid para sa SGJ. Yotib again on the spotlight. Scope in. Hawak lang, Jayhawker, good shots in at patay pa nga si Tino pero in the end nakuha pa nila yung entry. Si SDJ going through from Sikip pero nahawak pa rin ni Folex, napatay pa nila si Jayhawker. SDJ have no business getting a sight at dahil sa kill ni MVA, it's impossible for SDJ to get any sort of sight.
Imposible talaga, men. Lalo na kapag si Paul X at si Justin yung pinosession mo sa missile. All things considered, maganda yung mid-round doon ng SGJ, no? They lost one player, went for the split push, but then they weren't expecting to lose every single gunfight doon sa dalawang dumepensa doon sa missile. NBA, open sa naman sa MR. That's one traded by EV, pero andyan si Tino to make it easier for SGJ. 2 kills for the veterans. At lugi ngayon ng Exe.
We're feeling the rare execration over aggression, pre. And hopefully an opportunity para matake ng SGJ ngayon knowing that MR can be theirs. LR now in position para sa kanila. So it all falls on Folex now. He's holding the sniper ngayon, pare. And all the pressure is on him sa 1v1 snipe matchup laban kay Tino. Experience on one, mechanics on the other. Nandito pa nga si Folex at patay pa siya galing kay Durst. Justin with the clear, EV with the shot sa passage. They finally do an execration against Execration.
I love this. SGJ with the adjustment, being careful of the sniper angle at gumana yon. Granted, there weren't any snipers dito sa DR, pero yung sniper na lang ni Yotib yung natira. Methodic execution, SGJ, asan to kanina? When you needed to execute the sites. Yotib in the task of the 1 versus 3, I don't think this is very likely, Ramon, unless he hits the shot, and he does not. That is the round. Jayhawker, pinatumba na si Yotib. And again, that was a nice little execute from SGJ. No, they punished MBA dun sa pag-push sa MR, and then they went for the slow approach. Pinadala nila yung sniper ni Tino to watch out for Yotib. Pero si Justin pupush na rin. Gets the 1 kill onto Tino. Si Durst sa woods. Nahuli niya na naman si Polex, and suddenly SGJ lamang na naman.
Another round kung saan Execration doing too much on the early round. You don't need to peek out on that mid-forklift position. Hindi mo din kailangan mag-peek agad sa second mid unless you're the sniper. But you're Folex, pare. You don't need to do too much kapag kumukuha ka ng mga early peaks. Now giving SGJ the numbers advantage. They can also use the time. Pwede sila mag-passive ulit, pare.
Exactly. Execration. I feel like, Ramon, they're taking unnecessary risks, no? Justin and NBA in particular. Pero CBN, he will make the risk worth it up until magpakita si Jared dito. And gets a trade. And Execration back to square one. Ako po. Kailangan na magdikit dito ni MV at ni Yotib. They want the chance at the retake. Pero ito yung solidong mid-rounding ng SCJ. O kahit may manpower advantage sila, Ramon, kahit kontrolado nila yung C4, hindi nila bibigyan ng tsansa si Yotib makakuha ng pick. Kahit na nandun siya sa missile, hindi nagpaparamdam. SGJ are careful not to overstep. At ito yung pinagkaiba nila. Curiously enough, Ramon, yung Impact champion natin, sila yung mas disiplinado sa laban na to.
Yan nga eh. Kaya I feel like in this very moment, dito na magkakaroon ng challenge yung first time IGL nating sa NBA, pre. Kung magro-rotate ka agad, pabalik sa A para madoblehan mo yung depensa with Yotib, or you're gonna trust yourself na kaya mong hatakin yung SGJ pababa sa papasok ng LR. At yun na nga ata ang dapat gawin ni MVA ngayon. Nakita na lang pagpasok sa LR, kaya kailangan mag-reposition ni MVA. Good hiding spot, good spray, pero not enough laban kay Durs. Good entry point para sa SGJ, now forcing Yotib in a 1v2 clutch.
Again. Sniper in hand, wala pa rin siya nakukuha ibang barrel. Picks up the EBR. Nasa shatter na siya pero hindi pa rin nagtatanim yung SGJ. Timing is everything. And Yotib nakita na dito sa DR. HE, Inihages, Durs nakatago, and that actually makes it possible for Yotib na isolate si Jared. And Durs down to about 50 HP! Munti ko na, Yotib! But almost is never enough from on SGJ. Isa na lang, kailangan na lang habulin.
He spotted it. He had the good move to take the elevation, pre. And he had damage done dito kay Durs, pero sa pagbagsak niya, doon naging open target si Yotib for that spray down. Sayang para sa Execration. That would have been set point. But it now opens up an SGJ comeback in the making. 7-8 tayo ngayon, mga tropa. The Impact Champions taking it to top number 4. And I feel like Execration are on their way to possibly cook up a miracle of a defense para ma-hold back lang ang SGJ.
Pero wala silang ginagawang masyadong kakaiba. Binalik lang nila si Yotib dito sa shatter, which has been a power position for the Execration sniper. Something na baka hindi i-expect ni Tino. Siya ulit yung nangunguna dito sa LR. Flash coming out! At yun na nga, hindi na-expect ng SGJ ang posisyon ni CBN at ni Yotib na inubos na ang SGJ! Walang nagawa! Execration set point at may kasama pang timeout, Ramon.
At all times, to use the timeout, it's when your backs are against the wall sa pinaka-dangerous na time. Isang point na lang, matatapos na ang sub-base para sa Execration. And SGJ, they're running out of steam, pare. Sa split push na ginawa nila from passage to try to isolate the gunfights, doon na naging handa si MVA, pare. What a showing on discipline para sa Execration this point in time, pre.
Exactly. And the tiniest of adjustments, no? Iniba lang nila yung position ni Yotib ng kauntian. Nilabas lang nila from DR into shatter. At hindi na agad na-expect dito ng SGJ. Couple that with CBN that's been always playing inside of the site. Ang ganda ng hold, no? HJ, hindi nila nabasa yung slight adjustment na yun. At nakakapagtaka dito, Ramon. Execration yung nag-timeout, hindi SGJ. Which is weird, considering isang round na lang yung kailangan nila. No? Maybe may nakikita ditong kailangan i-adjust si ZYK to perfect the playstyle up against SGJ, no? But nevertheless, Execration looking on top form even without ZYK playing inside of the lobby, no? Yotib, a statement is being made so far para sa kanya, ano. And I think tama lang na siya na yung mainstay sniper dito sa Execration, no. Grabing impact to sa subbase.
It's really funny, is it, no? The one sniper that has held off Execration nung playoffs is now playing for Execration themselves, no? Now showing a little bit more showboating this time compared to the last day that we saw him, no? Kasi kung tatandaan mo, he was good pero hindi siya standing out, kumbaga. Kasi medyo, yung stage na yan, it was for CBN. It was for Folex na nakita natin nag-overperform nung nakita natin yung opening games nila. Pero I feel like the past couple of days for Yotib has been a wake-up call para, to remind everybody kung ano yung capabilities ng isang Yotib kapag on a high siya. Kind of beating the high-low allegations that we kind of see from Yotib back when he was on Cuerdas. But if he can keep this momentum going, kahit sa papasok na Masters natin, he can kind of continue to be in that conversation, to be the next up sniper, diba? We've had Revenge, we've had KLP. Where does Yotib place himself in that conversation, pare? Kasi sa lahat na nakikita natin ngayon, he's on his way up there, pare.
I would say he's already there, Ramon. I think kinailangan niya lang ng solidong support system dito, and in the form of Execration, it couldn't really get much better. Obviously, The results speak for themselves. Yotib already at the top of the kill board dito up against veterans. And Justin, speaking of veterans, see one of the most veteran in the roster ng Execration. Polex with a double kill. MBA nanggaling sa likod! At tinapos na agad ng Execration ang sub-base 10-7 laban sa SGJ.
And it took another gate push para dito sa Execration to kind of prove to SGJ that they have to go back to the drawing board, pare, no? From the timeout into another attempt in that mid push, finally they work things out at hindi na-isolate agad dito si Justin, you know? Which kind of goes to show for Execration that they need a bit of time before they can kind of oil up the gears, no? There were a few plays na nakita natin from the early rounds that kind of were called out by SGJ considering the adjustments. Pero after the timeout, inulit lang nila yung mid forklift push at dun, hindi na-expect yun ng SGJ. One of the best teams when it comes to adaptation. And they kind of really didn't see that coming, pare.
Exactly. Well, to correct you a little bit, no, SGJ, one of the best teams in mid-rounding. Pero, aanhin mo yung mid-rounding kung walang mid-round Ramon. Simula pa lang, tapos na yung round. Execration, binigla nila yung SGJ dito. No? When you don't give your opponents room to move, that's when Execration becomes absolutely deadly. And, well, I think it's definitive at this point, Ramon, no? Na Yotib is one of the best snipers in the country. Without a doubt, in my mind. Kalaban niya si Tino dito and he's absolutely outshined. I think mas dikit pa nga sa 2 times nung kills ni Yotib, ni Tino dito si Yotib, no, which is a statement and a half. Given the fact as well na ang daming kills dito nila Polex tsaka NBA, no, nakikipagsabayan yung new gods sa old, and that's Execration for you. I mean, I love this look from Exe. Well, it seems like they have good direction and really robust firepower. At mukhang tatahakin ulit nila ang Masters dito na may konting vendetta.
Yun nga eh. It's so crazy to see then na day 3 pa lang, ganito naka-gelled yung Execration. Considering that it's not too long ago that it was a change in leadership nga naman para dito sa Execration. But they embraced it. They found a good identity with having the stars established nga naman dito para sa side ng Execration. And they have set the record straight. This is an Execration that will not have another choking performance on sub-base. 10-7 now. And MVA topping the charts, pero side by side with Yotib and Polex being the sniper-attacker duo. I like to see this from Execration, pare. They keep this up. I think Master Summer is gonna be well enough to watch para sa kanila.
Absolutely. At anong sinabi ko sa iyo kanina, Ramon, nung magsisimula tayo sa ating sub-base map? Paborito to ni MBA. And I think the scoreboard speaks for itself. 20 kills. The most kills and 9 deaths. The least deaths in the entire lobby. I mean, kung usapang greatest of all time din naman, NBA, pinipilit niyang ipasak yung sarili niya dun sa conversation na yon, no? At sino pa ba magiging set MVP natin? I think malaking kasalanan kapag hindi si NBA yan. 2.22 kill death ratio and a 1.11 kill per round average, guaranteed kills, and the EBR. I think justified naman yung pagiging agresibo ni NBA dito sa sub-base, Ramon.
I mean, considering the map that we're in, considering the players that he has, I think kakaya naman may pagsabayan ni Matze.
Oh, yes.
This is an MVA season where he not only does he have to be calling the shots, but he also has to keep hitting those shots then and hit the shots he has, considering that he is the MVP dito, you know. But for the conversation between two teams that have old gods with a lot of young guns coming around them, with Execration getting that first point, pare, I feel like the momentum is just getting straight to the point now. Is Execration continuously consistent, or was this an SGJ fumble? Malalaman natin yan sa susunod nating set. Magbabalik nga pala tayo dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase 2. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Daydum. We'll be right back. Welcome back mga tropa sa Royal Rumble ng mga Old Gods dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase 2. Nga pala Sir Mon, kasama ko si Dado and they are duo para sa matchup ng Execration versus SGJ. And so far, the team in Cavite has already set their mark. Subbase is theirs for the taking. And I feel like the sport map is gonna be a different story no? Mapic naman ito ng SGJ. So, is it gonna be comfortability or will it be a lot of adaptation on their side, pre?
That's a big question, Ramon, no? And I can't help but feel like this matchup means more to Execration than it does to SGJ. Kumbaga sinasabi nila, andito kami all this time, tapos ngayon babalik kayo, tatalunin nyo kami. Hindi ata pwede yun. And that sub-base map is proof of that. NBA solidifying his prowess laban dito kay Latino at EV, no? Hindi niya hayaan na mangyari ulit yung nangyari nung 2024 nang tinalo siya ni Tino para i-representa ang Pilipinas. Execration, I feel like they're on their way up and nakita lang nila SCJ isa sa mga kailangan nilang patumbahin to get to that international stage once more. Pero itong port na to, it's a big question para sa Execration. Yes, they have the sniping prowess dito ni Yotib and finally some good direction from NBA. Pero SGJ, they can get kind of unpredictable dito sa port map na ito.
Yan nga no? It can be a pop-up moment para kay Durs. Usually naman ganun talaga no? But with the question of if Durs can have some bit more assistance on his side, that's also a big question mark no? While we kind of acknowledge yung naging efforts si Jayhawker as well as yung kung paano ka-proactive na nakita natin from EV. From sub-base pa lang, they were already getting shut down by really good executes by the side of Execration. And from the GR, I think there's nothing more to be said about that. Execration did very well para hindi mabigyan ng kahit anong further momentum ng SGJ, albeit a good fight. It was not the closer that they would have gotten. So BL side gonna be started off para sa SGJ in this regard. So they will have the weaker side, giving a little bit more leeway para sa Execration. The biggest problem has already been answered by Execration kanina. How will Yotib fare up against the Old Gods? Well, tinamawa naman yung sub-base pre. Yotib is on fire and I feel like that will continue sa ating next set.
Siyempre, no? Because it's sport we're talking about as well. Granted, maraming giging bago sa playstyle ng mga teams natin in port. I feel like snipers definitely still take the spotlight dito sa mapang ito, no? So, yeah, I can't wait to see more of the sniping department dito from Yotib. Can't wait to see more of Tino as well dito sa pagsasnap niya sa port. No? I mean, medyo na-tame siya dun sa ating set number 1. But I have a theory, Ramon. I have a theory na itong sub-base map ng SGJ, because they didn't time out, I felt like nilaro nila to I feel like they played it without necessarily having a big plan into sub-base. Kaya hindi sila nag-time out. Kumbaga, sinusubukan lang nila every single round. And port is where the story changes. Dito, nagplano talaga ang SGJ. Let's see what they can do.
Starts off well, and the kill onto Justin and Jayhawker. Siyempre, masaya siya. Kakagatin lang nitong si Justin. And that will be a clear defense na malalambot lamang para dito sa side ng Execration. They have Z. They also can just rotate off into the mid side. But in response, CBN takes forward space lamang doon sa mid side. Pre.
Uy, Tino, nice shot. Ito yung tinatanong ko kanina, no? Yung sniper ba ni Tino? Tatama at ang sagot, round number 1, oo agad. 2 players picked up from Execration and SGJ. You can definitely see yung pinagkaiba agad ng BL side nila, Ramon. Already 2 kills at wala pang movement.
Fakes on one side and already taking the bait and switch dun sa mid. Methodical as ever para sa SGJ in the mid round. Already something na na-expect natin sa kanila. At kung kakagat palalo ang Execration, well, it has to be spoken about their experience ngayon. Hindi na sila kakagat. Hihintayin na lang nila sa mga respective sites nila. Folex though, solo on B site. Jayhawker ready with the entry point. Hindi na nila gagamitin ng util. Gusto nila gulatin si Folex at nagulat pa nga siya dito. Yotib, MVA, the last 2 para sa Execration. Malalockout lang ni si Yotib at si MVA. Well, makapag-flank siya. Napatay nga dito si EV.
MVA all alone. And this should be the round dahil si Durs manggagaling sa Z at hindi in-expect yun ni MBA. Alright, that's the round from SGJ. 2 quick kills for their players. Tapos yung entry ni Jayhawker na napakasolido. Ito I just want to say, Ramon, I feel like Jayhawker is one of the more underrated attackers sa liga natin. I feel like he's one of the best entry fraggers in the entire league. Not just Impact but also including all of the teams in the top 16. At kapag na-enable siya feel like that's where he really shines. Port being one of those maps na maganda yung struktura ng SGJ para suportahan si Jay.
He's on his way there, pare, to become that next attacker, as we say.
Sure.
But lots of work to be done. Time to prove yourself against a very strong team from Masters. But I like the footing that he has taken up for himself. Now, from the first 2 kills that he's had, he's already made a statement up against Execration ngayon. Now, in the second round, it's gonna be a layered defense dun sa may LA. They have a sniper held up dun sa top A at may napakalapit na CBN pa dito. These are gonna be the youngsters holding down that sight line. Pero SGJ with their methodical approach na naman are not gonna be biting the bait again.
Exactly. Ito yung isa sa mga problema ng lengthy default ng SCJ. No? Hindi nila alam kapag may nakapasok na players sa mga area. One of those areas, CA, nakapasok na sa CBN. No? And SCJ don't really have information. Justin, nakita na yung mga member ng SCJ. J-Hawker papasok. Justin, nakahanap ng angulo. That's double kill para kay Justin. Paul X, double kill din. At naubos ang SGJ. It's all up to Tino. And he will go down. Paul X for 3. An Execration on the board.
At yun yung problema sa isang team na masyadong methodical, masyadong slow sa approach nila. You're giving time for Execration to set up that 2-web position dun sa HB. You're setting up a bit of a hold dun pa lamang sa may store. Put the util down and not gonna let any sort of space be taken by SGJ sa forward angles. Good adjustment for Execration sa round na yun. And now SGJ, what will be the game plan now? Will you still be methodical? Kailangan mo pa bang maging passive ulit? Kasi now, you're gonna be inserting 1 player and possibly just expect that aggression ulit para sa Execration.
Ay, I like this. Actually, SGJ, nakontrol na nila yung Z. Tsaka yung HB. Didiretso sa mid, yung 4 na membro dito ng SGJ and CBN. Wala siyang alam. Pwede siyang maninja dito. Buti na lang, andun si MPA to support him. Para SGJ, marami silang options, Ramon.
Hilo setup. And CBN, won't even seeing any ninjas. It will be a full push on curve. Pero para kay CBN, overkill pa! Hinedshot niya ang low players ng STJ. Good entry para kay Tino, pero siya na lang ang natitira. It will be Execration na almost flawless sa magiging run into a 2-1 para sa Execration.
Akala ko si CBN yung mahuhuli. Yun pala siya yung manghuhuli sa SGJ. Inuubos niya yung mga membro doon sa mid. Coming in from Bridge and NBA looking to do the exact same thing in sub-base! At nakahanap siya ng isa. The Smoke Maestro NBA. Mamba out na kagad. That's a kill instantly for NBA.
And si J-Hawker pa of all people na mapapatay mo sa SGJ, that will slow things down for the side of Solid Gold Jewelry. No space taken on mid and nothing to be said about their first bloods. Execration, hindi nila kailangan mag-overpeak ulit. They're happy to take your first blood na yan and just play passive ulit.
And SGJ, I mean, this is a test, if any, sa kanilang mid-round. No? Jared, okay prodding dito sa mid, pero Justin sa CBN, kontrolado yan. Jared immediately going down. And SGJ, medyo may utility pa naman sila dito, no? Could go for a full-on execute with 3 people. Ang problema lang, wala si J-Hawker, no? Si Durs yung kailangan mag-entry dito, or maybe si EV. But one thing's for sure, kailangan tumama yung sniper ni Tino if may makita siyang contact.
Ibigyan ko sila ng idea, pre. Maybe let go of mid na lang. No? Huwag na natin doblehan ulit.
Pwede.
Patay na nga yung dalawa natin. At wala na atang magmamatigas sa ulo sa Execration. Pero CBN sa ulo pa tumama para kay Tino ngayon. Sinabi ko na kanina, pre, wag na nating testingin yung mid. At gumulang pa nga to para kay Tino. Durs gets the kill kay Folex. Sa tiis na spot nila doon sa may B. 45 seconds. Execration. Pwede na lang ikutin na lang. At naikot-ikot nila si CBN. EV expected yung flank. Pero kailangan pumasok ng SGJ. Tumatakbo ang oras. Kailangan tumakbo ng mga attackers.
30 seconds left. Sa SGJ, hindi nila alam saan pupunta. Options are running low. Pero ang maganda dito, Ramon, binaliw nila ang Exe. Hindi alam ng Execration saan manggagaling ang SCJ. Ayaw
20.
talaga nilang pakawalan tong mid. At didiretso CA, si Durs at saka si EV, papuntang A. Walang tao doon.
Walang tao pero hawak ni Utib yung angulo at wala ng oras kaya kailangan lang tumakbo kahit anong util. Maubusan ng oras. Utib, patay si EV. And it's just gonna be a matter of time pero time wala na. Walang-wala para kay Durs kasi iisa na lang siya laban sa tatlo ng Execration. Good flash pero not enough laban kay Yotiv. Justin gonna reconvene and Execration on a knife's edge gets the round entirely.
Opo, SGJ, a bit stubborn in that round. Kung ano ang coach tong si Ramon? Di sila nakinig sa'yo, Ramon eh. Huwag niya na puntahan yung mid, lalo na kapag dalawa na yung nalaglag. They attempted it 3 times. Still gaining nothing. And Execration, lumamang na ng dalawa dito sa port. Although you do have to remember, this is still, all things considered, a GR-sided map, no? So, Execration nag-iipon ng mga rounds sa ngayon. And it's working. LA push for Exe. As good information, alam nila na walang kahit isang tao dito sa SD.
Nothing can be something para dito sa Execration, no? As you mentioned, with the info gathered, they know that B might be the call para sa kanila. So, it will be a headshot for Yotiv. And another spray down para kay Justin. No entry point for SGJ. At isa pa para kay Justin. Siyempre, nothing laban kay Justin. A red-hot rifler on the side of Execration. At si Evie na lang ang natitira. The original attacker. Gonna have to activate at a moment's notice. But it's a 1v4. And everybody's gonna circle around Evie ngayon, pare. Alam nila kung nasan siya. Alam nila kung saan dapat tutukan yung crosshair. Spotted na by Justin. And it's a 4K para sa kanya. Execration.
Wow.
Sinking their teeth into SGJ.
Oo nga eh. Nakakatakot yung gantong Execration, no? Kapag mag-isa ka na lang, para kang pinapalibutan ng mga sharks. And that's exactly what it felt like for Evie. In that last round, Exe, 3 ang lamang. At walang magawa. Si Tino, the sniper has not been enough. Uy, as I say that, what a flick onto Folex. Ito yung kailangan ng SGJ. Tino with the double kill. At nalaglag kagad ang dalawang attacker ng Execration. Isa pa, Tino, isa pa. Si NBA nasa kaliwa. Si NBA.
One more.
Nice flash. NBA nagtatago. Jared, nasa likod mo. Jared, tumingin ka. Boss, yung under nyo, boss, hindi nyo kontrolado. At si NBA kukuha ng isa. Buti na lang nahuli siya ni Jared doon. CBN, andito na. Double kill for CBN. At si EB na lang din. What a shot from CBN. 4 kills. And Execration up to 5.
Man, oh man. A round where it's pure headshots on both sides. A sniper from Tino that opens up B. Pero CBN, the headshot machine,
Wow.
reintroduces himself on the server. A 4K back-to-back para sa Execration. A 5-1 converted off of numbers disadvantages. And Execration, man. What a different breed of a team. Kapag binigyan mo ng spotlight, ay hindi sila papalya.
Kakaiba. Execration, kapag binigyan mo ng momentum, no, parang nag-iibang anyo sila dito. CBN. That was beautiful. 4 ang lamang, SGJ. Mas malala pa yung score ngayon kumpara sa sub-base, Ramon. At yung nakakapagtaka dito, wala pa rin timeout.
And I would feel that SGJ are running out of options ngayon, pre.
Parang
Albeit, GR side for Execration, so the stronger side really is taking into effect ngayon. They have Store B, they also have some Z control. Are they cooking up a curve push? Kasi if they do that, they're playing into a crossfire.
Si CBN na naman nandito sa BR, no? Sakto lagi yung position niya eh. Able to perhaps make another big play. Triple stack dito sa Ares, Ramon. Ako po, SGJ.
Ako po nga naman, at sa spray ng smoke na yan, walang kahit ano nakitang SGJ, kundi yung mga kalaban nila. And Justin! Grabe yung shots! Sabi nila, bigyan mo ng choke, binigyan sila ng choke slam ni Justin. Execration down on numbers. Tino hitting the shot onto Justin yet again. It is doable now para sa SGJ. Na-drop pa nga nila yung C4. 40 seconds. Folex from the HK into the M14. Gonna have to have the spray of his life to clutch it up against SGJ.
1 versus 2 to para kay Folex, no? Pero hindi niya alam, nandun sa may bandang kanan ng BR, si Durs. Top play for Tino na nakasniper pa rin. Utility is still there para kay Paul. Meron pa siyang flash. Tsaka HE, Pero mukhang hindi niya nagagamitin. Playing the element of surprise. Durst spotted. Tino dink down to 1 HP. And Durst tumatakbo na papalayo. Si Polex kasi yan. Hindi nyo kailangan labanan. Pero si Durst timingan na lang siya. Finally round para sa SGJ. Pero napakadelikado pa rin nun. Ramon, pumasok sila sa choke point ni Justin. Muntik na silang maubos.
Yan nga eh. Sobrang sayang para sa Execration nun, considering that they've had the optimal position to break off that push from mid. Kaso, wala eh. The mid round again for SGJ, affecting them at a moment's notice. Tino hits a second shot! The headshot machines are taken, controlled by Tino. As Jayhawker also gets another. Pero wala sa kanila yung C4. Si MVA umiikot pa. Nakita na yung isa at hindi na niya hihintayin yung iba. EV sprays it onto MVA. It's down to just Yotib. What can the newcomer do, pare?
I mean, we've already seen a big performance from Yotib sa sniper. Pero sa EBR ba kaya niya mag-clutch? Alam niya na mahilig ang SGJ sa ganitong mid-round. Natitigil lang. Problema si Tino yung nakaantabay. Naka-sniper. Tino na timingan. Yotib nakapuslit. That's one! And that's the next one. Hindi pa niya nakikita si EV. Spotted to the left. Hawak yung bomba. Tumatakbo na si EV. Tatanim ko na lang to. Bahala ka dyan, Yotib.
It's not every day where we see something like this where it was a 1v1 and he's decides na sige, plant ko na lang yung C4 dito. Nasa top A naman of all things. Yotib, the aura of the devil in EV. He wants to believe that he can be enough para masalba yung hope para sa SGJ. Hindi ata spotted yung katawan ni Yotib dito. Hindi alam na magkabilang dalawa na magkalapit lang sila sa isa't isa. EV drops from ladder. And Yotib, iniikutin lang niya. Kaya niya tumaas dun sa top A. 13 seconds. Yotib taking his time. Alam na ni EV kung nasan siya. Pero Yotib is just gonna stick the defuse. Pero EV, the smallest of margins, pero nakuha pa niya yung denial. STJ gets the third round.
Yup, good decision making para kay EV. Naiwan na lang si Yotib doon. No? Wag mo nang subukang i-trade si Tino. Get the bomb planted and then play around the utility. Nice job, EV doon. Not breaking under the pressure. And that's experience para sa'yo, Ramon. No? That's what you get when you've been playing Crossfire for close to a decade. Alright, here we go. Lamang ng dalawang exe pero uti-uti na nakakabawi ang SGJ. Tignan mo yung setup ng Execration ha. Medyo iba. Isa na lang yun nandito sa RS. Double stack for both sides.
They're not taking any chances na pare when it comes to the execution. Execration fully knowing that their sights are limited from the past couple of rounds. The SGJ have yung long B as well as store B control. Pero they're not really the type of team na magpa-5-man execute katulad na nakikita natin from MOMEN yesterday. The SGJ gonna take this very slowly and using the time para lang makahanap ng correction.
This is the SGJ tempo eh. They love playing slow. Tsaka napansin din nila, Ramon, na palagi nagpo-push si MBA. So, hintayin nila. Lumapit si MBA. Nangangati, MBA, that's the one! Galing sa Ares, picks up the kill. Durst opening up CBN. Pero yung mid, kontrolado pa rin ng SGJ dito. 1 minute on the clock. Justin, lalapit sa curve at hindi pa siya nakikita. SGJ, naku po, may ipit na sila dito. But Yotib is unaware and Tino makes an opening kay MBA. Nabuksan ng A site. 3 versus 2 lamang SGJ dito.
Pinababa nila yung impact ni Justin kanina! And headshot from the TRG Tino! Overkill for SGJ! Limiting all the options para sa Execration si Folex na lang. And Folex is spotted as well, pare. Nothing that he can do unless he cooks up a miracle. Spotted. Tino doesn't hit the shot. Folex gets him done. Pero there's gonna save the day to make it a 4-5 para sa SGJ. What started as a dominant first half for Execration, dumidikit malalo para sa SGJ.
Karahanded to SGJ, no, Ramon, nakakakuha sila ng mga rounds kahit na medyo napuruhan sila dun sa first half na yon. Okay lang. What matters more is the recovery. At kita mo naman, dikit yung score natin dito, no? SGJ somehow able to scrap up a couple of rounds here and there. And effectively, napigilan nila dito yung individual pop-ups ng mga players from Execration, MVA, Justin, Pushing, CBN, kahit sino, no? Walang nakapag-pop-up sa kanila, no? And the tempo seemingly killing the momentum of Execration. Kapag nabigay mo talaga yung control nung bilis ng laruan natin sa SGJ, doon sila nagsisimulang makabawi, no? And the individualism of Execration, obviously not enough. Although, I would have to say lamang pa rin naman sila dito, no? So, not necessarily any big mistake para sa kanila, nothing to fix para sa Execration. But the challenge now becomes paano nyo kukuhanin yung mas malaking lamang dito sa BL side.
Of course, no? Especially considering how the first half went, the stronger side, the side that we've seen ngayon, no? Where now GR, dikit nga laban dito sa BL ng SGJ. That's good news para sa kung sino yung nagsimula on BL. Now, it's an easier conversion nga naman para sa SGJ ngayon na nasa GR sila. But in terms of individuals, the highest ceiling para dito is gonna be on Execration side dito. No? So, mapapansin mo yung legwork para sa SGJ ngayon, parang doble trabaho. Kasi sila, on the start of the rounds, have been trying to force out yung mga numbers advantages natin. Napipick off sila ng mga snipers agad dito from Execration. At madalian lang sila napapatay dahil nga naman sa mga defenses nila. But truth be told, no, it's been very close to say the least dahil nga naman sa mid-rounds na nakikita natin. Kung mapapansin mo din, ang ganda nga ang ginagawa nilang RS push para lang man-minimize yung magiging impact naman kahit sino nasa curve, kahit sino nandoon sa may RS para ma-knock out nila yung sniper doon sa may top A. That's
Exactly.
telling me na pinag-aralan nila yung sniper movement dito ng Execration. Pero is it enough para makapanalo sila laban sa kanila?
No, I think so far, the answer is maybe. Kasi, medyo napurga na si Yotib dito, no? Medyo hirap siyang humanap ng impact, pero si Polek dire-diretso sa LA na para bang wala siyang kalaban. Takes down Jayhawker. Wala na yung attacker na yon. Si Tino mag-isa lang sa top A at malalaglag na agad siya. 4v3 para sa Execration.
That's an Execration that wants to keep the tempo up, no? No hesitation on the peak, and they're already at your faces. So SGJ, what's the mid-round gonna look like on that retake, no? Magkahiwalay lamang with theirs. But with the setup being taken down of Olex is gonna be the one na lumapit sa kanila. Yotib gonna take down theirs as well. At si EV, well, quick spray down lang yan para kay MVA. Execration didn't need to do the mid-round anymore. It was just one good push at nasecure na agad yung 6.
At grabe yung contrast dito, no? Ng execute ng Exe versus sa SGJ. Polek, sige, go, pasok. Pero ngayon, si Eevee naman ang lalapit sa mid. Lots of smokes para sa Execration. Uy! Napuntir yan ni Eevee si Justin do. And that's one player down for Execration. And just like that, Eevee. Surgical kill. Okay, 5 versus 4. Lamang SGJ.
Good layering of smokes din para
Exactly.
madeny yung kahit anong trade potential, especially from Yotib as a sniper. Pero MVA, not happy to take that fight. At syempre, siya pa nga yung makakaharap ng patay dito kay Jayhawker. Mala
Tino.
Splinter Cell ang galawan. Tino with the shot. Yotib gets the trade. SGJ doing the best that they can to contain Execration. At yun na nga ang ginawa nila. Na-drop nila yung C4. Doon pa lamang sa may bodega. At si Yotib na lang ulit ang natitira. Where the hell is he gonna go at this point?
Good question. The answer is... Oh, kala ko babalik niya siya ng lobby doon, ha? Pero hindi, Jared. Nahuli pa nga ni Yotib doon. About to make an exploration. Ramon, may oras pa siya dito, ha? Madamay pa tong 1 minute and 16 seconds. Pwede pa siyang umikot ng RS. Pwede niyang hulihin si Durs. And look at the weaponry of Eevee and Durs. Walang naka-sniper sa kanila. So Yotib has the chance to isolate the players and find the duels. Eevee, nakatingin sa LA. Durs, nakatingin sa RS. Or sa BR. 1 minute on the clock. Yotib, anticipating every possible corner na pwede taguan. Ni Durs at Eevee. I think he will be spotted soon enough. Dito ni Durs.
Nanigyan.
Alang, makuha niya ba yung bomba? Uy! Yotib, nice shot onto Durs. That's a nice little headshot. At mukhang narinig niya kung saan manggagaling si Eevee dito. Hindi.
Takbo?
Hindi niya alam. Timing could be everything. Yotib nakaakyat. And the bomb doesn't need to be planted yet. 27 seconds is plenty in Crossfire. Hindi niya kailangang itanim pa to. Eevee waiting, watching, anticipating. Pero hindi siya nakatingin sa taas. Yotib with the clutch of the century. 1 versus 2. At walang naibat-bat ang SGJ.
Sometimes experience is not enough, pare. When you have the correct mechanics, the right decision making. And Yotib was definitely enough, pare. From an impossible 1v2 clutch, he made a miracle happen. From that M14 EBR, he made magic laban sa SGJ. And Jayhawker gets the kill dito kay Justin. Siyempre, galit siya na nangyari yung previous round na to. But what a beautiful play para sa Execration, possibly elevating them towards that victory line.
Execration, hugi ng isa. Justin is out. Jayhawker! Nice to shot onto Yotib as well. At si Tino nandun sa taas with a sniper. Execration, ayaw ng palaganto. Pipilitin nila ang LA. At isa-isa silang pupuntiryahin ni Tino. That's 3 for the sniper. And SGJ stand tall sa top A. Ako po, Execration, masyado nang nababasa yung opensa nyo.
Yung Jayhawker distraction, naging Tino destruction, pare. What an LA hold para sa SGJ. And normally, teams don't really expect an LA push without any sort of util. Giving that bit of leverage para dito sa SGJ.
Exactly.
And I'm even wondering kung bakit nagre-repick yung Execration doon despite the presence of mind na nakita natin from SGJ at that point.
Exactly. Pinilit nila yung LA push, no? And yung napapansin ko dito, Ramon, yung Execration, yung mga execute nila is more on the conventional side. SGJ, nababasa nila na madali lang. To the point na nilalagay lang nila si Tino dun sa top A, which is a traditional spot for a sniper at this point. Kumbaga yung bagong meta na natin sa mapang ito, iba na eh. Hindi na dyan nilalagay yung sniper lagi. But because Execration are pulling a throwback, SGJ nire-respeto lang yon at gumagana. Durs with a kill. MBA opening up under. Pero si CBN na flash. Okay lang. Still picks up the kill. B-site kontrolado ng Exe.
And the flank comes in as well para sa Jayhawker. SGJ gonna have to make a miracle out of the flank that he's been cooked up. Tino spotted, patay sa spray down ni MVA. Jayhawker na lang at expected na siya from the flank. There was no double pickup coming dito sa SGJ. It's an Execration rush beat that really set up the stage to get that 8-round win, pare.
Exactly. Naman pag nagra-rush yung Exe dito, gumagana eh. Unless it's top A, unless it's LA. Gumagana lagi kapag B-site yung nirarush nila, no? And the entry and the firepower really is there para sa Exe. Oh my God! CBN! Disgusting shot onto Jayhawker.
Alam mo yung mga sumasabog na pakwan pag binabaril mo?
Parang
Yun.
gano'n eh.
Ang nakita natin kay Jayhawker, pare. And
Ridiculous.
CBN is just doing CBN things na naman, pare. They got LA control, CA now that focus for Execration. That's putting a lot of pressure dito kay Tino, but we've seen him make miracles happen yet again. But it's Execration we're talking about. They have full man count as well as the util.
First flash coming in. At kailangan magtago ni Tino sa ngayon. LA push happening pero si Tino buhay pa rin! Gets the double kill! Hindi nakatingin sa kanan, nandun si NBA. Top A control pero yung bomba hindi may tanim. Manggagaling sa Ares sila Durs. Jared pressing the issue. Hindi niya malapit si Justin and that's the kills for the attackers of SGJ. Quick movement on the map. At yun na naman, Ramon, nag-LA na naman sila without taking down Tino. At natumba ng Exe.
That will be the last time I will doubt Tino, pare. Tino on top A has been indestructible, pre. Being a very big pick para sa kanila. Pero hold on, Execration. Fast push na naman dito sa B-site. Tino, the only man to try to stop them. Only has the pistol, but the pistol's enough. Gets the first. Folex drops in. Patay si Tino. So IGL down. But SJJ have the numbers and Execration. They're still trying to find a way para makapag-plant the C4. They do it now. But SGJ can try to go for that retake.
Agresibo yung posisyon ng Execration dito na lahat sila nasa under. Si NBA nakaantabay sa house B pero delikado yung posisyon niya. Tatago na lang sa likod ng box. And that's a smart play para dito sa KMBA. SGJ magre-retake from two different angles.
Oh my God! Double flank, MVA, big responsibility, gets the spray but not enough. Jared, maayos ang sagot, maayos yung 3 hitters dito. And it's all down to Justin. But Yotib can't do anything. SDJ, another retake in the books, another mid-round para sa kanila, and it's another round para sa solid gold.
Yup, 7-8. Lumalapit, dumidikit ang solid gold jewelry. At yung Execration, medyo pinanghinaan ata ng loob si MDA. Typically, you would expect a little bit more space kapag lugi ka sa post plant. So you would think na magpupush si MDA dun sa house B. but he didn't. Decided to play Turtle and obviously did not work out in favor of Execration. 8-7, nawawalan na ng lamang Exe. I think he still have a timeout, no?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Meron pa rin. Meron pa rin.
And they're not using it. Hindi nila ginagamit, pre. Gusto nila diretso, walang pahinga. Pero gets naman, no, kung mainit na nga, yung nararamdaman mo, no, wag mo na patatagalin ba, kumbaga. But still, Execration, in terms of the pace that they're taking, pre, they're taking it very, very fast. Tina mo, LA naman ang kanilang magiging pasok.
At si Jayhawker malapit. Si Jayhawker hindi nakatingin sa kanila. Joke lang, tumingin na siya. Sumilip sa kaliwa. Jayhawker, andyan na si Paul. And Jayhawker nahuli si Polex. Buti na lang, Justin is there for the trade. Nice little flash out from Execration pero hindi nabulag si Evie. Si Tino malalaglag mula sa top A. Exe, it's time to run away. At yun, sakto gagawin nila. Pero si Jared, tatanggapin sila from bridge. Bawal kayo lumagpas, boss. Execration lost. Justin MBA, saan tatakbo, Ramon?
While a good setup, a good flash actually knocked away SGJ on their momentum, pero Jared in his proactivity could end the round right here, right now. Good shots in! Good spray dog from Jared! And he sees all red onto Execration, pre. It's a 2K from the M14. SGJ forces a timeout from Execration.
I like this, SGJ. Pinapuwersa na nila ang Execration. Hindi lang mag-timeout, kung hindi pati lumaban. Ito kasi yung solusyon, no? Kapag yung team na kalaban mo mahilig mag-rush. Labanan mo, send one player forward. Sino pa ang mas magandang ipadala sa harap kundi si Jayhawker, the attacker that is setting up the tempo. And so far, maganda ang labanan dito ni Jayhawker at Polex. Talagang nagbabakbakan sila, pero more often than not, nakakagulat si Jayhawker dito. An Execration certainly not expecting. Kaya nag-timeout dito ang Exec kasi nararamdaman ko, Ramon, na umuunti na yung playbook nila, na umuunti na yung mga play nila dito, yung mga nakita natin from the earlier BL side ng SGJ, the mid pushes, the RS push, walang ganun ng Exec. They go for RLA, LB, rush. It's kind of, I hate to say this word, pero medyo linear yung mga execute dito ng Execration, no? That it has to be, there has to be some form of creativity dito. But at that point, you're now playing the SGJ game. Kapag naging methodic ang Execration, they play into the tempo and the play style of SGJ. So, medyo may dilema ang Execration. Paano na ngayon?
Kumbaga parang masyadong simple yung ideas nila dito, no? Which is kind of easier to counter. Especially an SGJ na punong-puno ng strats na nakikita natin from the mid-rounds and from the setups. I mean, hindi naman nagkukulang yung team na to in terms of ingredients on a good setup. Kita mo yung LA nga nila, ultimo nahihirapan pa rin ang Execration mag-push doon, no? Kahit sa B as well, I think there's a couple of times na nag-overheat tong si MVA para lang makakuha sila ng forward space, but it's also been a good way para makapag-retake sila when they kill MVA and CB, and the retake becomes all the more possible para sa side ng SCJ nung time na yun, no? So feeling ko goods na din na nag-timeout dito si ZYK, assuming that he is the coach right now, no? Para, para i-remind lang ng Execration na dapat mas madali dapat yung game na ito up against SGJ, considering the pedestal that we put them, considering the player quality, diba? We've been very excited to see this roster shine on the master stage, but up against an SGJ that are completely reborning by the minute. Mukhang didikit pa ata sila into an 8-8 in the part map.
Ayan na, Ramon, nag-default na ang Execration. And look at SGJ's response. Nakita ni Yotib, that's one! And that's the only thing na nakuha ni Yotib doon, isang kill lang. CBN sa BR at si MVA from SD. Na-trade yung kills ni Jared. Double for Jared, but it's okay. 3 versus 3, pero nasa LA pa rin si Durs.
And Durs is gonna be that first point of contact. He's not even hiding anymore. Gusto niya labanan si MVA, pare. From the moment that Durs has taken yung dulo ng LA na yan, he is demanding the attention of Execration. Labanan mo ko. At gagamitin niya smoke para umalis na lamang, para. He has done his job. And Execration back on the 2 versus 3.
Eto na, si Durs with the confidence. Sige, Polex, bring it on, sabi ni Durs. It's Polex and Justin, the last 2 players standing para sa Execration. Didiretso sa mid. Pero si Evie, sakto yung posisyon. Justin with a trade, 1 for 1. 1 versus 2 para kay Justin. Manggagaling siya dito sa under. Pero nag-ingay ng kauntian. Dito si Tino nakita. And Tino will be taken down 1v1, Ramon.
A crucial mistake. Dapat hindi nag-drop si Tino. would have held his ground up against Justin, who knows na ang dami niyang oras, di niya kailangang i-commit ito, pero laban kay Durs, alam niyang mas gagaling ang gulang laban sa bata. Justin knocks out Durs with just one shot, and Execration secures set point.
And just like that, we have the round where nobody was left alive. Nalaglag din si Justin doon, but it doesn't matter. He got the kill and he got the win for Exe. Set point in the map pick of SGJ. At ang kinailangan lang, Ramon, mag-default ang Execration. Not to mention, of course, yung clutch ni Justin, getting a triple kill in that last round. SGJ back to square one. Ang diferensya lang ngayon, wala na silang room for error.
For sure, ramdam yun ng SGJ. At they know that they can't make too many mistakes at this point, pare. One huge pick. Could be Jared, could be Durs. They've been consistent all throughout. Pero if they get picked off by any member of Execration, they will hesitate. And that is not what you want to do up against an Execration that are poised para makuha yung serye na to, pare.
Yun na nga. And I can't help but feel like this is Execration finally showing us kung ano yung port nila. Parang kanina, wala pa silang pinapakitang strats puro rush. At sa ngayon, slow control para sa HB at saka sa curve.
Yun nga Another split push in hand, pero si Durs ang mapapatay, first victim, and possibly the whole side of SGJ. Nasa chopping block na ng Execration. EV spotted, and Justin's gonna spray him down.
Oh my God.
Nagulat ba tayong lahat? The old gods are definitely showing it up against another old god. Jayhawker, the last man para sa SGJ. He has to make magic from solid gold, pero Execration, he gives the finisher to SGJ. Isang Batista bomb sa SGJ as Execration wins 2-0.
And the icing on top of this cake, Ramon, Justin with the double kill to end it off, na para bang sinasabihan niya si Tino. Newsflash, Tino, hindi na 2024. Hindi nyo na kami kayang talunin ng ganun-ganun lang din. You're gonna have to step up, and they tried their best. Kahit sa sariling mapa pa ng SGJ, wala silang naibat-bat sa Execration. Looking at top form, 2-0 laban sa SGJ.
And I wouldn't say it's the cleanest 2-0, diba? I mean, granted, it was very close from both maps. Much closer dito sa port map, which ironically, sabihin natin on the level of Masters para dito sa Execration, they would have handled this a lot more disciplined against SGJ. Pero against an SGJ that do have discipline in their name, do have a lot of strats in their playbook, it was about to get scrappy at that given point, pare. So medyo, we can kind of give them a little bit of a leeway. It was a life game coming through nga naman para dito kay Yotib para ma-keep afloat yung members natin on Execration. Pero nung tumagal, after that timeout, pare, iba na yung naging timpla dito para sa Execration.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like after nung timeout, saka lang sila nagpakita ng mga actual strats, Ramon, and which would explain why they struggled so much on the BL side. Kasi nga, puro rush yung nakikita ko doon tapos puro LA, puro LB. Not a lot of mid-control up until the timeout. So, Execration, ang tanong ko ngayon, Ramon, 100% na ba yun? Kasi yung SGJ, I can confidently say na binibigay talaga nila lahat And Tino's position and the sniping and of course the strategies sa BL side, kita mo na ang dami nilang nilabas. Execration, on the other hand, not necessarily revealing too much, So I can't help but feel like marami pang tinatago ng Execration dito. And you have to remember as well that this is the brainchild of a former Execration and Pacific players na nagsama-sama. Couple that with new talents in the form of Yotib and CBN. It's a roster na alam mong madaming pinaplano. So, Execration, I can't help but feel like marami pa silang tinatago at spapyaw pa lang to.
Parang goods na din yun para sa kanila. Pwede na lang i-all out na lang pagdating ng stage. Pwede na lang i-all out kapag mas importante na yung mga games. Kung aabot nga naman sila sa playoffs, which with the player quality that we have, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be a shoe-in even though it's kind of a month early para sabihin yun. But as they demonstrated today, sometimes 100% is not needed. Maybe sabihin natin mga 70. Yun ata yung mga pinakita ngayon ng Execration para mas dumikit lalo up against SGJ. 22 kills on Justin, definitely a number that we will be highlighting later on. I would like to give credit dito kay MVA pare. So many times that the right call actually made the difference laban sa SGJ na alam mong inubos nila ang buong sangkap para lang lutuin ang naging BL side nila sa port.
Ganoon na nga, no? A lot of direction para dito na binibigay ni MVA, no? And I love to see more layers mula sa shot calling niya dito. I definitely think na mas marami siyang nilabas sa sub-base kumpara dito sa port, as is, well, it is one of his comfort maps after all. But the results still speak for themselves. Execration, panalo pa rin naman sila. MVA, second most kills in the whole roster of Execration, na nasa likod lang siya ni Justin dito, with 22 kills to his name. Sino ba kundi si Justin ang MVP natin? Walang kakupas-kupas si Bossing Justin with a 1.69 KD and a 1.16 kill per round. Okay lang kahit hindi ka mag-smoke every round, Justin, basta may kill. Okay na yon.
Tama. Kumbaga parang baliktaran lang yung nakita nating impact from him, no? Where he was all around. Nung nakita natin siya from sub-base and an even a bigger impact seen from him dito sa port, we'll see a lot more from Justin as we also reveal yung buong match MVP at syempre it's none other than MVA as well. 1.67 KD, a kill per round, pero syempre the thing that shines brightly para sa server na to is not only the stats pero how he holds himself up on a leadership role even if it was 3 days para sa bagong role niya. It's almost like he's been doing this for years.
Na para bang may personal vendetta siya sa kalaban niya, no? Ramon, parang lang naman. I can't say for sure. But MVA, definitely the star of the show for today. Hindi ito yung kadalasan nakikita natin for XC, ha. It's usually Polex or CBN that take the spotlight. Si Yotib nga nag-iingay din dito, no? But MVA out to prove that he is still one of the best out there, especially up against the veterans of the scene. Pinakita niya talaga na iba pa rin ang talima dito ng isang MBA at saka ng isang Execration that is out for revenge and out for that number 3 spot and potentially even number 2 dito sa Pilipinas. Madami nang nagagawang upset dito sa ating Swiss stage pa lang and I can't wait to see more.
For sure, no? And the stage is set for our last battle of the night. It will be MATTJESS versus JY Esports at sure na sure akong mas maraming sangkap to para sa ating susunod na laban. Pero before natin ihatid sa susunod na game, syempre mamahinga muna kami panandalian. It has been a banger of a game so far. And sure na ako, natuloy-tuloy lang ang action dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase 2. Mga Preservon, kasama ko si Didom. Huwag kayong alis, magbabalik kami. tropa sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers phase number 2. We are in day number 3 kung saan a lot of the tension gets higher and higher by the days, pare. And right now, nasa last match na tayo of the night. It will be Cebu versus Davao in the form of MATTJESS versus JY Esports, pare. It's gonna be one hell of a matchup to say the least, no? Kasi sa parehong teams na to, no? They had a good showing from yesterday. Can they keep the momentum up today?
That's a good question, no? Lalo na dahil MATTJESS yung kalaban nila. MATTJESS kind of had a bit of a tiny re-roster, kumbaga mini re-roster. Dinagdag nila si Vincent and took out Aldrin from their roster. One of which both of them actually having good amount of success in the last year rotation ng ating Masters, or not last year, a few months ago na rotation ng Masters. Grabe, few months ago pa lang yun. Actually, few weeks ago pa lang pala, no? And ang dami nang nangyayaring pagbabago sa PH scene natin. MATTJESS, no stranger sa mga changes na yun. Maraming nagbabago sa roster na ito talaga. Although I can't help but feel like with the addition of Vincent, that experience, of course, with the firepower as well, kasama si Yetja, syempre, parang mas solido na yung MATTJESS sa ngayon. Wala nang communication issue and hindi na sila mahihirapan mag-adjust sa isa't isa.
For sure. That makes all the difference in the world talaga, when it comes to the mid-round as well as the adjustments that needed to be made talaga. Especially with the Vincent that you're coming into the roster, I think madadagdagan yung magiging brains nila in the operations, albeit he's not gonna be the main IGL for this team as we assume. I think MATTJESS will be in full sync sa lahat ng kanila meron dito. For JY Esports naman, I feel like a lot of pressure on their shoulders ngayon. Granted, they've had the really good victory up against HazMatz yesterday. They're not gonna be coming in with a roster that they got the win with. Nakita natin si Franz kahapon. Ngayon, papasok na yung full roster nila. Ared, Brian, Nomad, Raya, as well as Son. Gonna be playing as a full 5. This is definitely gonna be the debut of this full roster as we have the map veto for ourselves. Black Widow, Eagle Eye, Ankara. No sub-base, unfortunately.
Yeah, no surprise, MATTJESS. They're not gonna take any chances, no? Hindi nila palalagpasan yung sub-base dito ng JY, which is without a doubt their best map pa rin naman. MATTJESS, of course, definitively one of the Cebuano teams na hindi paborito yung sub-base. They'd rather play something like a Black Widow, which we are gonna get dito sa ating set number 1. So this is kind of like a big challenge from JY. Kumbaga, hinamon nila sila Vincent at sila Zach dito sa Black Widow. That's a very, very bold pick dito from JY. That is still kind of up in the air. Kasi Ramon, dito yung JY, no? Yung status nila as a team in the top 16, in my opinion, still kind of up in the air. Yes, they've had the addition of Nomad. So, there's a little bit of guidance. Kasama na rin si Ared, no? So, medyo mas may, kumbaga, may oomph, mas may bigat na dito yung JY. But at the same time, madami pa rin silang binabago within the compounds of the game itself. Kahapon, iba nga yung roster na nilabas nila. France subbing in for Nomad. This time, si Nomad naman yung papasok. And as far as I know, si Nomad yung IGL. So, siya yung sinasub out, which is kind of confusing para sa JY dito. So, a lot of questions still up in the air para sa JY. But this is definitely a statement if they are able to take that Black Widow away from MATTJESS.
Although a slight correction, Nomad was playing yesterday.
Oh, sorry.
So there's gonna be a little bit, there's gonna be a small adjustment compared to what we're used to kind of see. It was Rai that was out of this roster
That makes
yesterday, and he's gonna be playing right now. I think that's a good adjustment for this team. I'd rather have a consistency from Rai compared to the ins and outs na nakikita natin from France. Respect to him as a player, he's still a very capable sniper, pero feeling ko you don't really need too many snipers in the system if Nomad can kind of put up a respectable force nga naman. So JY, while firepower is still a very big question mark, especially with this team now showing the first time ngayon sa ating summer qualifiers, I think it's gonna be a big question if they're gonna keep that consistency. But considering the maps, I feel like they have a solid chance. I wouldn't say I'm fully behind them, pare. Pero kung maganda yung simula nila, I think it's a good test up against MATTJESS.
Is this MATTJESS bias I'm hearing from you, Ramon? Are you on the same page as me? Gusto mo rin bang manalo ang MATTJESS? I mean, I hate to call you out, but okay, I'm on board. I mean, I definitely agree with you. Obviously, no, MATTJESS, yung feeling ko may upper hand dito, especially with the addition of Vincent. Kasi yung last year run or last Masters run dito ng Cuerdas with the guidance of Vincent, I think got everyone by surprise. And Parang nilipat mo lang ng Rosso dito si Vincent, but it's still the same talents at his fingertips. Ang tanong ko lang dito, Ramon, siya pa rin ba ang mag-IGL sa MATTJESS? Or is it gonna be Jason calling the shots para sa MATTJESS? Or magkakaroon ba sila ng kind of a power struggle between the IGLs dito? Malalaman natin yan mamaya. But so far, MATTJESS actually looking pretty good, no? I mean, all things considered, I would say na Vincent coming into the fray for MATTJESS gives them more solidity as a roster. At kumbaga, it fits the playstyle really, really well. Especially laban dito sa JY, no? Na malakas yung interlap ng dalawang teams na to in terms of the strengths. Firepower is at top notch. At tingnan natin sinong lalamang dito sa Black Widow. Nomad, nalapit ka agad. That's instant kill for the JY sniper.
First time sniper on the roll, and it looks like he's doing a very good job nga naman on the JY Esports jersey, no? Patay si Nino, and he's pretty much a formidable force nga naman when you keep him going sa lurking position niya. So now that that's gone, it will be one layer of offense na nawawala na ngayon sa MATTJESS.
Yes.
And I like that JY are just layering yung defense nila in response of this din.
Right, Zach. Looking at you. Kailangan mo makabawi as the sniper ng BL side. Instant exploration para kay Zach. Ramdam niya na kailangan siya yung sasagot dito sa kill ni Nomad. Medyo vulnerable siya dito mula sa ES. Brian pushing out of doors. And that's the shot from Zach. Instantly delivers MATTJESS. 2 kills para sa kanila, no? Jason finding some semblance of control. At yung B-site bukas na, Ramon.
I say that it was a good position sana para sa JY if they kept their positions, edi maayos yun. Kaso kung sila naman yung magpipeak, yun yung magiging problema, no? An MJ that are gonna take the time and patiently just wait for their opponents to make the mistake. Yun ang nga yung naging resulta, no? Giving Brian, giving Ared, and Raya also low on HP. That will be an easier S push kung bibigyan nga ng option ng MJ. Pero still, mag-hold pa rin sila ng RS.
I like this discipline from MATTJESS, ha? Walang nag-rush, walang nagpupush na individual player. Jason entering dito sa S. Might not be the best idea considering may dalawang tao sa LA dito, yung JY.
May onting adaptation, no? They give away S. They actually layer down yung LA position nila dito and possibly setting up Nomad to now take control of the site. Patay si Jason. Zach taking the calmer approach. Doesn't hit on towards the MATTJESS player. Pero Rai, very precise on the shot kay Etja. 3 versus 2 this time. JY still layering down yung third position. Setting up JY on that retake while MATTJESS forcing the objective. And Son, nagpikit patay pa nga si Zach dito. The win con for MATTJESS is gone. It's now down to just Vincent in a 1v3.
At yun, makakuha siya ng isang kill, but that is all Vincent wrote. MATTJESS, bakit walang nag-LA? At yun na nga, MATTJESS making a crucial mistake dito sa mid-round, no? Lamang ka na kasi. So you're expected to take more places off the map. MATTJESS decided to invest everything dito sa S. Kaso sakto yung posisyon ni Nomad, naka-sniper sa LA. Nintay niya lang lumabas yung mga miyembro ng MATTJESS mula doon sa S, and it was easy pickings for JY Esports. You know, round number 1 natin, Black Widow, actually slower than I expected it to be. MATTJESS taking a lot of time in their attack dito sa kanilang BL side, no? I like the playstyle na pinapakita dito ng MATTJESS. Although, I think they should take more map control, especially when they have the man advantage.
Yun na nga no? I think the fact na nakita nila tatlo dun sa mid, one from that ramp position, dalawa dun sa S, I feel like that would have been the go signal para kunin yung B, diba? Make it harder for the anchor para mag-respond dito sa isang MATTJESS na parang full steamroll na lang papasok dun sa site. I think that would have been a possibility that they would have taken, pero they did a little bit too much as we reel dun sa naging mid-round dito para sa MATTJESS this point in time. I respect the S push na ginawa nga nila kasi dun nga naman nila na-pick off yung isa mga early members dito on the side of JY. But the mid-round for JY naman yung nanaig dun sa round na yun kasi ultimo parang giving up that S position para sabihin natin in a veil of security. Kala nila madali lang yung magiging push na yun. Hindi eh. With Nomad being in a position to actually secure himself a couple of frags here and there, I think that hesitation for MATTJESS just seeped in. No? So that type of mid-rounding is a little bit new for me para sa isang JY Esports.
Exactly.
But the effect of Nomad now being in this roster is taking into shape. Day 3 pa lang pare.
Absolutely agree, no? Ito yung guidance na binibigay ni Nomad dito sa JY. And kita mo agad yung epekto. Big upgrade para sa JY. A lot more structure sa playstyle nila, and off the back of the sniping IGL, it's nice to witness yung upgrade dito ng JY mid-year. Alright, go back into Black Widow. At JY, sila yung nangunang kumuha ng round dito, Ramon, ha? Son, looking to be aggressive sa S. Ayaw nyo nalang ibigay yung mid sa ngayon, Ramon, eh.
Yeah, eh. The swap coming through from Jason in the TRG into the M14 is giving shades of Yaba, no? Sometimes in the Black Widow game siya yung nagti-TRG, pero wala eh. ComebackFriends na si Yaba and they have to make adjustments themselves.
Yes.
But MATTJESS so far, back into playing passive ulit.
Nakakamiss yung roster with Yaba around. It kind of feels weird, him not around the players on the roster of MATTJESS, but that is life.
If you think about it, Yaba did a reverse Aldrin, pre, sa ComebackFriends. Kasi yung roster na yun, puro Tagalog na siya. Nag-iisang Bisaya dun.
Interesting point. Alright, Son. Nakaantabay sa BS. Parang sakto yung position dito, Ramon, to be able to find many kills. As Yetcha finds the entry. Hintay lang nilang mawala tong smoke na to. At si Son, medyo mapupunterya na.
Yun nga eh. Has to be cleared from that position, pare. Pero good smoke kind of staves off that offense. Pero knowing MATTJESS, no? Pwede pa rin nilang i-push pa rin to. Just wait the smoke off and just challenge that sort of forward position na ginagawa dito ni Son.
Wala pa rin silang LA, Ramon, ha? This is another risky play from MATTJESS if they decide to push sa S. At si Son, ready to receive. Flashes out, but the smoke finally going down.
That mid-round kind of questionable with the amount of time that they're investing dito, pare. 30 seconds at hindi pa sila lumalabas ng Espre. They need a kill and they need it right now. Good shot onto Rai, pero Nomad and Sunday are just containing MATTJESS. Nomad with the shot. Walang kahit anong entry. Kasi sinarado na ni Nomad yung A-site na yan. 4K para sa IGL. And MATTJESS, saan tayo papasok, pre?
Wala, man. 4 kills for Nomad in just round number 2. Napakalaking sakit sa ulo dito ng MATTJESS. Si Nomad, sakto pati na tumagal sila, Ramon. Gave time for Nomad to find the position and the kills. Ay, MATTJESS worst nightmare. Sa ngayon, si Nomad. At yung dalawang attempt nila dito sa S, walang gumana. Immediate change-up, MATTJESS, kinontrol na ang Tersa ngayon. Nomad, nandito pa rin sa A. Pwedeng magkatapat yung sniper natin.
For sure. First time that finally Zach gets himself the stage that he wants. Doon pa lang sa may Ter, pero quick hold back. As MATTJESS, securing space lang sa water scene na harap natin. Pero Rai, good shot onto Vincent. Solo push and oh my God! Sumabog na pakuan na nangyari dun sa BS as Rai gets a second kill. It's a 5v3, pare.
I think MATTJESS are learning a very harsh lesson dito sa kanilang BL side. This is not the same JY Esports from last Masters. This is an upgraded version. Hindi nagagana yung may mga butas sa opensa. Obviously, Rai, still the same player but with a different support system and a different sniper at his back.
And a really good angle as well para sa kanya, but not against Zach, who definitely has been the win con. Finally, an opening doon pa lamang sa may S, pero a lot of time, pwede pa rin mag-rotate, pwede pa rin i-consider yung LA na kinukuha pa rin ni Jason at the moment's notice. Solo hold coming down para kay Son. Layer yung defense of JY on the other side of the map. This is Son, Sandwich, and Zach getting the second kill. JY Esports now have to play retake. Rai spotted, pero Zach will have to consider that position.
Love that mid-round adjustment mula sa MATTJESS. No, pinunturya muna nila yung player dito sa site, pero si Zach nahuli ni Rai mula sa BS. 3v2 Ramon for JY.
And they know the S will be that call para sa JY. They couldn't even get the plant yet. Yetcha going forward. And they has to be prepared for the take on to Rai. Spotted na si Jason. And low pa nga si Yetcha. Goes down because of the push from JY. It is Davao reigning supreme in the retake scenario. 3-0 para sa JY Esports.
Beautiful crossfire mula sa JY. And it's clean as well. Being meticulous with every single corner. And expect din nila yung close push ng MATTJESS player doon sa S. And again, another round na natalo ang MATTJESS dito, Ramon. JY looking very different. Ako po, mukhang babalik sa master stage dito ang JY kung ganito ang panimula nila laban sa MATTJESS. And I certainly was not expecting this given that we haven't really seen a lot of Black Widow from Masters, no? MATTJESS being one of the teams that default to this map kapag hindi ito banned. And now they're getting exposed by JY. It's not something we see a lot of.
May renew JY is taking control dito sa kanilang GR so far. 4-man stack on the way towards that A site. And with how slow MATTJESS has been, this is an opportunity para sa JY ngayon. They have a layered stack on a power position that MATTJESS usually likes to take. And they could transform that into an LA take. Pero that's also MATTJESS now investigating a solo hold lamang ulit para dito kay Brian.
Red. Lumalapit dito kay Jason na nasa LB. Nakita ba? Nakita! A red! 2 taps is all it takes. Jason is down. At si Ninkyu susubok sumagot pero tatakbo na si Ared. B-site defense, really good for JY.
And they already called the attention of Yetza right now. Pero Ared and Brian maintaining hold dito pa lang sa my B-site. No ID, no entry, and no heads taken by MATTJESS. Ared with the double kill. And MATTJESS unti-unting nauubos sa mga miyembro at mga lahi nila. Vincent has to be the hero pero mamamatay siyang martir kay Brian na nakakuha na din ng 2K. JY Esports, ginagawang bahay ang Black Widow.
Walang magawa MATTJESS, Ramon. Lahat sinubukan na nila except for a rush. Every single attempt by MATTJESS is thwarted. Kahit makapag-side push, hindi sila nakakapasok na hindi nalulugi. Not to mention, when they try and mid-round, nauuna lagi yung JY dito. A Red and Nomad taking over the show. At si Ryan, si Brian with the same old antics from Masters. Triple stack dito sa LA. At mukhang nabasa na naman ng JY ang MJ.
Hindi nila makuha yung Ter, hindi nila
Wala.
solidify yung execute dun sa S. I mean, anything na pwedeng maluto ng MJ, lagi nilang may counter ang JY Esports. Is this the Nomad effect? Or is this just the learning curve that they've had from the amount of times that they have qualified for Masters? Ngayon pa lang nagkakaroon ng firepower. Good shot from Zach. Good second from Ninkyu. Good jumping shot from Jason as JY Esports now getting exposed. As with MATTJESS securing LA, it is a matter of time before they get their first round. Patay si Ared. Panalo ang MATTJESS.
Timeout as well para sa MATTJESS. And all it took was their sniper, of course. That is, of course, gonna take the spotlight sa ngayon. It's Zach. Siyempre, sino pa ba ang magbe-bailout sa MATTJESS dito other than Zach? Early timeout para sa MATTJESS dito. No, they didn't expect such a powerful defense mula sa JY. Kahit ako, hindi ko in-expect to. Ang ganda ng pinapakita dito ng JY. It's a good thing that Zach stepped up when he did kasi that's one of the rounds na nabasa ng JY yung execute dito ng MATTJESS, no? But the double kill from Zach, more than enough to dismantle yung depensa doon sa A site. And there you go. Timeout pa nga para sa MATTJESS dito. 2-4 ang labanan natin, Ramon. And I think they are trying to change up the tempo. I'm pretty sure na si Vincent yung nagko-call para sa MATTJESS dito kasi wala pa tayo nakikitang individualistic or a very aggressive push. It's more on the tactical and medyo defaulty playstyle na very reminiscent of Cuerdas, no? Yung pinagkaiba from Cuerdas and MATTJESS sa ngayon is walang naglalurk para sa kanila. Or kung meron man, madalas nahuhuli kasi nandun yung respeto nila kay Nomad.
Yun nga with how well of an IGL he can be as well with how he's been structuring yung GR sides nila. And medyo coming in today sa broadcast natin, I'll be honest with you pare, hindi ko na-expect yung gantong JY nung pumasok tayo dito no? Tumo yung buong roster na meron tayo ngayon, hindi ko nga na-expect considering what we saw from the last stage. I think JY Esports are coming in this with a statement to make talaga. No? Tingnan mo, nung spring, they were the local team that was above two of our Rosea teams pero everybody else in the competition just swept all over JY Esports nung spring season. No? With respect to them, they really had a lot of struggles nung spring season natin. Pero coming into summer, they made their adjustments. They had the most amount of time to game plan a lot of what they could offer dito sa summer season. Considering na hindi sila nakapasok sa playoffs pare, I think they made the most out of it. I like the addition of Nomad. I like the firepower upgrade in Ared. And they're definitely showing it up against the two teams that they have played up against pare. I think MATTJESS really are on the ropes na nakikita natin ngayon.
Exactly. And I think the tournament format also favors JY, no? I mean, kung isa kang team na gustong patunayan sa ibang teams na wait, we deserve to be in the top league. Saktong-sakto makakalaban nila yung top 16 in the whole world. Hindi in the whole world. In the whole country and Southeast Asia.
Medyo natatay dyan.
hindi lang Impact, hindi lang Masters, pero both of those tournaments nagsama na para sa ating qualifier. Saktong-sakto para sa JY na gustong ipakita sa buong Pilipinas at Southeast Asia, nakasali sila dito. And what better way to do that than against one of the best teams in the locality area dito. That is MATTJESS from Cebu. JY giving them a run for their money. And it's not close. Ramon, 4-1 as we go back into Black Widow.
Yun nga eh. Definitely a lot of legwork to be done para sa MATTJESS para humabol. And they finally get an LA push na walang kahit anong contestment kasi JY or rather putting a lot of that focus doon pa lamang sa may mid-side. Good push coming through from Jason could mean a lot since he is the C4 holder. But once they have the info, Son is gonna rain terror with the util as well as the HK. Pasok si Jason, entry on in JY. No answer. Jason with the first shot, a second as well para kay Vincent. Pero Rai and Ared keeping the conversation interesting. Patayin na nga yung IGLs. Nakuha pa nga ni Yetja yung dalawa. It's all down to Ared. Anong gagawin mo pre? Wala ka nung spring season. And you have to make sure that everybody remembers your name. 1v2. Nade out. Spotted si Zach. Doon pa lamang sa may window. And Arid has an idea kung paano niya i-leverage yung clutch na ito. Lots of damage. Yetja spotted. Pero Yetja cleans the round up para sa MATTJESS to make it 2-4.
There's the MATTJESS that I know, Ramona. Dinire-diretso nila yung LA. Jason leading the charge. And I'm pretty sure overtime nakakita tayo ng change of leadership. Sabi ni Jason, tara, pasok na tayo sa LA. Siya na nga rin yung naging entry. At gumana, syempre, MATTJESS with the signature rush and very few teams that can stop MATTJESS when they decide to go for the push. 2-4, MATTJESS, unti-unti nang nakakuha ng control sa mapang ito. At balik naman tayo sa mabagal na playstyle. Ramon, lots of B presence para sa MATTJESS, LB control, pati CB control nasa kanila.
Yun nga eh. An option in front of their face, pero with the pace that they've had pre, this MATTJESS team would rather be meticulous with the details eh, no? Ayaw na lang fast forward push katulad ng ginawa nila sa LA kasi baka predictable yun sa kanilang side. So instead, they're gonna be able to leverage their options. Meron tayong mag-B, pero may S na naman tayong kinuha.
Si Ared, mag-isa lang dito sa B site. At yung iba, manggagaling sa S. Naku po, Jason, kailangan makakuha ka ng kill. Think you spotted. And S will be controlled by MATTJESS. Nahuli isa-isa ang JY. At naglaho yung push nila. Ramon, perfect setup to punish the aggression from JY. 4 versus 2 for MATTJESS.
Shades of what happened nung first round pa lang pre, where they could have held for the passive hold dun pa lamang sa may mid. They over-aggress and MATTJESS take over with the frags pare. Good mid-rounding para sa MATTJESS. And now the decision to go towards B. Si Ared lang ang nandito. Ang layo pa ni Nomad. So he has to hit a lot of the headshots pre. 40 seconds. Lone anchor. Lone Davawenyo. Will he be cleared out? Spotted by one pero Nino is gonna take full advantage of the numbers. 3 versus 1 na para sa leader na si Nomad. Pero feeling ko pre, imposible na to.
Yan na nga. Even with the HE na meron siya dito. MATTJESS, only one piece of utility. I'm not sure kung smoke or flash yun ang hawak ni Jason ha. Pero at this point, yung crossfire nila maganda. Ninkyo manggagaling sa may bukana ng site. Zach sa water. Jason, oh my God! Disgusting shot mula kay Ninkyo. At yung MATTJESS, uti-uti nang lumalapit dito sa JY 3-4. Isa na lang tablado na tayo, Ramon.
Kinda like that coming through for MATTJESS, no? Again, the mid-round in towards the pivot towards that B site. And the fact about how they were able to clear Arid was just the amount of time that they took para lang masiguro na yung B. Kinda like that from a team that really is getting to know their executes and how they need to approach with it, no? Nice on MATTJESS to be able to clear out those corners. Now they get themselves 3-4. Yung kaninang 1-4 now on the first half. May dumidikit lalo para sa MATTJESS ngayon.
Brian, susubukan na naman dito sa mid, You have to remember, last time, JY attempted to push mid, naubos sila. Binato ng granada ng MATTJESS pero walang tinamaan. BS possession for 2 of the players of JY. At mukhang didiretso sila, Ramon. Risky to,
And through the smoke din. MATTJESS, syempre gusto na labanan yun. Jason, the leader that you are. He gets 2 kills despite the blind. Kala mo naka-x-ray glasses. Yetja gets another. As MATTJESS securing the fast push that they were looking for on the way towards that mid. Papasok sila sa B-side.
Kapag talaga nagmadali ang MATTJESS, ang hirap ng pigilan. At si Nomad na naman ang natira in the exact same position as last round. 1 versus 3, sniper in hand. At 3 na naman ang kalaban niya. 30 seconds on the clock, Nintyu. Nakaantabay, nakatingin sa door B. At si Yetja, nasa likod pa nga ng kabaong. There's literally nothing Nomad can do. At tinablahan na ng MATTJESS ang JY na ganon-ganon lang, Ramon. After the timeout, it's the MATTJESS show.
The MATTJESS that knows the place and the tempo that they want to go for now. Yan ang nakakatakot na MATTJESS, pare. The mid-round where they decided to go B yet again. And that was the moment nung napatay nila si Ared, pare. The solo anchor on B. So an early B push really caught the JY lacking para dito sa MATTJESS this time around. 4-4 na tayo ngayon. And another round where MATTJESS wants to take this meticulously ulit. And I can't blame them, no? A JY Esports that plays aggressively is gonna surprise MATTJESS. So they decide, i-minimize na lang natin yung surprises na yun.
Tsaka napansin ko dito, Ramon, every single time na nag-push ang JY or umanggulo sila ng agresibo, nahuli sila ng MATTJESS. So, MATTJESS recognizing the pattern, ganun ulit yung gagawin nila. Susubukan nilang i-bait yung JY na lumapit. Pero mukhang nadala na ang JY. They only take control of Ter. At yung mid, binigay na nila sa MATTJESS. Only Brian holding mid door. Pero si Nomad naka-sniper mula dito sa mid. So, MATTJESS options nila dito either B or mid. At mukhang alam ng JY yun. Pinupunta na nila si Ared sa B.
Alam mo, considering the positions right now, I'm not really pressured to know about how much they're holding down this B. I'm more surprised na malapit na maubos ang util nila. Si Nomad na lang na may nades dito. So mahirapan sila sa retake mamaya. Pero sa execute, dyan na nga magkakaroon ng challenge. No? Sun now notes the smoke. And MATTJESS walks into his crosshair. Nino down. And MATTJESS giving up that first 40 seconds. Hindi pa sila nakakapag-push. Pero B-side could be the call. Ared, good shots in towards Jason. Pagka-drop ni Zach, napatay pa nga niya yung dalawang anchors. MATTJESS find the way to get that plant. Pero nauubos na sila isa-isa. Laban kay Zach who gets the shot kay Nomad. But Rai secures the 5th round. JY Esports keeping it stable.
Lumamang ang JY at MATTJESS. Medyo nagkulang yung utility na Ramon. Isang smoke lang, mako-cover na sana yung LA. Pero medyo na-delay yung paghahagis na rin ng smoke doon. So, hindi sila nakaligtas doon sa LA player dito ng JY. Granted, sabi mo nga, no, naubos yung utility nila. They didn't need utility kapag kulang yung utility use nung kalaban. And MATTJESS, crucial mistake dun sa pag-push nila sa mid doon, no? Not able to cover all of their angles. And di rin nila nagamit yung util advantage nila doon, Ramon, kasi naubos na sila doon sa crunch nila sa mid door. Ultimately, lumamang ang JY dito as we go to the switch of sides. MATTJESS yung silver lining naman, naging isa lang yung lamang nung kalaban nila dito, no? So hindi sila masyadong mahihirapan habulin yung score.
For sure, no? Very close laban dito sa JY Esports who are sabi ko nga namang exceeding expectations but not by a small margin kasi if you look at the roster din naman, it's very telling that this could be a competitive roster. No, we just need a little bit more results. Right now, they're taking it up against one of the best teams dito sa SEA Masters right now and proving to be a very formidable compared to their spring season because of the additions that they've had sa roster na to. Biggest question now is paano naman sila kapag sila naman ang nasa BL, no? Kasi nakita natin GR nila very methodical pero sometimes gets a little bit too heated pagdating doon sa mga mid-rounds nila. Will that be the same thing that we'll see up against MATTJESS who wants to take fights nga naman? I think they need to slow down a little bit, pare.
Exactly. And matches, I think the bigger question para sa kanila dito, Ramon, is sino yung matches dito sa current iteration natin ng Masters at saka ng Swiss, no? I mean, Cuerdas, they found a lot of success by being goofballs essentially with the leadership of Vincent, no? Yung vibes nila, nadala yung laro nila, no? Going into matches, parang hindi na pwedeng gawin ni Vincent yun, kasi medyo seryoso maglaro sila Ninkyu, Zack, tsaka Jason. So hindi niya madala yung same fighting formula from Cuerdas. But Ninkyu finds the shot onto Nomad at nalaglag yung sniper ng JY.
That was a one tap all the way from window papunta doon pa lamang sa may HM, pre. Kaya ako nagulat. Paano niya nakuha yung shot na yun doon, pare? We have to wait and see for the replay later on. Pero JY still have themselves that B site early on. And MATTJESS still having the numbers, still having the health advantage. Also, the nades are still present. This retake, it's almost like it's on easy mode, pare, by the look of things. At baka alam din yun ng JY, yung MATTJESS, nagpa-flank pa nga sila.
5 versus 4. Brian, literal, isang ihip na lang malalaglag na siya. Ninkyu manggagaling sa likod. Clearing water. What a nice flash from Jason. At magpa-flash pa nga sila dito, pero si Ared nasa taas. That's 1. That's 2. Ared with a beautiful hold. At si Vincent nahuli din. Naubos na ang MATTJESS. Pero nakasagot si Yetcha. Double kill for Yetcha. Brian is down to 1 HP. Pero hindi alam ni Yetcha saan siya manggagaling.
10 seconds pa, kailangan ni lumapit at umuubos na ang oras at panahon. Kailangan i-defuse, pero Brian with 1 HP, with numbers advantage sa MATTJESS, JY still steals the round away. How were they able to convert an unwinnable round, pare?
Tanong din yan ng MATTJESS. Paano tayo natalo doon? Tanong ko rin yan, Ramon. Paano sila natalo doon? Hindi ko rin alam. Ang ganda ng mga posisyon nila. Ang dami nilang utility binato. Vincent na huling lumalabas sa bintana. At yung Storby hindi nila napasok. Ay, MATTJESS. Slowly fumbling this blacklist or this retake dun sa GR side nila. Kahit na ang laki ng lamang nila dun, Ramon. 2 rounds lamang ng JY dito. Another retake sa B.
Another retake then. A defense held on, but Rai! A headshot found! And midair, Jason stuck between a rock and a hard place for MATTJESS. Leg shot found din kay Nino. As JY controlling the flank and Nomad, siya pa nga yung nagsasabi na walang kahit sino ang aabot sa likod ng MATTJESS. Gets the kill kay Zack, yet jump Ninkyu. Nakakaanap pa nga ng patay. JY doing a little bit too much dito sa post plant. But with 30 seconds, Brian can actually hold the side dito sa door natin. Ang daming smoke, di niya alam, nakapasok na si Ninkyu, nakahanap na si Yetcha.
Sobrang risky ng position doon, pero si Ared, i-cover si Brian. Pero si Vincent, anong cover? Bubuklatin ko tong site na to. That's 2 kills for Vincent. And a round para sa MATTJESS finally. JY, ang ganda ng mga execute nila dito. MATTJESS, yung depensa nila, medyo napupuwersa. But when it comes to the retake, MATTJESS still have it figured out for now. 1 round ang lamang ng JY dito, Ramon.
Yep. As close as it can get, pare. And some growing pains galing dito sa JY. They still need to close the rounds. And they now have set themselves up dun sa LA. JY exchanging util lang. So that will now put Nino as well as Zack on the same position on a high-low with the TRGs. Pero JY are not even gonna answer.
Wala pa. Iba yung plano ng JY sa round na to. There's a lot of presence dito sa LA. Mid is open. Pero mukhang nabasa ng MATTJESS to. Wala ding nakaantabay sa mid sa ngayon. There's Sniper Zack nandito sa A site. Kung saan nandun yung C4 sa LA, ha. So MATTJESS might just have the setup para sa round na to. 90 seconds, marami pa para sa JY. The good thing para sa setup na to ng MATTJESS, no, it's a very defensive angle. Kapag may nag-push sa kanila, madali silang mapapunish.
Tamang flash na nilagay dun sa store B. And Jason hoping and praying na may matatamaan dito sa pagpasok ng JY. Duguan na nga si Rai, pero hindi pa na nahanap yung shot ni Inaw. From the rifle into the sniper, he is taking it to Nomad. Jason, napatay pa nga yung low HP na Rai, and MATTJESS just securing frags as the only hope para sa JY is mako-convert nila yung pag-push ni Son dun sa LA. Patay si Nino. It's a 4 versus 2.
Yetcha galing sa S at mukhang maghingay na siya dito. Nakita ni Son. What a shot! Son with the flick to save the round. 2 versus 3. Buhay pa ang JY, Ramon.
At hindi pa sila makapag-plant. Despite them having the C4, they still have to control that window spot. And despite that, despite the space, aalis na lang yung JY. Nice. Pero they have 30 seconds to do this, pare. How will this rotation work out? One holding that stage position, and above all people, si Zach pa yan.
Ay, Zach.
They need to kill Zach.
Ay, Zach, nakalagpas na sila. Masyadong huli yung pag-akyat mo dyan sa kahon. At nasa B-site na. Zach, antabayanan niya na makapasok si Son dito. Uy, hindi tumama. Yung jump shot niya doon. Hahanap ng isa pa. Flash coming out mula kay Zach dito. USP is out. Pero hindi bulag si Arel! Na-popcorn na si Zach. Pero nakatama pa rin siya ng isa doon. Papaano? Hindi ko alam. And Jason with the trading. Winning the round para sa MATTJESS. What a turn of events para kay Zach. But still, it's MATTJESS 6-6.
Ang tawag doon, divine intervention. Binigyan siya ng may kapal ng 1 additional millisecond para ma-hit niya yung shot na yun. But honestly, you can't explain kung paano nakahabol pa rin ang MJ doon sa round considering that they given up that C4 plant at na-smoke pa nga yung door position na yun. No? Despite the numbers, feeling ko, pag na-hold lamang yun on a Crossfire, I think MATTJESS will get that round entirely, but they are proving us wrong. 6-6 na tayo ngayon. Rin, nasa doorbid na agad.
First execute ng JY dito sa mid. And MATTJESS hindi nakatingin. Sisilip ng isa. Yetcha! Inisahan lang ni Ared. Quick dismissal para kay Yetcha doon, pero nasa water na si Son. Absolute map control para sa JY.
And not only that din, pwede na lang i-pull ang isa sa mga naka-hold lamang dun sa B to just try to hold down that stage because of a threat that JY could re-clear yung mid door na yan. Good macro play for JY Esports.
Absolutely.
Patience has to be made for both sides at this point, pa.
Kontrolado nila yung water. Ang problema lang yung LA na ibigay nila para kay Ninkyu dito. So kahit lugi ng isang MATTJESS, JY don't have enough map control. Ninkyu, nice shot. That's a double kill. Ninkyu na ibalik ang MATTJESS sa round na ito. Back to Ter and MATTJESS back in control.
Numbers advantage na meron ng JY. Binasura na agad ni Nino. He's continuing to become that threat. Doon pala mas may LA pero Son has to be that insurance. Now, my goodness, that insurance has gone out the window. Jason patay sa mga players ng JY. Si Brian at si Rai na lang. 45 seconds. At since nag-hold si Nino kanina doon sa LA, hindi nila ulitin yun. Pero para pag si Nino naman, ang lalapit sa kanila, spotted si Brian. At Brian, mapapatay lang ni Nino. Matigas ang ulo ng MJ. Gusto pa nilang patayin si Rai. Nino with the one tap. 3 kills para kay Nino. 6-7 for MATTJESS. They're not done in Black Widow.
Eto na Ramon. Ninkyu is starting to steal the show mula sa JY. That's a round and a half para dito sa attacker ng MATTJESS, Ninkyu. Mukhang confident na kumuha ng kills ulit si Ninkyu dito sa S. LA aggression mula sa JY at mukhang hindi sila pagbibigyan ng MATTJESS. Magpupush sa mid si Ninkyu.
That's aggressive. Pwede din nilang i-counter to from that CB hold. That's why you can see Rai taking that space for the team. A lot of time for them to consider that LA setup since andun na naman si Arid pero threatened now. Si Nomad, I think from the pixel na spot pa nga si Yetcha dun sa S. So they have to back off and maintain that hold that they have dun pala mas may isay.
At nag-back off din ang JY. Hindi rin sila susubok lumapit sa S kanina. Pero sa ngayon, with the smokes at their advantage, lalapit na dito ang JY. Ninkyu, may chance siya ditong umubos, Ramon.
Yan nga since nasa loob lamang ng BS ang mga players natin on JY, Nino could stop this with one entire peak. JY taking so much time to do this, paring. Ganda nga ng smoke na nilagay dito. Napapatagal na masyado yung pasok ng JY. They needed to get this execute going. is now the time. The window is shutting down. Zach has the angle. Nomad on a 1v1 up against the sniper sa MATTJESS. Good shot onto Zach. And now the push keeps on going. Nino, nahanap pa nga sa flank watch ni Son. JY have the front and the back covered, but they need to find Vincent in the sight. Spotted, gets the shot. Nomad, patay pa nga. It will be down to Arid, and Arid will shut them down. 7-7. JY Esports tumatabla na naman.
May kasama pang timeout, Ramon. JY. That is how you execute that A site. May player sa LA, tapos merong utility mula sa short. Ang ganda rin ng ginawa nila doon, Ramon. No? MATTJESS with a lot of defensive smokes. Ginamit ng JY yun para makapag-control ng mid. And all the while, they were making a lot of noise doon sa water. So hindi alam ng MATTJESS saan manggagaling yung push dito ng JY. All along, it was that A site at distraction lang yung nasa water. Beautiful stuff mula dito sa JY. Looking revitalized. And this is one of the things na medyo nakulangan ako sa kanila from last Masters, though, that execution setup. Mukhang sa ngayon, ang ganda na ng mga setup na meron ng JY dito. At least in Black Widow and the guidance of Arid and Nomad.
Yan nga eh. I think the leadership and the partnership between Arid and Nomad really has helped out yung macro na medyo nakukulangan tayo from JY since it has been the right show kahit nung spring. Ngayon medyo kailangan na ng onting firepower upgrade as well as a better strat book kumbaga. And from 2 points alone na yun, for this whole game has already demonstrated that JY has improved tenfold pa rin, taking it very close up against MATTJESS so far, that even MATTJESS are mismo sila pa nga yung nahihirapan pagdating sa mga defenses natin. Kita mo, nahawak pa nga ni Son yung flank, napatay nila yung sniper na si Zach na ultimately wins a lot of that fight dun sa angle na kinukuha niya dun sa window. It's very surprising to me that they're taking this close, but because of the amount of time that they've invested para lang sa roster na to, parang patience is paying off na naman para sa JY, pre.
Exactly. And it kind of feels like Nomad has a lot to prove dito sa ating Swiss stage, no? Zach, madalas natin ito pinag-uusapan as one of the future prospects of Crossfire Philippines, no? But Nomad, pinapakita niya na hindi dapat siya hindi dapat kinakalimutan ang isang Nomad na kapag tinapat mo sa mga current, talagang hindi lang makakasabay, makakauna pa rin si Idol Nomad. And I love it. I love this look mula sa JY, giving a lot of showing and a lot of fight laban sa MATTJESS. We go back into our game, round 15. Ramon, tablado pa rin tayo.
Nga eh, dikit na dikit at syempre di pa tapos. Gusto pang manakit ng pareho nating kupunan. It will be lanes controlled by both sides of the map para sa JY. MATTJESS themselves investing that high-low, investing the long angle setup by every Ben on the squad.
Yet Jen and Q, two of the best riflers dito sa roster ng MATTJESS, has been a duo for quite some time. Pero mukhang hindi nila sosoliduhan yung hawak masyado sa BS. They're gonna back off into that H site. MATTJESS back on the default. Walang papasok mula sa MATTJESS papunta sa JY na may control ng water at saka ng LA. Medyo delikado yung mid nila dito, Ramon.
Ngayon na sila doon pa lamang sa Mr. B. Dahil bukas nga yung mid na yan, that's an option that Brian can take. Even in JY Esports from spring, that's been an angle that he likes to push into. But still, MJ keeping hold of that B site. Nino in a very precarious position dito. Maybe will get backed off. Brian now holding down that push, and I said before this was his favorite hold, pero yun nga lang Yetja, he's gonna shut them down. 2-1 taps from Yetja, and MATTJESS securing LA. Zach gonna get that kill. Vincent finding Son as well. Si Arid na lang ang natitira. And Arid, miracles happen from this player alone. He gets the kill dito kay Zach, pero 1v3 pa rin to.
Yetja, you beautiful monster. 3 kills para kay Yetja. Instantly shutting down the mid push of JY. Napakaganda naman nun. Yetja, again, ninakaw niya na naman yung spotlight dito mula sa JY, Ramon. At yung MATTJESS medyo nagmadali ulit. Early S control, paulit-ulit na nalang ginagawa to. At yung resulta, JY, iniiwan nila yon. Parang napapansin na ng MATTJESS yung early tendencies dito ng JY. At sa ngayon, back on the default. Yung mga utility use dito ng JY, madalas hindi giveaway no? Parang kumbaga ginagamit lang nila pang bait. Pero ultimately wala tong nakukuha. Matches. Hinahayaan lang nila na gumalaw ang JY. Pero si Vincent masyado mo atang hinayaan si Nomad. Si Ninkyu di pa tapos. That's a trade mula kay Ninkyu. Double kill para kay Ninkyu. Pero nasuwitan din siya ni Brian. 3v3.
He's a good trading intent. Nino not expected to get those kills. And so many times from that window spot, pare, kanina pa siyang nagiging agresibo at nagiging problema ng JY. And he continues to be one dito. On that RS position, 3v3 pare. JY deciding that Waters might not be the best call para sa kanila. LA, since napatay pa nga nila tong si Vincent from that mid side, or excuse me, si Nino from that mid side. They have an idea that A might be the softest point of contention dito para sa MATTJESS. But because nag-push na nga tong si Yetja, baka alam nilang A-site na nga ang JY.
Siguro. Wala silang tao dun no? And matches have a lack of information. Wala silang naririnig na kahit ano. Nomad. All this time, kontrolado nyo yung Ter. Nakaantabay naman si Jason, pero medyo mahirap. May tama yung angulo ni Jason dito. Especially with an EBR, it's hard to win a duel from that far away. Pero yung bomba, Ramon, saan ba pupunta? Palipat-lipat
Yun nga Kala natin magpupush sila from LA because of Nomad's position. No, it was a bait and they have killed off Jason because of it. Nomad activated sa position. Si Zack ginawang pangkaraniwang tao sa MATTJESS jersey. 1 versus 3 na ulit para kay Yetja. And it's 10 seconds for him to cook up a clutch of a lifetime. They need Yetja to step up, pero si Yetja nag-ingay pa nga sa likod. Ared with the one tap. And JY dumidikit lalo sa MATTJESS.
Parang nararamdaman ko yung kaba dito ng matches, Ramon. Yung stability nila sa mid-round is lost. They could have just held their ground. Pwede silang hindi na lang gumalaw. Watch the angles. Pero inintay nila Inintay nilang may gawin yung JY. Looking lost the entire time. Kaya nakapag-rotate tuloy yung JY. They weren't sure saan din sila magpo-push until they got the kill with the sniper. MATTJESS, kailangan yung maging disedido sa mga desisyon nyo, lalong-lalo na sa mid-round. Kasi Ramon, doon lumalamang yung JY
On the mid-round, as you mentioned, no? But sometimes the early aggression really has been that win con both of these teams, pero still 1 minute and 40 and lanes being controlled by Raya, pati na rin dito kay Ared, no? And it's respectable, no? Kasi so many times si Nino nagiging sakit ng ulo nila sa nagpupush ng mga lanes nila sa pag-peak nila on the way towards Torby. It's either Nino, it's been Vincent, and they need to take control of that, pare.
Maganda ngayon sa matches, no? Hindi sila naging agresibo masyado. Lots of discipline at display. Very risky position from Jason at nakita na siya ni Ryan. He will be dealt with easily. Vincent nakita rin, pero nabotcha ang execute ni Rydon. JY kailangan tumakbo, yung B-side hindi nila mapasok.
They have the info na ang dami nung nakatingin doon pa lamang sa may B-side. So the quick call para sa JY is to just rush all the way towards that A. Son taking that forward space and Zack is dead! Sa isang bullet na inatid lamang ni Son. Nino trying to save this round with the flag of the century all the way towards BS, pare. And Son already knows his position so many times na siya nagsha-shutdown kay Nino. And again, this round is no other round. Son again saves the round para sa JY.
Set point para sa JY, Ramon. A red with 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. And it is absolutely impressive. Again, the adjustment, the mid-round adjustment from JY. Ramon, 4v5 yun And they were still able to win the round off of the adjustment. Alright, Zack. Umiba na ng angulo yung sniper dito. Pero kailangan niyang itama yung bala niya. JY pushing LA.
Son, you've been developing into the attacker that you are right now, pre. Give us one good push. Shut down Zack, and this will be a JY Esports set. Spotted, and Zack pressured, pero no pressure felt by Nino and Zack. They get 3 kills to their name. No absolute entry para sa JY. Si Nomad na lang ang natitira. And he has the TRG pare, the C4 drop within the sight lines of MATTJESS. Triple peak present. Nino gonna spot him out at patay si Nomad. 2 letters lang yan, MATTJESS. OT na laban sa JY Esports.
At si NinQ ang solusyon ng MATTJESS dito. Ang hirap kalabanan ni NinQ dito, Ramon. Kasi kung ako yung JY, ang gagawin ko na lang, hanapin natin si NinQ, tapos alis tayo dun. Ang hirap nun, kasi how do you find a player that is absolutely monstrous sa depensa nila, no? NinQ is just bailing out MATTJESS dito. Zach finally hit the shot as well, pero at that point kasi medyo delikado na yung posisyon niya, no? So na-trade din agad siya. Buti na lang talaga nasa SE NinQ with the quick rotation. At the end of the day, kapag na-pressure na ang matches dito, it boils down to the firepower at si Hetja at si NinQ ang nagiging solusyon nila dito. Alright, they stay alive dito sa kanilang overtime, Ramon, pero I don't think inakala ng MATTJESS na aabot sila sa puntong to.
Yan nga no? Kasi kung tutusin, they didn't really make the most amount of changes, albeit 2 players, no? But I'd say na dapat nga magiging positive yung magiging effect dito kasi now they kind of eliminate the one Tagalog that is kind of flooding into the comms nga naman no? So feeling ko dapat nga magiging comfort nga sana to para sa MATTJESS, but I don't think the communication is the problem dito pare, no? It's a JY Esports that look so prepared pa rin naman sa naging setups nila dito, from the GR that looks very very competitive into now, dikit na laban sa MATTJESS dito. One of the best teams that we have in the league. Davao really is shining brightly ngayon. So nakikita natin on Black Widow so far, pare. And the talent just keeps on becoming deeper, pare.
Absolutely, no? I love the showing from the JY. And at this point, I feel like nagsisisi na yung MATTJESS na hinayaan nila makalagpas yung Black Widow dito sa map dito, no? I said it earlier, Ramon, this is a big challenge from JY na ilabas, na piliin yung Black Widow na sanay maglaro ang MATTJESS, no? Hindi nila alam, sanay din ang JY dito. In fact, they're more used to this, na sila pa yung parang mas solido yung tapak dito sa Black Widow. When you talk about problems, MATTJESS yung problema naman nila dito, yung pagiging, kumbaga, ang hirap sabihin ng maayos to, Ramon, pero parang nangangatal sila sa mid-round to a point where they kind of make mistakes. They kind of become careless. MATTJESS, kailangan lang nilang tatagan yung mga position nila dito, pero MATTJESS papasok.
Papasok into that Storby position, pero look at Rai and his weapon. A Pepper in the hands of the AS push. Ared, looks like it's not a shotgun. That will be an HK. Gets the shot onto 2 players. MATTJESS bit up the setup. You are nothing against Ared in JY Esports. 3 versus 4. And back to the ball game, pare. Pwede na maging possible at ng JY.
Minadali ni Ared yun. Kinontrola yung water. Naka-double kill. At MATTJESS, problema na naman to. 3 players versus 4 ng JY. Maganda pa yung posisyon ni Rai.
Yan nga At hindi lang si Rai doon, pare. Si Nomad din holding down that window. Pero Son disrupted. Zach getting the shots. At kung kanina naging tagirap si Zach, ngayon mayaman siya sa pinapatay niya dito sa JY. Ared na lang. We've seen him clutch it up 1v3 before, pero up against a fired up Zach, pare. Mahirapan si Ared. Flashed up, naded in. Zach now has that angle. Now has that timing. Beautiful onto the head of Ared. That will be a 4K para kay Zach. 10-9, MATTJESS fully securing OT so far.
The Cebuano sniper. And his name is not KLP. It's Zach from MATTJESS. 4 kills in OT. At buhay pa ang MATTJESS dito na kailangan ng maglabas ng kakaiba ni Rai para lang makakuha ng panalo sa JY. Pero sasapat ba tong shotgun ni Rai, Ramon? Hindi nga sumapat last round
Di nga niya magamit kasi walang kahit sino nag-push sa MATTJESS on Espre. I mean, he has the benefit of just scrolling through different weapons na meron siya dito, pero overall, pre, the MATTJESS mid-rounding improving by the second na ngayon. This time, it's gonna be that water's pulled. Magpupush nga ba ang JY dyan sa store B na yan? Or will they be the ones just holding down that sightline, pre?
Yung JY, susubukan nila i-hold dito yung B side. Yung shotgun nasa kabila, yun ang nasa S. As HazMatz go with the lineup. Si Zach yung nagbabato ng mga granada dito sa door B. At papasok na si Jason. That's one. Brian sasagot ng isa. Takbo habang may lupa, Brian. Pero susubok niya pang kumuha ng kill kasama si Son. MJ di makapasok. Yet dyan dito na sa loob. Pero yung bomba hindi nila may tanim. Pinilit ng MATTJESS. At dahil dyan sila ay uubusin ni Brian. Son with the USP. And JY with the quickest retake sa mapang ito. 10-10. Back to the even ball game.
Hindi nga sumapat ulit yung aggressive B push. No smoke given dun sa door mid, kaya it was Brian's sight to behold, pare. And what a retake for JY2, pre. Kasi kung pagkapasok nila dun on MATTJESS' side, they can't even secure the C4 without giving numbers away, pre. It's a difficult scenario to be in. But JY, happy and willing to be getting that aggressive retake scenario. At ngayon, 4 na ulit na nakatao dun sa may A side.
MATTJESS, sinubukan nila yung rush. Isang player lang yung nag-setup ng utility, si Zach. And 4 players pushing. Obviously wasn't enough. Hindi nila na-control yung mid door. Yung door B rather. MATTJESS susubok ulit dito sa B side. Flash setup is there. At JY medyo malayo. Ramon, pwedeng gumana to ha. MATTJESS hesitates. Hindi sila pumasok.
I mean, na-flash sila ni Arid, so okay lang yan. It shaves off a couple of seconds or even make MATTJESS hesitate. Mukhang worth it yung naging isang bato na ginawa dito ni Arid. At baka sumubok pa siya dito, no? Nasa taas na naman. And remember the last time na nandyan si Arid, he has completely swept off a MATTJESS entry dun sa store B. But MATTJESS now deciding to kind of take their talents elsewhere.
Speaking of talent, Vincent. Finally, nilabas na nila yung lurk ni Vincent dito. The formula that made Cuerda successful. Vincent calling the shots habang naglalurk. Pero mahirap pasukin tong Terra kasi ang dami mong angulo na kailangan tingnan. And case in point, dalawa yung nakabantay dito mula sa JY. Kaya kailangan tumakbo ni Vincent. Wala silang choice. Ramon, B-side talaga.
Yan nga si Arid na kanina pang nag-aantabay doon sa labas ng BA, nasa loob na ng store. Iintay na lang ang MATTJESS na mawala yung smoke, and without the smoke and mirrors, Arid is dead. The illusion is gone. Alam nilang pasok na sila sa B-site, and Yetja goes ham with the headshot. Ubos si Son. At baka sumunod pa si Brian na kinain ang buhay ni Yetja. And MATTJESS sa B-side just like that. Another para kay Yetja. Walang kahit anong retake na magaganap para sa JY. Si Rai na lang. And it's a 1v5, pre.
1v5. Yetja, 3 kills already. Humahanap ng pang-apat. But at this point, sigurado na, plakado na ang round number 11 ng MATTJESS. Gagamitin na lang ni Rai to na baga mini timeout to talk to the teammates. And JY played like a fiddle ng MATTJESS, no? All this time, kinontrol nila yung LA. But MATTJESS, the plan all along was that B-site. Vincent naghanap lang ng posibleng makuhang kill. But discipline is definitely still there mula sa MATTJESS, no? Kung nag-push kasi si Vincent dun sa LA, mahuhuli siya, panigurado. Buti na lang, there was enough discipline from MATTJESS to call the lurk away. At diniretso na lang nila yung B-site. Ang ganda rin ng decisiveness nila doon. No, once na dumating si Vincent doon sa house B, pumasok na sila. Direkta na, no? And of course, you have to address the beautiful entry na meron dito si Yetja. Getting 3 kills, and that's more than enough para sa MATTJESS.
And half of those were through the smoke as well, pare, no? And not even giving any sort of breathing room para kay Brian, para kay Son. I mean, hirap ang JY sa isang retake na hindi nga binigyan ng kahit anong chance naman, diba? And gotta give respect to the calling system into MATTJESS. Whether it was Justin who called that, whether it was Vincent who called that. I mean, the decisiveness to take yung B-site na yan off of the info na iisa lang lagi nakatao doon. I think that was an execute that really just was a fruit of labor. Nakikita nila kasi from the moment that you saw in one of the rounds na nagpupush sila doon sa B, hirap sila ng time na yon. Pero sabi ni Vincent, or sabi ni Justin, kung sino man yung IGL na doon, sige, ulitin natin ulit, pre. Feeling ko, konting adjustment lang naman. Pwede natin ulitin yun, no? At nagawa nga nila, pre, and this time to full success. Nakuha nga nila yung anchors. At nakuha nga naman nila yung site itself. So, it's just another product of MATTJESS just being themselves talaga. Kung hindi nag-work yung plan out the first time, The second time, I think they can trust themselves to do it again and now be successful, pre.
Yeah, firepower din ang naging solusyon nila doon, Ramon, na matches. Making advantage, or actually, not necessarily taking advantage of their attackers, no? It's more of nag-pop-off talaga si just around na yun, no? Opening up the site with very little utility use, while also playing around the smoke. Beautifully done para dito sa matches. A bit of a different setup to lead to the same outcome. At ngayon, napagano nila yung B-site execute. So ngayon, we're going to switch sides. Matches sila naman ng dedepensa ulit. And I'm gonna take a look at Zac dito, no? Kasi mainit yung laban ng mga sniper dito. And kung mapapansin mo kung saan nandun si Nomad, doon hirap pumasok ang MATTJESS. Zac needs to find the same impact as Nomad.
Kasi kung mapapansin mo sa mga 1v1s nila, si Nomad yung lumalamang. Lalo na nung regulation natin, no? And the only time that we saw Zac turned up was that OT round nung nagsimula si Zac on LA, diba? So we need more than just that one moment, pare. We need to see a Zac that we always tout to be that win con dito sa matches, diba? So I like the point that you been making kasi it also kind of gives a highlight din kay Nomad, who really is stepping up on a role na hindi natin alam na laging ginagawa ni Nomad na ngayon, diba? Usually, IGL, who lurks around the shadows, but right now, he is showing up big as the IGL sniper talaga, pare. And in a role na dapat sa debut year mo, medyo mag-hesitate ka, mag-experiment ka, hindi, pare. He is doing it up against one of the best snipers we have on the league as we go back to the game as Vincent with the push on Rai. JY Esports got lacking.
That is 100% a Vincent call, pare. Pushing mid and then running away. MATTJESS, kailangan nila yon kasi hirap sila sa BL side ng JY. With that one kill, Ramon, wala nang kailangan gawin ng MATTJESS kundi mag-intay. Play defense, play the GR side, and let Zac hold an angle. Magandang posisyon ni Zac dito sa B side. Pero, yung JY, wala pang setup na ginagawa. There's an opportunity para sa JY na pumasok ng LA. Pero once na nagpakita si Arid mula dun sa site ng A, tatlo yung sisilip sa kanya.
Yeah, so many matches people dito pa lamang sa may BS, and from the util na nilagay nila, JY have to hesitate, but they're not hesitating, pre. Nomad power, and with the flick, Vincent is dead. Nino, buti na lang na trade niya agad. So that will be that hesitation setting in para kay Son. They maintain that ES hold. Pero JY down on numbers ngayon.
At na solusyon na ng MATTJESS ang problema nila. Na sniper ng kalaban. Nomad with a nasty shot, pero buti na na-trade nila. Nomad is down. 4 versus 3. Papasok na, kailangan ng pumasok ng JY.
Exactly, LA being taken right now by Ared. The shot onto Son is perfect. Brian has to trade and he gets 2 kills. Para sa mismong push niya, 45. Posible pa to. Zac holding that angle and Ared dead on arrival. Drop pa yung C4. So si Brian na lang. At kailangan maging milagro na kailangan niyang lutuin. As it's gonna be against Jason, against Zac. 2 of the top rated players na MATTJESS. And he decides to go back.
Nakadalawa na si Brian dito, Ramon. But he has to find 2 more para may panalo tong round na to. For JY, para mapigilan ang set point ng MATTJESS. Pero yung oras niya, kakaunti na lang. 15 seconds na itanim ang bomba. Zac, Jason, manggagaling sa Ares.
Kailangan naman a clip of the week ang makikita natin from Brian kung gusto niyang dikitan ang MATTJESS ngayon. BS now. The focal point that he wants to take. Post plant now. No na by Zac and he hits it onto Brian. Nakakala mong hindi talaga siya papalya sa shot na yon any day of the week. It is MATTJESS on set point. And it's getting closer and closer by the second.
Sabi ko sa'yo, Ramon, Zac has to step up. And he did. 2 kills lang yon, pero it was the most important kills in the round. Nahuli niya yung rotation ni Ared. Tapos nakuha niya yung final kill. MATTJESS, set point, isa na lang. At tumba na ang JY sa Black Widow. And at this point, kung ako ang JY, nangangatal na ako.
Nahihirapan na akong kumuha ng confidence now. You'll be losing the 2 rounds that are winnable at mawala na agad para kay Edjato to get 2 kills and another for Nino as well, pre. The all or nothing para sa JY sa mid. Mawawala ng bisa. At kailangan nilang sumugod, pre. It's a 2v5.
Wow.
at nauubusan na ng option ang JY Esports.
And it's the newcomers, Nomad, Ared. Ay, what can they do at this point? Si Nomad naka-sniper. Si Ared naubusan na ng utility, Ramon. Kahit flash, wala siyang pang bato dito. And they have the right idea. Magdidikit sila dito. Nomad from LA. Pwede siyang mahuli ni Yetja.
Kita niya ba?
Nakita na yung ulo niya. Yetja jumping up and down of the window. Nakatama siya. Nakadapli siya ng isa. Pero na-flash agad ni Yetja. This is looking done. And this is looking dusted. Yetja, nahuli si Nomad at si Ninkyu tatamaan. Then si Red, tinuldukan ng MATTJESS ang Black Widow ng JY.
Competitive, close, pero hindi sumapat para sa JY. MATTJESS securing themselves that OT win off of a beautiful hold dun sa mid-side, as well as a good play coming through para kay Nino. Pare, a step-up performance of a lifetime para sa player na ito, where a lot of the macro from JY actually minimized what his impact could have been doon pa lamang sa regulation, pare. Pero he kept his cool, kept being aggressive sa mga lanes natin, putting a stop sa lahat na nagiging pushes natin on the side of JY, and they couldn't shine where they did on that regulation, pare. Sayang ang ginawang effort ng JY Esports.
Absolutely, no. But I do have to give them a bit of credit, no. Grabe yung improvement nila from the last time that we saw them. You have to remember, Ramon, MATTJESS, they are a team that is within the top 5, top 6 of the current iteration of CFS Southeast Asia. So, hindi biro ang pinagdaanan dito ng JY, and to come out going to overtime, it says a lot para sa improvement dito ng JY, no. And MATTJESS, hindi sila nadalian para sa larong yun, no. Black Widow is supposed to be a map that they are very comfortable in, pero medyo naging risky, medyo naging shaky sila sa mga ibang moment dito sa mapang ito because of JY, because of Nomad, because of Red. And I really think JY are headed the right direction. Kailangan lang nilang puliduhin pa at pakapalin pa ang playbook nila dito, and they have the perfect opportunity na gawin yon sa ating set.
Yeah, kaya nga kasi totoo individually, hindi nga, sobrang rare na nakikita natin nagkakamali. Yung nagiging pushes, yung duelo nila. I mean, Nomad really, clearly, the more consistent sniper sa buong naging set, sa buong naging Black Widow natin compared to Zach, who really needed a step performance but wasn't even given a chance to do so up until that OT round. It was the Riflers, it was Yetja, it was Jason, definitely was Nino at the end of the day that really made JY Esports sweat nung tagal yung laban natin. Overall, it was a fun game of Crossfire to actually watch before our very eyes, where we saw the strengths from the very structured GR side ng JY Esports natin to the overall mid-round calling na hinahanap natin from the side of MJ. Kasi, ultimo, dalawang players dito ang may experience sa IGLing, and they needed to make sure that they can counteract all the setups that JY were throwing at them from the very end as well. As we also take a look at yung set summary natin, 10-13, MATTJESS winning out very closely. Sayang yung naging effort nga naman para kay Ared. We have to big props for that with 23 kills to his name. I love this roster individually talaga. They have showed that they can contend up against the very best dito.
Ramon, you're slowly becoming a fan. I like this from you. I also love this roster. And case in point, look at MATTJESS. Look at Zach with 21 kills. Karamihan ng kills na yan, no, nahanap niya talaga in the latter part of our game, heading up to overtime, and in overtime, impact kills on top of impact kills. At the end of the day, nalagpasan niya yung contribution ni Nomad dito. But when you want to talk contribution, hindi mo pagkakaila si Yetja. Mapa-entry, mapa-clutch. Yetja is your attacker, man.
And I think like Yetja being on that spotlight then just brings up another conversation here. But before that, no, Zach being that set MVP na rin, it's a bit of an argument to be made then, no. I kind of expected Yetja to be here, pero Zach on that consistency role, I think that there's an argument to be made kung bakit siya nga yung naging MVP. Pero going back about Yetja, no, I feel like there was a conversation around Yetja na dapat magkasama sila ni Yobs if you wanted to make Yetja have a lot more value out of him, no? But now this game kind of proved his worth individually as a performer, and I feel like going forward, both him and Zach will have a big win con para sa MATTJESS this time around.
Absolutely. And it's a proof as well, no? Na Yetcha doesn't really need anyone to enable him to have numbers such as this. Man, 22 kills is no joke. Especially up against a JY that seems to be firing on all cylinders. Although I want to give a shoutout para kay Ared, no, na may pinakamaraming kills in the entire Black Widow map. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough para sa JY. Ramon, Eagle Eye number 2 is our set number 2. I don't think things are gonna change kasi matches sila yung pumili ng mapang yun eh.
Yan nga no? If the roster has changed, maybe the stride will be different para sa kanila, no? Kung dikit na nga sa Black Widow, sure na sure ako magiging dikit lalo sa Eagle Eye. Pero bago lahat ng yan, with a 1-0 para sa MATTJESS, deserve nila ng napakagandang break dito, no? So, mabalik muna ang CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko nga pala si Didom, at wag na wag kayong aalis. The Cebu versus Davao Derby continues dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Phase number 2. Kami nga pa rin nila ang kasus ninyo, ang VR Duo para sa mismong action ng JY Esports versus MATTJESS. No? Lamang na ngayon ang Cebuano squad pagkatapos ng napaka-nail-biter na Black Widow map natin. Ngayon naman sa Eagle Eye, I don't think the script is gonna be any different, Tatum. I think this game is gonna be even closer.
Yeah, absolutely agree dito, no? But if we were to make predictions dito, Ramon, I have a prediction in mind. Hindi ko na lang sasabihin kasi baka masabihan ako ng bias. Pero feeling ko MATTJESS ang mananalo dito sa Eagle Eye na mapang ito. No? Because I feel like this is a map where they have been kind of perfecting, no? Parang kumbaga, apart from Black Widow, Eagle Eye is a map where their playstyle really suits. Mahilig makipaglaban to mga players na to, no? And the Riflers can definitely take the spotlight dito. And Yetcha and well, Ninkyu as well, pwede silang maghasik ng lagim dito sa Eagle Eye na map na to, no? You talk about Hotel, you talk about LA as well, mid, and I think MATTJESS, this really suits their playstyle. But JY, it's up to them. Ball is in their court. Kasi sila naman yung nasa BL side, so sila yung may chance na magpakita na kung anong mga strategy yung meron sila dito sa mapang to.
Exactly, and I think this also goes back to the starting five that they have right now, kasi this is also where I can kind of put the reason why I believe Rai is a better starter compared to Franz, kasi again, you don't need another sniper. All you need is somebody who can also kind of add to the mid-round calling, add to the attacking firepower that you also have, since sabi natin may foundation na nga sila kay Ared, but he also needs another aggressive rifler in his hands as well. So Rai, I think he will do very well dito sa magiging Eagle Eye map natin dito when it comes to controlling that aggression and also knowing where the right spot should be. But I think MATTJESS is also an experienced roster na din na masabi natin kaya niyang tablahan yung mga calls dito on the side of JY Esports. No? Despite all the good macro plays na nakikita natin from Nomad, I think may marami pa siyang maipipiga dito si Eagle Eye because the room for creativity when it comes to the macro dito si Eagle Eye, I think we're barely scratching the surface on what teams can do here, pare.
Exactly. Especially if you consider na dalawa yung IGL ng matches dito. I got Jason and Vincent who was leading his own roster last Masters, no? And you have to remember as well yung Eagle Eye na craft ni Vincent from last Masters is kind of impressive actually, no? So on paper it would make sense if MATTJESS just show us a master class dito sa Eagle Eye. Pero theory is very different from practicality. It's all about execution. At nakita naman natin na hindi perpekto yung playstyle ng MATTJESS. Madami pa silang kailangang ayusin at kailangan nilang ayusin yun ngayon. Let's go into Eagle Eye MATTJESS versus JY.
And I can't stress enough how important it is to keep yung momentum sa Swiss, pare. Because that first round, you're going into the 1-to-1 bracket of death, pare. You know? Definitely a lot of scary teams to play up against. Nakita na nga natin yung ComebackFriends kanina. Sobrang hirap nila kalaban kahit yung STS pa yung naging katapat nila. No? JY Esports bet that push on door mid. 3 nakatao sa matches dito on the top A.
Mid hold from JY. Pero walang tao dyan mula sa MATTJESS. Remember, MATTJESS on the GR side. 3 yung tao dito sa A site ng MATTJESS. At may isang nakaantabay sa hotel, isa sa BR. Medyo nakabukas yung RS, yung HM dito ng MATTJESS. Vincent, kailangan mong maging careful kung saan ka pupunta kasi kapag lumabas ka sa HM, baka may tao na ang JY dyan.
I don't think they have a lineup for a smoke din para sa pag-cross nila on lane. So, really, they're just gonna have to fight their way out of dito sa door mid natin. No? The push comes in for Rai and na-expect pa nga ni Jason pero may nakuha yung bungo ni Jason doon, pre. And JY can just go back, peel back, papunta doon sa may LB.
Yun ang kayo sinasabi ko no? Yung mid-door control dito ng JY, deadly. At MATTJESS, nagbayad kagad sila doon kasi inintay lang nila na may makapasok. Jason on the long hold. Natalo sa duel. Vincent lalabas sa bridge. Nakita si Brian. And that's a giveaway na papasok ng beast side ng JY. Vincent with a nice shot. At yung hotel, papasukan niya Ramon.
Na-expect ba niyan? Magre-repick siya, re-repick siya. Siyempre, si Vincent yan. Si Son ang kukuha ng napakalaking mistake ni Vincent doon, pare. Okay na nga yung second pick, pero on the third, it is going for too much. 4 versus 3, JY are walking into Zach's crosshair. They get the kill kay Arid. Nakuha pa nga ni Nino si Rai. It's all gonna be down to just Nomad with beautiful rotation from Nino.
Ay, nakita.
It's just gonna be down to the IGL. 1v1. Nakita pa nga sa labas. Nakakalikod lang si Nino. Nagre-reload si Nomad. 5 seconds. They have to plant that C4. And Nino, hinabo lang niya si Nomad, pare. This is just chaos. And Nomad still wins without time in their hands.
Teka, kailangan ko ng timeout. Ako yung kailangan ng timeout.
Kailangan ko ng breather, pre.
What a fiasco of a round, the 1 versus 1. Napakakalat nun. Pero si Nomad hindi magpapatalo kay Nino. Okay, medyo naiyak ako dun sa round na yun, Ramon. Pero si JY sila yung nanalo dun, so they're gonna be happy about that one. Si Nomad for sure, naiiyak din kakatawa yan as he gets the kill onto Vincent. At lamang na naman ng isa ang JY dito.
I need a breather from that from the round prior, pare. Kung tutusin, dapat hindi nga nag-pick doon si Nino, pero siguro naisip niya na tight nga yung window for duck.
No.
No way.
No way.
Not again.
Ano nangyayari sa matches? Bakit yan?
Bakit nahulog si Zach?
Bakit naman yun? Zach! Ay, Zach! Boss, dahan-dahan lang sa kung saan tumatapak Ninkyo, andito sa loob ng site. Okay, that's a nice shot. On to Rai. At si Jason hindi niya na ibibigay itong site na to. That's a kill for Jason as well. Yes, dyan. Dito na rin. LA, bawal pasukan ng JY. Okay lang kahit nalaglag si Zach. Okay lang. Kontrolado pa rin naman ang matches dito. Yung A-site, kontrolado nila yung bomba. At si Nomad, hindi na siya palalagpasin sa ngayon ng MATTJESS. Sniper in hand. At oras lang ang binibilang dito ng MATTJESS. Mahuhuli din nila si Nomad. 40 seconds. And this should be the round para sa matches. No, 1 HP na kasi si Nomad. Dapat
Yeah,
tapos
for
na
sure.
to. And
Wala
Yetcha
lang
will
yun.
be hunting for the kill. Alam nila naka-sniper eh. And that's the double peek. Oh, and Yetcha to find the kill. There you go. MATTJESS. Quick recovery in that round.
Yan nga eh. That was a 3v5 as well. Which definitely we can hand it to Nino, who really has held his own pagdating dun sa pag-defense niya on the side of that A. Yetcha too. The fact that the MATTJESS were able to hold that down with not numbers is very much impressive, eh, no? Doesn't give a lot of credit over to JY. They handled LA knowing na mamatay nga yung sniper, pero Vincent, speaking of killing snipers off, Nomad never expected that peak dun pa lamang sa top box. 4 versus 5.
Lamang ngayon ang MATTJESS. Yeah. Oh, Vincent, what a shot onto Rai. Umakyat sa kahon sa BR and somehow finds an angle. And that is the MATTJESS we are looking for. Yung mga setup dito sa mapang ito na sila lang yung nakakapaglabas kasi komportable sila dito. Yetcha will be opening up EB. Holding it down rather. Pero yung JY nauubusan na ng pasensya dito, Ramon.
Ooh, what a
Yetcha
one
with
tap.
Looking for the second kill and that is not it. Son trades him down. 2 versus 4.
Low on HP pa si Son. He has to call upon Arid to try to help him out. Magkaiwalay. Ang dalawang nakataglay lamang sa pag-push all the way towards hotel. And MATTJESS from the early peaks on Vincent really setting up the foundation for victory so far. But we've seen JY come out of situations like this. And they also have won with even less. 50 seconds pa. And somewhat of an open B site na napakalapit lang dito si Nino as well.
Uy, nakapasok. Nakapasok ng B ang JY, Ramon.
Yun nga eh.
Napuslitan ng MATTJESS. 4 versus 2 to ha. At yung RS, hindi ipapakawalan ni Jackson is down. Si Aaron makakapagtirim ng bomba pero mag-isa lang siya dito sa car. At yun na, pinaulanan na siya ng bala. Ninintyo MATTJESS. Not gonna give that round away. And Vincent, what a setup. What a timing as well. Nung umakyat siya dito sa box BR, no? Saktong-sakto na nakita niya yung isang player sa tower. Zach with a sniper. Maghahanap sa LB.
Anong pangalan?
Bang!
Naghahanap ng bungo. Overkill onto Son. Pero syempre, with style, he wants to do that, pare. 4 versus 5, Nino. Pati ako. Kinakabahan sa mismong position ni Nino, pare. Pero he could be in a good spot to kill somebody who's jump spotting.
Wala na yan. Hindi na mauulit yun. Wala na. Ginawa talaga yun ni Zach eh. Para matawa tayo, di ba?
Tado kasing seryoso eh, no?
Oo. Para daw kumalma ka ba, Ramon? Masyado ka daw kinakabahan eh. Tumawa ka, di ba?
Pero, walang katawa-tawa ang pwede mangyari dito para sa JY. They're down numbers at duguan pa nga si Brian. Buti nga nasa kanya yung TRG, so may one-shot potential pa on his name. But Hotel now being held by MATTJESS. Almost feels like the next duel is gonna be on that part of the map.
Parang gano'n na nga kasi si Rai papasok. Pero may dalawang barista dito, si Yetcha at si Vincent. Parehong naghahanap. Synchronized. Swimming. Parehong nagpipik. Parehong yumuyuko. At si Vincent na itama pa rin kay Rai yun. Paanong nanalo si Vincent sa duelong yun? Hindi ko alam. A red flash out. Pero hindi niya makakuha yung kill dito kay Vincent. Joke lang nakuha niya rin, Ramon.
I mean, akala ko nga, bakit ang tagal nang patayin si Vincent? Paano napatay niya Orange si Yetcha? They're all pushing into JY Esports and that is not what you want to do. Up against a team that is very competitive from Black Widow kanina. C4 plant down para kay Brian. Nino and Jason ahabol na sa loob ng site. Nino with a shot. Nomad baka sumunod pa. It's all down to just Arid. Pero Arid, kinain ang lahat ng bullets sa binigay ni Jason ngayon. MATTJESS securing a very good 2 versus 3.
Buti na lang, maganda yung retake ni Jason at ninihintyo doon. Otherwise, nalaglag at matatalo sana sila sa round na yun kahit nakuha nila yung hotel control. Arid, malaking sakit sa ulo ng MATTJESS. But a quick recovery. The firepower is still there para sa MATTJESS. Hindi mo talaga mapagkakaila sa mga riflers nila, sa mga attacker nila, Ramon, kung gaano ka talas ng aim nila dito. Vincent, Ginawa niya ng bahay yung bridge. Son, bawal pumasok. Bawal tumawid.
Ginawan toll gate no? Pwedeng entry point dito para kay Son, pero he's still taking his time. And MATTJESS has an idea dito no? Pero with the presence of LB na pwedeng ding kunin, Son's gonna take advantage of that. Nag-peek pa nga siya at patay pa nga ni Vincent yun. They got a 1-for-1 trade at alam nila ng JY gustong kunin yung hotel pare.
Vincent still in bridge. Hawak-hawak niya pa rin to. Si Brian di makalabas ng hotel pero yung bomba nasa malayo. JY, hindi pa sila papasok ng site pero lugi na sila ng isa. 4 versus 3. In favor of MATTJESS. Vincent, nahuli pa nga si Brian doon. And that is supposed to be the round. MATTJESS have gained all the control in this map, in this round. And JY nawala lahat ng early aggression nila. All the early space taken away. Kahit yung LA, hawak-hawak ni Jason.
And nagkakaroon ng disconnect yung mga plano ng JY ngayon. Kung magpupush si Son
Kailangan.
ng ganon, they should have had that LB held up with angles pre. Pero ang nangyari na lang, ginawang distraction yung LB para mag-pick si Son. Kaso walang trade na nangyari, so nawala ng visa yung ginagawa nilang hotel control. 55 seconds, MATTJESS have control over LA agad. And I don't think Jason's gonna get cleared, pare. Kasi yung full focus ni Nomad is yung pagpatay dito kay Zach.
Ay!
Jason spotted.
Ay!
And with the quick fake, how did Jason die dun, pare? Siya na dapat yung papatay kay Nomad. Pero yet, just saves the round just like that, pre. Okay lang na napatay nila yung close player.
Okay lang na gumalaw ka ron, Jason. Yetja has got you covered. And MATTJESS, alam mo, nakita na natin to kanina. 4-1 in favor of MATTJESS. Kailangan nilang i-keep itong lamang nila dito. Kasi kapag nakabawi ang JY, doon sila nagkakaroon ng chance sa manalo eh. MATTJESS, agresibong posisyon. PR play na naman mula kay Vincent, pero may mid player si Nincute sa mid door. Peeking towards Nomad, nakita na siya at nauwalbang pa nga si Nincute. Aray mo, MATTJESS.
Yung tendencies to do too much, pare, is coming back na naman. At baka nga maulit yung sinabi mong 1-4. Baka ibalik lang ulit ng JY ngayon. Non-problema is that MATTJESS are not taking this very lightly. They're gonna double stack on both sides of the map. So I'd say that this is still doable on their side. Unless Yetja gets isolated just like that. Iniwan ng BR player si Yetja dun. At naging open kill pa yon para kay Brian.
Too aggressive from the players. And MATTJESS, dalawang nalaglag ng walang kahit anong trade man lang. Jason, siya naman tatao dito sa may mid door. I like this adjustment actually from MATTJESS. Hayaan nyo na lang si Jason dyan. Habang si Zach mag-isa dito sa site. Mag-isa din sa hotel si Vincent pero papasok na dito sa LA. Jason taken down. Zach all alone. Oh, sinimplehan lang ni Ared yung shot niya kay Zach. At si Vincent natirang mag-isa. Ramon, 1 versus 4.
Nakakagalon lang ang nangyayari dito para sa MATTJESS, pre. They're peeking without needing to get that kasi yung info na nakuha nila from LB, sasapat na sana yun para malayer nila yung defense na kailangan nilang gawin. Pero instead, they're giving themselves up against JY. We're happy to take the picks and even get an easier LA push. Kaya naiwan si Vincent dito and it's also acting as a sort of pseudo timeout na din, para pag-usapan na lang kung ano yung pwede na lang ninisan ngayon. Kasi maraming kailangan linisin despite the lead. MATTJESS are crumbling slowly against JY. It's a 2-4 para sa kanila. And they have a lot of work to do.
Yep. MATTJESS need a lot of cleaning up. A lot of unnecessary risks dito. They didn't need to push mid-door. At si Zach, pupush naman sa bridge sa ngayon. Son, nakita, lumagpas. So alam ng MATTJESS na may tao na sa hotel sa ngayon. Red, nandito naman sa garahe. And I like the speed ng JY. Nakokontrol nila yung mga dulo ng mapa dito, Ramon, and it's working out in their favor.
Parang kanina lang ginagawa ng MATTJESS to on Black Widow.
Yes.
They're trying to control the lanes. And they're trying to expect that aggression. Pero because they get the space, JY, a free real estate to kind of pressure yung top A na yan. Kita mo, nasa door mid na nga yung dalawang pwede mag-entry. And that's putting a lot of pressure dito kay Jason at saka kay Nino who are trying to hold both spaces of the map.
Snipers are gonna be everything dito. Nomad nangunguna sa mid door. Nasaan si Zach? Nakaantabay sa exit. Yung angulo niya hindi maganda dito, Ramon, pero mukhang papasok sa mid door ang JY. And the setup from MATTJESS might just be perfect for it.
Yun nga eh, parang na-expect na nga nila yung door mid na pwede maging entry ng JY. Kaya may smoke na nakalagay dyan. Puts a bit more mystery sa ginagawa ngayon ng JY. It's almost like they're baiting the sniper to peek dun sa high mid. Nag-ingay pa nga si Rai. And that will force out that entry. Pasok ang JY sa pag-control nila dito sa rotation. Pero Vincent, going to be that gatekeeper. Nomad spotted and a good shot from Vincent. Will now stave up the offense from JY. Good response din para kay Yetja. Walang magagawang entry point ang JY as Rai is also taken down. MATTJESS with the rebuttal. Pero nandito din si Brian. Sinagutan ng isa lang. Ninkyu shuts it down. It's all down to just Brian.
At yung dahilan kung bakit natirang mag-isa si Brian dito kasi naiwan nila yung bomba sa Ares. Ramon. At rinig na rinig siya dito sa mid. Jason, taken down! Teka lang! Brian, doable! Pero si Ninkyu tatapusin na ang kwento ng round number 7. Sabi ko sa'yo perfecto yung setup ng MATTJESS doon. Kahit pumuntang A, kahit pumuntang RS on JY, may matatakbuhan silang at least 2 players from MATTJESS at doon na nga sila naubos sa RS. JY, they're gonna have to be cleaner sa BL side.
Oh, aggressive. The push from Nino. And he has already caught Nomad off guard. Kailangan ng attention from Garahe. Pero with a good flash, Rai is just gonna spray them down. Yun nga lang, it's just one. Zach, perfect timing because of that quick shot. Brian, kailangan niya kumuha ng isa pa. Pero it's Vincent. Vincent na naman that will get that 2K. There is no entry point for JY in back-to-back rounds. Si Son na lang ang natitira in a 1v3.
Ay, Son. Grasping at straws. Wala na siyang mapuntahan dito kahit si Yetja lalapit na. Maganda para sa kanya. Hindi na alam nasaan yung bomba. Ang problema lang, 18 HP si Son. Isang ihip na lang ng kahit anong baril, matatamaan siya. He's gonna go down. And Son is just waiting, playing defensive. Hinihintay niya na may lumapit na players ng MATTJESS. Yetja? Exploring. At nakita niya si Jason. Teka lang, doable ata to. Yetja nalapit mula sa Ares. Nakita na si Son and that should be it for MATTJESS. Eto na, Ramon. Hindi na nila pinakawalan. 4-round lead for MATTJESS.
And then, kung mapapansin mo din yung rounds, they're winning off of good setups din, pare. Definitely a good call para kay Vincent, pero it's a classic Vincent mid-push na naman. Off of the flash na hawak niya yung hukay, na spot na si Brian. And he could get so much more than just 1 kill, pare. He's taking his time. And he's gonna get one dito kay Rai. Good spray down. Pero Brian, the movement is just too perfect para sa JY. Walang kahit ano makuha ang MATTJESS off of this mid-push.
Ay, si Jason nakapuslit. Nasa garahe. At si Red hindi alam saan manggagaling. Jason looking for the double kill. At yun na nga. Unti na lang. Jason has turned around the round for MATTJESS. 1v1. Zach versus Nomad. Sniper versus sniper. Pero yung USP ni Zach, ang kate para kay Nomad na piso na lang. Isang bala na lang. At si Zach ang mananaig. 7-2. MATTJESS lead by 5.
Na leg shot pa nga niya si Zach nung sa round na yun. So sayang kung tumama sa iba pang parte ng katawan. That would have been another kill count para sa head-to-head. Pero MATTJESS, even cleaner compared to Black Widow. And if they can have a good BL side, then this is gonna be a shutdown play para dito sa JY now. Pero sila naman na sa GR, so they have to be reactive. A setup coming through from that mid side. MATTJESS are waiting for that aggression to happen.
They are. At mukhang mangyayari yun. Dito sa LB, Ramon, si Rai. Uti-uting lumalapit. Si Vincent at si Yetja nakaantabay sa'yo. Rai, wag ka nang mag-push. Please. Please.
I'm more worried about Sun, pare. I'm more worried about Sun.
Gusto niya rin mag-peek mula sa hotel eh.
Kasi pwede siya malasin. Ay! Sino dito? Kasi Yetja na-swap pa nga! Oh my goodness! Si Sun pa nga yung pamaldo sa angle na pwedeng hawakan ni Vincent. The worst possible time na makahawak ka na Monay, pre. At sumabog sa mukha yun ni Yetja.
Hindi nila in-expect na may isa pang pwede mag-push mula sa hotel. MATTJESS. Their counter setup kind of linear. Dahil dyan nakapuslit ng isa. Si Son. Pero si Rai nasa bypass! Paano siya nakalagpas? Ay! Rai is looking for more pero si Zach naka-hold, looking for the push. Jason left all alone. Inubos na ng JY ang MATTJESS. At nakuha nilang round 1 dito sa kanilang GR side. JY. Good points of aggression mula sa kanila.
Not today, no timeout. Maybe later in the next coming round then, no? If things go awry. Laban dito sa JY, pare. MATTJESS, they had a golden opportunity para makuha yung hotel na yun eh, no? Once na maklear nila yung close box and possibly Sun, easy pickings para sa MATTJESS. But that hesitation, again, taking shape na dito sa Eagle Eye at dapat hindi mangyari yon sa isang JY na naghahanap ng momentum. And now they're gonna go to LA instead of the LB na ginawa nila kanina.
Ganun na nga. But it's not actually a push, no? Si Zach yung nandun sa LA. So it's a sniper hold mula dito sa MATTJESS. Meanwhile, yung hotel, kontrolado pa rin ni Son. Pero sa ngayon, nabato siya ng granada ni Vincent, oh. So down to around 20 HP. And the MATTJESS, ever more careful. Talagang ayaw na nilang pakawalan yung lamang nila dito laban sa JY. Lineups.
With respect to JY din, underrated in the setups. Kaya ngayon, disrespect na lang in the push on door mid. Arid, affected by the smoke. Pero hindi siya maapektuhan sa takot ng MATTJESS. Gusto niya labanan, gets the headshot. Pero Jason only gets one. Arid with the double kill. JY Esports containing MATTJESS right now. 2v3. Vincent wants to re-clear and shuts down Brian para makuha yung site.
Vincent double kill at nakapasok ang MATTJESS tuloy pero si Arid manggagaling naman sa mid. Arid takes down Zach. It's all up to Vincent. Kinakalaban si Rai mula sa bunker and Vincent finds the kill. USP out. Hindi alam kung saan manggagaling si Arid. Manggagaling sa LA. Vincent! Kalmahan mo lang. Kita mo na kung saan nanggagaling yung mga bala ni Arid. At may oras pa naman para kunin ang bomba. 35 seconds for Vincent to play around with. Pero hindi alam mamikot na si Arid.
No util and no info para kay Vincent, and I think he only has the slightest idea, pre. With the small pixel that Arid was giving dito kay Vincent, akala niya sa exit manggagaling pero nakabalik na si Arid all the way towards LA. And now Vincent has planted that C4. Arid, spotted pa nga! Vincent has to jump! Vincent has to hide! Arid! Trying to close the gap pero Vincent walang takot pero kailangan niya matakot! Inubos ni Arid ang MATTJESS! 3 kills to his name and a lot of time for the defuse.
Vincent outmaneuvered Arid. Sinalba ang JY. 1 versus 2. At kung anong kwento sa Black Widow, yun pa rin. Dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0, it's Arid keeping JY in contention. Okay, 4-7, JY. 3 na lang ang lamang ng MATTJESS. At yung depensa nila, Ramon, medyo nakakatakot.
Yun nga eh. Kasi pwede na lang i-push yung hotel. May Rai na mainit at may Sun na. Kanina pang nagiging sakit ng ulo sa MATTJESS. A clutch like that on the way towards JY is a big confidence booster. We put a lot of respect sa LB control. He has the info and nagarid pa nga niya itong si Yetja who does go down onto the peak from Rai. MATTJESS just gonna respect that. Hindi na nila pagtatrabahuin yung LB na yan.
Exactly. Huwag sila mag-peak. MATTJESS just go for the execute. Alam naman natin na malakas mag-rush ang MATTJESS. It's their identity after all. But at the same time, never pa natin sila nakita mag-rush dito sa Eagle Eye. Perhaps it is time na ilabas ang signature playstyle nyo, MATTJESS. Nasaan na yung mabilis na pagpupush. Nintyo nahuli din dito sa mid. Brian with a good trade onto Rai. At MATTJESS, lugi pa rin ang isa, Ramon.
Yeah eh. Overpeaking on towards that mid side. Giving the numbers away yet again. 1 minute. And the angle has been held para kay Nomad. It is an LA na gustong tingnan ng MATTJESS as time is running out. But not for Zach. He kills off Nomad. And turns the story around the sniper. 3 versus 3, 40 seconds. Kailangan nila pumasok. Naka-respond na dito si Brian. Nandito na din si Son. JY have the sight. But Zach has the crosshair placement. MATTJESS going in. At kailangan na hanapin si Arid. 30 seconds. Kills off Zach. So the robot is gone. Jason trying to clear the site. Alam na nasa loob lamang sa room itong si Ared. 20 seconds, pressuring him down. The M14 enough para mapatay si Ared. 8-4. MATTJESS wants to end Eagle Eye.
And Zach with the bailout of the century for MATTJESS. Siya yung nakakuha ng kill para maging 3v3 on Ramon. And at the end of the day, MATTJESS playing off of that, able to win the round. Oh my goodness, si Zach pa rin ang kanailangang tumapos sa istorya ng JY doon. At si Ared, nakita mo ba? Zach yung kailangan para ma-takedown si Ared dito, men.
Yeah.
Grabing sakit sa ulo pa rin si Ared dito from JY, but MATTJESS, dalawa na lang ang kailangan nila.
Dalawa na kailangan din. And they know na ganun kalapit lang yung dalawang rounds na yon. Pero you cannot but feel that MATTJESS are getting further and further from that victory if they do too much in the mid-round, pre. So, dapat pulido lang ulit yung execute. Gumana na nga kanina. Gagana ba ulit? LA push, Nomad, nagpatingin pa nga. Na-spot nila si Ninkyu. Napatay pa nga nila si Jason. Ang MATTJESS naubos lang sa
Uy.
JY na nag-push din sa LA. 5-round wins para sa JY.
Brian and Rice stealing the spotlight mula sa MATTJESS dito. Pinaulo na ng bala yung MATTJESS doon sa A site, and that's a bit of hesitation for MATTJESS as well. Na inintay pa na makapag-set up yung dalawa. At ngayon, mamadalian na ni Ninkyu. He's not gonna hesitate anymore. Ramon, dito sa midor. Saan ka nakatingin? Sa kaliwa. Brian is out. Wala nang spotlight play para kay Brian.
And that was the lane player din na naging sakit ang ulo ng MATTJESS sa pagpasok na sa LA kanina. Niisa pa si Ninkyu. Kung gusto pa ni Ninkyu, ang tigas ng ulo mo, kaibigan. Is either papaldo ka dyan or masispatan ka lang na nakahawak lang dyan. Ared, patay pa kay Ninkyu na kanina pang kumukulit at sumasakit ang JY. Into a 3v5 MATTJESS, choking the life out of JY. Rai pumasok at nag-flick pa nga kay Zach.
Right na sa LA, para si Nomad nandito rin with the sniper. Teka lang, Ramon, hindi pa tapos ang laban. JY, 3 versus 3 after 2 quick kills. At yung bomba, andito na sa mid. Gusto na lang ipasok sa lane pero hindi sila sigurado nasaan si Nomad. Sakto! Andyan, Vincent. At kailangan mong tumakbo papalayo sa A site. Diretso B, MATTJESS pwede magtanim.
The risk of a lifetime. Iniwan nila si Jason dun sa RS para makat yung rotation. Pero ang JY, ignoring RS, dun na lamang sa may high mid manggagaling para maklear lang yung dalawa sa MATTJESS. Yet Joe with a white peak, the worst possible mistake. Jason spotted sa RS, patay pa nga si Rai. Pero it's a 1v2 para sa kanya. How will the leader clutch this up? It's not gonna be his for today. Nomad with the USP. At lalaban pa ang JY sa isa pang round.
Sinasabi ko sa'yo, Ramon, this is a battle and a half of the snipers. Kung si Zach ang nagsalba kanina sa Black Widow para sa MATTJESS, si Nomad naman ang papaldo para sa JY dito sa ating round number 14. Yung lamang kanina na 4 ng MATTJESS, 2 na lang ngayon, kaya sila napatimeout. At hindi nila masolusyonan itong si Nomad. Ramon, back to square one. It's all boiling down to the sniping department at si Nomad na naman ang sakit sa ulo ng MATTJESS.
Yun nga, man. The good calls from Nomad and the sniping prowess from this guy. Alam mo, kung ganito siya mag-snipe, bakit hindi pa siya ganun nung nagsimula siya sa career na, no? Maybe an accidental discovery on his own, but throughout the amount of times na nakita natin yung pushes on the way from door mid para sa MATTJESS, that one crucial round na hinold niya yung room A para lang masecure niya yung denial of space on high mid, they had to sacrifice Vincent at that point, pare. And with the numbers being down, it was a big risk na lumayo sila sa isa't isa on that post plant. A risk needed to be taken, but against JY who are playing with numbers, pare, I think we're in it for the long haul din.
Ganun na nga, no? JY, ayaw talaga nila magpatalo, eh, no? And what's curious to me about MATTJESS is they didn't necessarily need to push that yet. Hindi nila kailangang pumasok ng lane. May oras pa sila, no? Pwede silang mag-rotate sana through bypass, papunta ng hotel, go towards EB, tapos siguro isa na lang yung padala nila dito sa mid, no? Just to act as a distraction, tsaka to find information kung nasan nga yung sniper. But they decided to risk it, sinend na lang nila papunta dun sa car, and it obviously didn't work out, no? So, MATTJESS, I feel like they could take a little bit more time considering the options that they have in the mid-round. At doon, maybe if they are able to evaluate kung ano yung mas magandang desisyon sa oras na to, no? Maybe pwede na lang matapos itong larong ito, no? Pero hindi mo talaga pwedeng ipagkaila kahit gaano kaganda yung decision mo, Ramon. Kapag tinamaan ka ng sniper, wala ka na talaga magagawa. Nomad is just a big problem para sa MATTJESS, no? In the rounds na akala mo, lamang na yung MATTJESS, 4v3, 4v2. Tapos makakakuha ng double kill si Nomad. Ano na, wala na.
Wala na, men. Nauubusan na ng options ang MATTJESS habang tumatagal, albeit they have the lead. Medyo nagiging big question mark na yung endurance nila habang tumatagal. They have experience playing up with each other from the longest years that they played as a core, pero they're still kids at the end of the day, pare, at pwede pa sila magkamali. 8-6 na tayo ngayon. On the way towards that 2-0 ang MATTJESS. JY having that stopping power. And now they're holding that LA. Possibly another contention for MATTJESS. Kanina yung naging focus nila yung mid door, baka yung ulit.
Si Ared, nasa loob ng bunker. Even with an HE, hindi siya umalis. Pero hindi siya clear, Vincent! Aray ko po, Ared! Double, triple kill, Ared! Sees red and nothing else, pero sasagot si Jason ng kanya. 2 versus 2, yung bomba nasa gitna ng kawalan at si Nomad nawawala din. Gets the kill onto Yetcha. Jason, 1v2, Ramon.
And he was the lurk coming in from that mid side as well. He has to pick up that C4. Pero I don't think JY know na na-drop pa nga yung objective na yun. So, the map is on the side of Jason ngayon. Pero hindi niya alam kung gaano kalayo yung dalawang nasa JY kaya hindi nga na-pick up yung C4 eh. Ayaw niya mag-ingay agad. Clearing every corner. So many possibilities of where JY could be at this point. And all eyes are on Jason.
All eyes on Jason. Gets enough space para may tanim yung bomba dito sa taas ng A. Plays the lane. Tingin sa HM. Sakto yung timing niya kasi nakalagpas na yung isa. Brian could be isolated. At hindi nila alam na malapit si Jason dito. Pwede siyang mag-aggressive angle na lang dito sa bukana ng exit, Ramon.
It's very easy to assume na nasa house siya pero hindi pare. He's all the way on lane. And Nomad hindi niya na-clear pero buti na lang dalawa sila dun. Brian trades it out. And JY Esports lives to fight another round.
Ay. Jason, a bit of hesitation. Pwede siyang umikot sana or commit niya na lang yung spray pero went for a stop. Tumigil siya sa gitna ng magazine niya, which is the worst thing you can do. Dahil doon naka-score tuloy ang JY. And again, MATTJESS getting a little bit shaky. Hindi nila kinlear yung bunker kasi akala nila dahil nabato nila ng HE, okay na. Pero may isang tao pa doon, si Arid pa yun.
Discipline play as well na hindi nila i-hold yung C4, no? Kasi the risk of Jason wrapping around papunta doon pa lamang sa may BR is also high since nagpakita din siya sa mid kanina. We're close enough para mag-play ng 1v2 game na yun. So, the trading system para sa JY and now this becomes even more intense. 8-7 plays for JY to not tie up against MATTJESS pero the lead in their hand, they can still hold down the lanes in this prior round. And I think the pressure is gonna be on that IGL calling, no? Triple stack nila yung A site. Pero if hindi papasok doon ng JY, all the forces that they've had is wasted.
Ang mahalaga dito, Ramon, uti-uti nang umuonte yung utility ng JY. They've already used a couple of smokes. Nakapag-flash na rin sila ng konti. HE dwindling low para sa JY. MATTJESS slowing things down pero wala pa silang nakukuhang kahit saan na espasyo. Even mid for now is a question mark para sa kanila. 1 minute on the clock. MATTJESS have to push.
And they have to go back to the identity that they are known for. That aggression na hinahanap natin sa kanila as Nino gonna be taking that space, not even going for bunker. He wants to go at it to the side. Taray, pinakain lang ng bullets. Brian with the trade. Pero Zach opening that window para makapasok ang MATTJESS. This is nothing that JY can do. Absolutely nothing to stop them. Si Nomad na lang ang natitira and he does shut down Nino. Pero it's still a plant para sa MATTJESS, forcing now the IGL to do something.
Kapal nung smoke. That's what you like to see. MATTJESS using everything in their arsenal. All the utility in the world para makapasok at syempre si Linkyu pinaglaruan yung depensa ng JY. Vincent with the final shot onto Nomad. MATTJESS set point.
set point na mukhang closer and closer because of the one execute that they have done on LA. And the target selection has been impeccable, pre. All the focus in that room A spot para lang makuha nila yung mismong objective. JY wala nang takot at kailangan nila mag-push. Spotted. Son only gets one. Vincent down. He does trade out try. In the end, it's a lot of damage dito kay Son. He has to go back. Buti na lang may smoke na nakalagay dyan.
Buti na nga lang. 4 versus 4 matches have a chance to reset. At tignan mo na naman, Ramon, wala nang utility halos. Ang JY, isang smoke na lang, isang flash na lang. Habang ang matches, kompleto pa. May oras pa sila, Ramon. They have all the setup that they need. At mukhang kung ako yung JY, kakabahan na ako. Matches, setting up the mid control for the lineups. At inismoke na yung lane. This is gonna be a B-side execute.
Take the lead na nga nila. And it's a top A push yet again para sa hold ng JY. Kaya papasok na sila ng high mid. Nino has it spotted. Nomad naka-prepare na for that push on MATTJESS. Second shot bed para kay Nomad. There is no way that JY are gonna extend the game just like this. 3 kills para kay Nomad. And Brian delivers the final blow. 9-8. JY want overtime.
Ramon, walang tumingin sa RS. It is a rough time to be a MATTJESS fan right now. Oy, oy, oy. Sinabi ko na nga, ang dami nilang utility, pero hindi nila chinek yung corner nila. May isang tao lang, isa lang na nasa RS. And MATTJESS, all it takes is one mistake. Naglahong parang bula yung advantage nila. Parang naglaho na rin yung set point nila dito, Ramon. Kasi si Rai nakaantabay sa LA. But I don't want to jinx it. MATTJESS, may chance pa sila na makatapos itong Eagle Eye na to ngayon.
Very stressful, pare. And sure na sure ako, MATTJESS. You know that they're that close, but sometimes that confidence na meron ka na kapag ikaw nasa set point, it can get away from you at a moment's notice. So kailangan nilang mag-chill, pare. Holding off that LB position again. So the focal point para sa JY for past couple of rounds na i-hold yan with the push on Son, with the push on Rai. But instead, you're gonna be holding it down dun sa may EB. MJ are given the space up. It's not looking good, pare. Son needs to take a kill ngayon. Kasi ang daming players na MATTJESS na lumalapit lang sa kanila. Vincent. And Nino gonna be first contact. Son dead. Nomad. Matatrade lang din.
Uy, what a flash.
Nino gets the spot doon sa EB. Dahil sa flash na yan, madidelay sila ng panandalian. Pero Nino will get another kill para sa MATTJESS. On the way na sa pagpasok ng B-side. Jason. May ikot pa all the way from the flank. RS controlled. Push coming in onto Aren as well. Napatay si Nino. But the backstab is here. At tinaga ang likod ng JY. 2-0. MATTJESS winning the derby between Cebu versus Davao.
Sa laban ng Cebu at Davao, MATTJESS ang aangat. Cebu ang panalo dito sa Eagle Eye at saka sa Black Widow. At hindi pa kompleto ang istorya ng JY. Kulang pa lahat ng ginawa nila sa kanilang pag-angat. Kulang pa rin, Ramon. Kailangan pa nilang trabahuhin para makaabot sa gaya ng isang MATTJESS. Eagle Eye, plakado na, sarado na. MATTJESS stay undefeated dito sa ating Swiss stage. At JY, well, kailangan pa nilang magtrabaho, Ramon, para makatungtong sa Masters.
For sure, no? Now they're down in that 1-1 bracket na medyo dumudugo lalo habang tumatagal ang naging Swiss stage natin. No? A lot of work to be done para makabalik sila sa master stage. But honestly, with the fight that they've had laban dito sa MATTJESS, pare, we have to give them a lot of props talaga. Kasi mukha naman from Black Widow pa lang, preparado sila sa isang MATTJESS na pwede maging aggressive, hindi nila nagagawa yung mga favorite executes na ginagawa nila dahil sa 4-man stacks on that B site, 4-man stacks on that A site, as well as the amount of times that the execute was an absolute para dito sa MATTJESS nung nasa Eagle Eye sila, pare. All to say that that effort was gonna be for nothing, pre. Because this MATTJESS team is just a different breed when they lock in.
Exactly. And I feel like JY, they have all the pieces except for the strategy. Kulang pa yung mga setup nila dito. No? And I think that was evident rather dito sa Eagle Eye. Wala silang kasing daming lineup, wala silang kasing daming plano katulad ng MATTJESS that you could use to sort of use a better start laban sa kalaban nila. No? The mid-rounding is already there. It's already immaculate in my opinion. No? Maganda yung on-the-fly decision-making ng JY. Kulang lang talaga yung simula ng round nila in my opinion. Maganda yung sniping, maganda yung rifling, maganda yung mid-rounding. But at the start of the round, I think is where they really need to step it up. Especially dun sa BL side nila, no? Granted, yes, they are able to push a lot of setups laban sa matches, no? But I can't help but feel like marami sa mga pagkakataon na yun, napapunish lang nila yung matches. Ito, Arin, nahuli si Vincent, naka-double kill, and then Nomad popping off like this, no? Kasabihin ko pa lang. But the setup isn't necessarily there, it's just individual strengths from the players and mistakes from matches. No? I think JY need to put themselves in better position to start ng rounds. At kapag nagawa nila yon, Ramon, I think solido na ang chance nila makapasok sa top 8.
Hopefully, ano? And again, the story isn't done para sa JY. Despite them getting their first loss in the Swiss stage, they have a few chances to go forward para dito sa Swiss stage nila. Meron so far on their side. Pero as we take a look at their set summary, it has been one hell of an effort para sa core ng matches, namely Vincent, Jason, and Zach. Where you got the mid-round, the IGLing, as well as the sniper prowess that we saw from Zach. Despite a lot of times na masabi natin nakaka-counter siya nitong si Nomad, who did put up the highest amount of frags in the whole server. He's been doing well enough para ma-leverage yung sarili niya still as a win con para sa matches so far.
Absolutely. Zach definitely is still performing at top level, no, despite the numbers not necessarily reflecting that. Pero si Vincent, siya yung nag-step up talaga dito sa Eagle Eye map na to. No? Kitang-kita mo talaga yung diferensya ng comfort ni Vincent coming from Black Widow going into set number 2, which is Eagle Eye. At case in point, siya na nga yung set MVP natin dito, no, with the highest KD in the entire lobby. 1.33 KD, 0.84 kill per round. I think it's the lurking that really was what made this possible para kay Vincent, no? Not necessarily on the BL side, but more dun sa GR side. And matches, dun din naman sila nag-ipon ng rounds eh.
Gusto ko na nasa point na tayo, nakilala natin si Vincent to a T, na kapag ka nag-push siya on mid as GR, alam natin that it's a Vincent round talaga pare. And I feel like that sort of unpredictability that he had in Cuerdas can now be added into that match's flavor. As we also talk about the match MVP, it's none other than Mr. Consistency himself. Si Zach na may 1.26 KD. As a sniper, syempre, it's to be expected that he has to be the win con. No? But while he's the match MVP ngayon, I can't help but feel that he was countered so much against JY Esports. No? So I feel like this could be a call for Zach na hindi ka na as invincible as you are sa spring season. But you're still somebody na kailangan talaga respetuhin ng kahit sinong team. So overall, good adjustments na nakita natin from JY. But in the end, it is still going to be a MATTJESS victory. No? Pero overall, sa buong broadcast day natin pare, while we didn't see a lot of winning impact teams dito, the games are very, very entertaining. No? Nakita tayo ng magandang fights from SGJ. Nakita din tayo ng magandang fight dito sa JY Esports, pre.
More importantly, dikit yung mga laban natin. No? If you take a recall dun sa laban ng Exet at SGJ, 10-7, 10-8 yung score. Dito naman sa JY matches, 10-13, 10-8. No? Granted, JY Esports is technically a Masters team. They still are working their way up in our standings. Pero dikit lahat ng mga laban natin. And I think that really solidifies how much closer the scene is. Lalo na kahapon, no, nung isang araw, nung natalo ng Attras yung VP, na wala pang talo apart from STS in the past year or so. It absolutely shocked me to my core, and I can't wait to see. Sana mas marami pa tayong upset, no? Kung sino man yung nakaisip nitong format na top 16, good job. Kasi this is the best showing so far mula sa mga lower end ng teams natin.
Yan nga no? As we also gonna be taking a look at that bracket later on, because so far, this Swiss stage is just getting hotter and hotter by the second, as we also take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Sa Lunes na yan, mga tropa, Virtus.Pro versus EKISQUAD, Alliance Gaming versus HazMatz, Acceptance versus JY Bacolod Esports. Okay, yun yung mainit na pwede nating tinan, no? As well as MOMEN Esports versus EXGOVERNORS. A lot of these games are all impact teams, pare. So a chance to keep themselves in the Swiss is a big opportunity for all of them.
I'm taking a look more so on Virtus.Pro instead of the impact teams, no? Kasi it's kind of a dip in form losing to a team like Attras. No, granted, Attras, to give them credit, they are on the up of the past few months. Ang ganda ng trajectory nila, no, picking up a star as well has really given them a second showing nung kalaban nila yung Virtus.Pro, no? Pero medyo nag-fumble din sila kanina. So may inconsistencies pa rin. Virtus.Pro, they are a team that cannot afford to be inconsistent. Kailangan nila makabawi agad kasi then people will start doubting kung ito na nga ba talaga ang simula ng downfall ng Virtus.Pro. I'm excited to see as well Alliance Gaming pagbabalik nila dito bukas. And then of course the rest of our games. Absolutely amazing show so far. I can't believe 3 days pa lang tayo dito, Ramon. Sobrang daming action na ang napanood natin.
Exactly, pre. Kaya, as much as I love watching everything from start to finish, we have to wrap it up at this point. Before all of that, before I give my shoutouts, pare, ikaw ba may shoutout ka ba, Didom? Kasi feeling ko naman meron kang personal shoutouts.
Wala naman. Shoutout sa pamilya ko na nanonood every time I go and cast dito sa taas. Sorry, maingay ako dito sa taas sa second floor. A big shoutout to my girl Kim. I hope she's watching. Yun lang. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta dito sa Swiss stage. Alam ko guys, papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part which is Impact and Masters. Pero kita nyo naman, ang dami nangyayari, diba? No, big shoutout as well to TNC, the production team, working day in, day out, pagkagabi. Guys, sila din yung nasa West League, so hindi talaga sila natutulog, literal. And of course, I want to give a massive thank you to Smilegate and Sir Alex for, of course, giving us a phenomenal show ngayong taon, Ramon. Grabe ang effort ng CFS this year. Ikaw ba? Sino ba yung shoutout mo?
Honestly, thank you for getting the start kasi feeling ko kaya ko na sagarin lahat no? Kasi ang dami nating pwedeng i-shoutout dito. Thank you so much sa lahat na naging parte ng CFS SEA Masters Summer para maging posible ang lahat ng ito, ang TNC events at ang production na nagbibigay ng kulay para sa bawat broadcast day natin. Ang mga talents na nakasama ko at mga kasama natin sa summer season, sina Salvatore, si Sneaky Frog, si Tatum, si Bipolar, si Mochi, si El, si Josuave, at si Emlo, ang Smilegate at saka ang Game Club at higit sa lahat, ang mga solid na sumusuporta sa community ng Crossfire na halos 2 dekada na ay binubuhay nyo pa rin no? Bukas, malalaman na natin kung may higit pa ang kapit ng Impact teams dahil bumibigat na ang suntok ng lahat ng mga nasa top 6. Pero for how long? Magbabalik ang lahat ng yan bukas sa CFS SEA Masters Summer. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Didom. And that is it para sa broadcast day natin today. So long and good night. Bang!